intervention included at no extra cost. Available as a hardware appliance, virtual appliance, or as a cloud service. And always humans to answer your calls. Try the Barracuda Spam and Virus Firewall free. Go to barracuda.com/yes.
I love coming to Mathnasium.
At Mathnasium Learning Centers, we make math make sense to kids. Your child will leap ahead, whether starting out way behind or already ahead. It's how we've grown to more than 500 franchise locations. Now enrolling for summer and year-round. Call now for a free parent pack. 844-844-2233. 844-844-2233. Learn what Mathnasium can do for your child. 844-844-2233.
In 30 minutes, broadcasting's finest duo will hit the airwaves. Prepare for the incomparable Opie and Anthony show. Only a show this big could have a pre-show this good. Welcome to the Opie and Anthony pre-show with Sam Roberts.
Welcome to the pre-show. 866-WOW-1-WOW is the phone number to call. That's 866-969-1969. After a day of rest, we are live here on the Opie and Anthony pre-show. Opie and Anthony will be live in a few minutes. Minutes from now, Opie and Anthony will take the airwaves once again and start another week of radio on a Tuesday. It's a Monday on a Tuesday, folks. Denny will like that one, I hope. A lot to get into today, so if you want to call in, call now before the phone lines get all jammed up and talk about everything that happened last week on the show. If you finally got a chance to hear the big Opie and Anthony Unmasked over the weekend that was playing here on the Opie and Anthony channel and on Raw Dog. It's also finally available on demand, to my knowledge. So a lot of people got to hear that for the first time over the weekend. Or if you'd like to talk about what may be going on today on the Opie and Anthony show, because if you were following along with the guys' Twitters, you know that they all had full weekends. So, a lot to do today, a lot to do indeed. 866-WOW-1-WOW is the phone number to call, and I want to start with something that happened on Friday's show. To me, it was probably, and Friday was a big show, and Friday was a dangerous show for the staff, because Friday was a tired show. After we went to dinner after the Unmasked on Thursday, so everybody was tired on Friday, which means Opie and Anthony are cranky, which means for the staff, everybody's got to be on their toes. But, me included, the most surprising thing about Friday's show was when Jim left the studio. And I know that we've all established that Scott Shannon now has a positive relationship with the Opie and Anthony show. I don't know exactly how it happened. After all the years that we made fun of the Scott and Todd show here on O&A, we finally actually have a positive relationship where Scott is a friend of the show. So much enough that Jim left O&A for a few minutes to call in to Scott Shannon's new CBS FM morning show to promote his upcoming dates at Caroline's. But it was amazing not only to hear Jim on Scott Shannon's show, but to hear them get along like old friends. Listen to this clip from Friday.
I worked with that group for a couple of years, and all my friends are, you got to write a book, you got to write a book, you got to write. Some of the stuff is actually unbelievable.
What did you do with them?
I was like a publicity manager. I was hired by Casablanca to take them on the road and introduce them to radio stations because I was already in radio and I got fired from a job again. And so this guy hired me to say, hey, I want you to take Kiss around the top 40 radio stations and introduce them. And they used to have to get in their makeup like twice a day.
Oh, God.
And I'd take them to, the station in D.C. and we'd do a promotion and all that kind of thing. Basically, I babysitted Ace.
He was kind of the one even back then that was kind of more likely to do something and vomit during an interview or do something.
That's him. Nice fella, but blue nun wine 24/7.
Were you surprised that Gene and Paul kind of had nothing to do with them? I mean, I was like, come on, why don't they at least be friendly for the Hall? But it seems like Paul is the one really pushing this. Like he seems to hate those guys.
Well, they let him down frequently. Let's put it that way.
Did you read Peter's book where he said at one point, let's just say a girl was doing something and then Ace crawled under the covers with her, and it was the two of them under the covers with Peter? Did you read that?
Yeah, I read that. I was there, my friend. not there that particular night. Jim, I wasn't there that night.
Yeah, I was about to love you forever if you got under the covers. That made me so happy.
I didn't do that.
I didn't do that. I also love Jim's priority on his career, where he just stops. He's there to promote his gig. But as soon as the conversation of Kiss comes up, he stop the presses. You know Kiss? Let's talk about that. I mean, I guess it makes sense for Scott's show because now he's on the Classic Rock channel. But it is funny. I mean, I'm not criticizing. I would do the same thing if professional wrestling came up. Well, as Jim Norton phone called into Scott Shannon's show, we had a surprise phoner on the Opie and Anthony show on Friday. Bill Burr called in. And Bill Burr, I mean, it's always awesome to hear Bill. We haven't heard from Bill in a while because he lives in L.A. So he calls in when he gets a chance. And he always has a story about traveling. I don't know of many comics that are as well-traveled as Bill Burr, and I think it's because, unlike most comics, Bill decided at some point in his career that when he traveled from city to city, to actually walk around. Most comics, when they're on the road, just know what the inside of hotel rooms look like in all these cities they go to. But Bill Burr started doing this thing where he was going to a baseball game in every stadium. He was really getting a feel for the local flavor of wherever it was that he went. And then he started extending that, and then he started going to other countries. And now he called into the show after, I guess, a European vacation, and he called in and started talking about Germany. Let's go to track 11.
In one of the bunkers we walked into, right as you walked into, right in the entrance, was this little carved out, like, maybe like an inch or two below the floor, like, area to stand, and there was a shower. And I guess Hitler, I didn't know, he had gotten gassed in World War I. So he made sure all of those little pillbox things, or whatever the hell you call them, had little showers in them.
Oh, so if they throw gas in there, you could fucking, like, rinse off?
Well, if you got gassed off, you get gas wherever, out in the field or something, you could run in, or wherever the hell it happened.
Oh, and
on my podcast, how that was like the first, like the softer side of Hitler. Like that's the thing.
That's funny. Wow, that sounds intense.
Blonde-haired, blue-eyed troops to get gassed.
Yeah, they need to be able to wash off.
They have a lot of that stuff just laying around still?
Well, I mean, it's not like laying around. It's like built in. I mean, like the way the Germans built their shit was... this is the funny thing about the tour. After hearing about their technology, I think the next car I'm going to buy is going to be German engineered.
Yeah, no shit, right?
Insane.
How'd they lose that war?
I gathered, the reason why we beat them, we didn't really outsmart them. We just kind of outmanufactured them. We just kept fighting them until they ran out of shit.
Oh, my God.
Dude, their machine guns, this guy was saying, were better, so much superior to ours, that when we would kill one, we'd drop our gun and pick up theirs. Their tanks were better, and then, like, the bunkers that they made, we even shot, like, bazookas and shit at them. I mean, they just sort of, I mean, they did some damage, but people inside of them were all right. So, yeah, they're definitely...
just the fact that they're still there is amazing, yeah.
From the makers of Mercedes-Benz comes a pillbox.
Burr's awesome. He went on, and we were also, if you haven't heard it, go on YouTube. We've played it twice now in the last week or two, but Bill Burr's Sherry's Berry's live read. I know it's been on YouTube forever, but we finally caught on to it. You can find that on our Twitter, actually, at O&A Show, if you haven't heard it yet. He went on to talk about Americans in France, as Bill Burr continued.
One of the number one ways that they make money in France is tourism. It's the number one, I guess, visited country on the planet.
Wow. And they did have a bad reputation of being snotty.
Oh, yeah.
They had a horrible one. But, dude, I got to tell you, though, like, you know, it's I don't even know that it's 50-50. Because the one thing I have noticed since traveling is coming back is, you know, we're fucking loud. I gotta tell you, dude. And I hate admitting that because I always hated people that went over to Europe and I'm not kissing their ass. Like, like one of my favorite things to do when I go over there and do stand-up is start to lead them on like I'm going to trash America, and then I start bringing up all the fucking horrible shit that they did. But dude, we're just loud, dude. We're cowboys.
Loud Americans, right, cowboys.
We're definitely, and I sit there and I laugh. Me and Neil laugh when we're over there because you can spot us a mile away. I'm not saying we're dumber than they are. We're just loud. We're loud.
God, and it's
we make our presence known.
Yeah.
Oh, Billy. If you want to get on the air with us, if you're on the phone now, stay on hold. 866-WOW1-WOW, 866-969-1969. I'll get to all of you in a moment. Also, we'll get to some of the clips of the staff on Friday's show, taking it on the chin, if you will, and everything that's going to be going on today. It's going to be a busy show. We have Burt Kreischer coming in studio. Burt Kreischer hasn't been in a very long time. You may know him from the Travel Channel show Trip Flip, from his classic Machine story on Joe Rogan. He's one of the funniest guys I know. He's always got a story. He's got a book eventually coming out, but I think this appearance is to promote Trip Flip on the Travel Channel. So Burt Kreischer will be in studio later on this morning. We got some clips from Lindsay Lohan's finale of her reality show, which was, absurd to say the least. And of course, we'll get into everything Opie and Anthony and Jim were tweeting about what was going on. We'll talk about that in a few minutes here on the pre-show, and I'll get to your phone calls. So stay on hold. But before we do that, one more clip from Mr. Bill Burr on Friday's show.
I actually learned about money over there because I was saying to Nia, you know what? We're over here blowing money. to actually own a yacht, like, there's no point in during your day do you not have money coming in. These guys are making money.
Yeah, right.
They're sitting here like they I don't know what they do. I don't know who they're oppressing or what's going on, but you got to have that making money while you're sleeping.
Right.
Yeah, they're not balancing their checkbooks. If you own a yacht,
wondering where that yacht payment is coming from this month,
trying to figure out if you can dig up enough, dollars for the fuel.
Yeah, that you just know you have enough money.
It's just coming in from all directions.
That's another thing I forgot about that. Yeah, if you have a fucking yacht, you that's hemorrhaging money. We took the tour on the boat ride, and the guy's pointing out houses, and there was like somebody there was like from the Middle East, a big oil guy. There was somebody else that was part of this conglomerate that owns, like, Louis Vuitton, all that top-end, next top model. Like, 5 of the top lines of that high-end shit, I guess, is all owned by the same person. So this person has a house there. I looked over, and there was all these zillion-dollar houses. In the middle of one of them, I actually took a picture. It was this giant house, and there was this flagpole, and on top of it was a German flag. So I was trying to think. I was like, maybe that's the McLaren guy or something. Like, it was like they were like celebrity, but like businessmen.
Right. They're so rich that they enter that celebrity status.
Yeah, like if you owned the Gap, you'd be a bum over there.
And we think we're wealthy. It's amazing. But Bill Burr, hopefully, it's always a trick because we don't know when he's calling in. It's just if he happens to be awake, if he's jet lagged or if he's stuck in an airport or wherever he is, Bill Burr calls in, and it's always awesome. We also have a news story that we're going to get to today. I want to know what Ant's take on it is because there's a neighborhood where the families were all doing Easter egg hunts, right? So they put out Easter eggs on their front lawns so their kids could go find them. And this white supremacist group was going from front lawn to front lawn and just kind of throwing one of their eggs onto the lawn. And the kids would find this one egg and they'd open it up and there was just a note inside that said something to the effect of, like, diversity is the elimination of white blah, 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 blah. It was like, what are you doing? Just let it be Easter for these children. Let's go to James. James in North Carolina, welcome to the Opie and Anthony pre-show.
Hello.
Hello.
I just called in to say that I heard the replay of the Monday show where Anthony and Opie were talking about zombie Jesus.
That's right.
And they got really rude and crude about it.
Mm-hmm.
And you're losing another listener, and I suspect that there's going to be more if that thing keeps airing.
Are you being serious?
Oh, yeah, I'm very serious.
Well, listen. I mean, you're saying you're not going to listen to Opie and Anthony anymore because they were being rude and crude about zombie Jesus. Do you not get offended when they're rude and crude about every other subject? Like, are we just not allowed to offend you? We can offend everybody else?
You can say whatever you want,
That's
but
right.
after you said that, I'm not going to listen anymore.
Well, let me ask you something. Did Jesus come back from the dead?
Of course he did.
That sounds like a zombie to me, does it not? Isn't that exactly what a zombie is?
Well, you can try to make humor out of it now.
Have you seen The Walking Dead? I'm telling you, Jesus would not have been the second coming if somebody had pierced his brain. That's all I'm saying. Nobody thought to do that. Before he ascended and became our savior, nobody thought to pierce his brain and stop zombie Jesus. That's all.
Well, I'm just trying to let you know that there's going to be more if that thing gets around, and they should care. They told the other Christian listener that they didn't care if he called or listened or whatever.
Well, I am glad that Opie and Anthony's irresponsible broadcasting has not affected the listenership of the pre-show. As long as you will continue to listen to the pre-show, I don't have a major problem with it.
All right.
All right, I'll talk to you later. That guy was serious. What type of... Who knows? Jason in Rochester.
Morning, Sam. Good to hear you.
Good to hear you. Listen to that phone.
Yeah.
Good.
So I recently was looking at Bobo's Twitter yesterday. It was fucking hilarious because not only did he tweet Colin Quinn say, "Hey, buddy, you should write self-help books with all those funny tweets of advice you give."
Mm-hmm.
But then afterwards, he starts inviting people to his birthday celebration at a bar next to Citi Field. And then he says, "Please contact me if I follow you or have your number." And after that, he says, "Also, please do not retweet my last 2 tweets."
Because they were personal invites.
Yeah, I guess people that follow him.
I don't know. I had Bobo in a panic this weekend because he tweeted something to me. He said, "Hey, Sam, some fan told me to tell you to get a haircut." So I just quoted his tweet and wrote "blocked" under it, but I didn't actually do anything. And then he just started tweeting me and panicking. Then he was blocked.
That's awesome. Keep up the good work, buddy. Can I shamelessly plug something?
Please do.
I just started writing for the Interrobang. It's the podcast section.
All right.
So I just wanted to put that out there. We did Your Mom's House, and I think soon it's going to be Bob Kelly.
Well, check out the Interrobang. Thank you, Jason.
Cool. Thank you.
And let's go to Lou in Jersey. What's up, Lou?
Sammy, good morning.
Good morning, buddy.
Yeah, it was good. What a great week of radio last week, but derailed at the last second by Marion's incessant calling again. I can't figure it out that she has, throughout this whole time, she's basically talked about 4 things out of all the calls. She talks about her fucking cruises, how she exercises, she insults Lady Di, and then she also has her parrot insults, as ants like to say.
Right, that's what she does. She just repeats what the guys say about her back to the guys. It was really absurd. She called in at the end of Friday's show, and it was kind of one of those things where Lou was right. It was just a terrible way to end the week of radio, but we started with Lady Di, and we were kind of trying to ask her about Crown Chicken, the place where she got mugged, but she immediately changed the subject to something that was not interesting. Or at least it could have been interesting, but she didn't let it be interesting. Let's go to track 15.
Hey, there's a rumor going around that the chicken place where you were mugged at,
Yeah.
closed down years ago.
Oh no.
No, it didn't. It's still open.
That's why this is a rumor at this point. But supposedly someone checked it out on Google Map or something, and it was closed down.
No, it's still there. But I'm avoiding that place right now.
Oh yeah. Why?
Hold on. What?
Oh, who cares?
Yeah. Well, Bill had to go to the hospital. That's how bad he was.
What a terrible existence that is going on in this hovel.
Oh, I thought you meant on this radio show.
Yeah.
Why do we care that Bill went to the hospital? Why?
The bed bugs, the virus, the fucking drunks, the fucking lying, the muggings, the no job, the fucking... It's just...
The getting naked in front of Ugly Betty, puking in the sink.
The vomiting, the shitting, the fucking squirting, the bleeding. You're just a god-fucking disaster.
A god-fucking disaster is right. Can you imagine if this is the way Lady Di conducts herself on the phone when she's on the air with Opie and Anthony? Can you imagine what the conversations are like between Lady Di and Marion, like privately on the phone? There must be zero train of thought. Like, they both just say things. Like, Marion will say, you know, Di, what you need to do is, and then Di just goes, Bill was in the hospital. And then Marion goes, I like apples. And then Di goes, breakfast. And they just go back and forth, just with no sort of consistency to any type of conversation. Let's go to Bob in Illinois. What's up, Bob?
Yeah, you better watch out, Sam. You got the Jesus Mafia after you.
Why?
And just because of that 6-year-old zombie Jesus clip, and then Anthony the other day says God fucking disaster. You better fucking watch it.
I hope everybody knows. I said that Jesus was the zombie Jesus was the savior, for the record. So I hope they're not after me too. Jim in Ohio.
Yeah, along the same note there, I heard the replay about the zombie thing, and yeah, I'm going to keep listening, but I'm not going to listen to that first caller and his bullshit.
All right, so we gained a listener. All right, so we're evening out the odds here. Ladies and gentlemen, we're doing just fine on the Opie and Anthony show. Terrific. Marion, as if the Lady Di thing wasn't bad enough, Marion called the show at the end of the show on Friday and just started. I mean, Lady Di had a weird tweet too. We were talking about tweets. I just got a tweet from Lady Di that said, I love you, Sam, over the weekend. And I didn't know she felt so strongly. It creeped me out a little bit. But I did share that one with everybody too. A lot of people got a kick out of it. But she's got a lot of love in her heart. Lady Di has no ill will toward not being invited to the Unmasked. Marion still did. Marion on Friday still had a lot of ill will and started talking like a tough guy. So Opie decided to come back at her just as strong.
But we did have the table, the VIP, the bucket of champagne, the wings, and a free tab on the O&A show.
Yeah, it was all free.
No, you were not going to do that.
Yes, they were.
Because you never called. After I called you and hung up on you.
What are you saying, tough guy?
Look out. It's Marion. Ooh.
Yeah, gag, you big bruiser.
Scared of her.
You big bruiser.
Look out.
You know where we are. Come down here right now. We're going to scrap.
She can handle herself. Don't worry about me. Oh, right. That fucking tough guy act. Shut it. Shut up.
Okay? I went away.
Well, the invite was there. The invite was there.
That fat ass in your mom jeans. Shut it.
Not my mom jeans. Maybe your mom jeans.
Oh, watch out for the tough guy.
Tough guy with her fucking minor bird comebacks. That's great, your parrot comebacks. Brack, maybe your mom jeans. Brack, maybe your hair. Brack, maybe your tits. Shut up.
Yeah, man.
Go pound salt up your ass. Goodbye.
Oh,
hold on a second,
wow,
man.
there goes tough guy.
What happened, tough guy? You
There
gotta
goes
punch
tough
out?
guy.
You fucking mutant. You cartoon character.
It's me on the phone again.
Shut up.
We don't.
You too.
What?
Was Bob Levy there?
Yes, everyone was there.
Everybody.
Wait, just keep saying names. Just keep naming everyone from the show.
Was Dillinger there?
Right.
Was Malcolm X there?
You were the only
Pete
one.
Holmes there?
We had a table.
That wasn't there.
We had a table set aside for you, so I don't know why you didn't show up.
Diane,
And Marion should have gave you the message.
she was told.
Maybe that's the problem. Marion absolutely knew there was a table for you with VIP
She
treatment.
fucked up.
But she was too busy being a tough guy.
Look out.
She had a bar brawl to settle.
Yeah.
Right.
She didn't tell you because she couldn't get to her phone because her dukes were up.
Yeah. Yeah. She was knocking somebody's blood. She was putting a battery on her shoulder and daring someone to knock it off.
Right.
It was a car battery, that fat pig.
And it just went on and on. Lady Di would not hang up the phone on Friday. She just kept going. And I won't put you through all that, I don't think. We have a lot of show to get to today. As I said, Burt Kreischer is going to be in studio. A couple different Easter clips. There's the white supremacist one. There was also a news clip of some newscasters, and they got nervous because they thought it would be funny to have rabbits on their news desk, and they just started humping each other. The rabbits just started. They're animals, and they're rabbits. You know how, like, they say teenagers have sex like rabbits? The rabbits started having sex like rabbits in the middle of the news broadcast, so it's always fun to see newscasters panic. And all the other there's a Jimmy Fallon video, of course, going everywhere. I was going to talk about all of the tweets that were going out with what was going on with Opie and Anthony and Jim, because there's a couple things. We got to hear how their Easter weekend with Mike Tyson and Evander Holyfield. And if you guys were following along Opie Radio and Jim Norton on Twitter, you know that both those guys were at the screening. They went to the dinner afterwards. Photos with Evander, photos with Tyson, photos with Sam Roberts. I was there, so that's why I know it was a notable event. Anthony will get into all that today on the show. I don't know. We have clips. I wish I had time to get to all of them, because as I said, Friday's show was a rough day for the staff, and I have clips. I have one of the guys commenting on Sal's mom. I have Denny and me fighting, and I have Mars admitting to having herpes, and I don't know where to go. I think we only have time for one. Let me go to Brody in Dallas. Maybe Brody will make the call. What's up, Brody?
Hey, man. Good to hear you, Sam.
You too.
I just wanted to say I'm a huge SRSOLA fan and promoter, and I love the return of Amy to Kitchen Nightmares. But,
yes.
As far as what clip to go to, I don't know. I mean, they're all good.
Well, you tell me. Here's what I have. I have Denny and me fighting over my intro at the Unmasked. I have Kenny commenting on Sal's mom. And I have Mars admitting that he has herpes.
I mean, we need to hear about Mars because Kenny doesn't know, what he's talking about, and Denny was just inappropriate. He doesn't need to be disrespecting your talent.
You're right.
Like that.
Both Denny and Kenny have no place here, do they, Sal? Absolutely not. Sal, don't be afraid to be offended by what Kenny said to you. Thank you, Brody. And for those of you that don't know what Brody was talking about, he was talking about my podcast that I do on the internet. Let's go to Mars. And this is, I love this clip. I'm glad Brody picked this clip, mainly because it's not humiliating for me, and because Mars's honesty, it's almost childlike, and it entertains me to no end. I think it's great on the radio. I love whenever Mars is in studio. Listen to just how directly he answers these questions. Let's go to the track. That's track, what, 6? Yes.
What happened? A little sparring?
Nah, man. That's how I've been hiding out. I got a little herpes on the fucking lip there.
You got a little swamp?
Fucking embarrassing.
Why? What
Yes, I love Mars. I got a little herpes.
You got a little swamp?
How long you had
swamp
that?
lip?
2 days.
No, I mean in your life.
Years ago, I had it. About 5 years ago, I believe.
It comes on.
Just got it? 5 years ago?
Yeah, the first time that this broke out was about 5 years ago.
Okay. Was it from sucking dick?
I don't know. Oh, I don't think so because I actually.
I don't think so. It's his answer. You rule.
But I apologize for that.
Those come out because of stress. I don't get them as much, thank God.
Oh, you used to get them all the time.
All the fucking time. But one would clear up and then the next one would pop.
Always before an appearance. Or
always. There's a million pictures of me out there with swamp lip.
Really?
Yeah. But I don't really get them as much these days. Less stress, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, trying.
But that virus is in you constantly, and then it's the stress that makes it pop out.
Yeah.
What do you do for it?
Well, there was this cream that you you get, but
creams don't work.
It's I forget
prescribed.
What it was. Yeah, your prescription.
Okay. What's the cream?
Well, you got that one
little Valtrex cream.
Oh. Valtrex is you take in pill form, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's one. And then they got the other one that's over the counter. It's $20. As soon as you feel it, you have to.
I think the whole world's on Valtrex at this point.
What is it? Just get all tingly or something?
Yeah, you feel it, man.
Dude, when it comes on, it's a bummer because it starts with a little tingle, a little itch, and then it just starts growing from that point on.
Yeah.
No.
And then the damn thing pops and it's just all raw nerves. And then you know you're stuck with it for a good week or so.
So I was hiding. I've been hiding because of that. I didn't want you guys to fuck with me.
It's really noticeable.
I know.
It's so funny, though, because Mars says, I didn't want you guys to fuck with it. I was embarrassed by it. But if you listen to the beginning of that clip, they say, what'd you do, get your lip busted? And he, instead of just saying yes, like in that moment, it means that Opie and Anthony believed that his lip could have been busted. He goes, no, just a little herpes. He just admits to it. Well, big Opie and Anthony show to come today. We start the week right. Talking about the Easter weekend of the guys. The guys had a long weekend. Ant had a poker night. Saw that on Twitter. Jim and Opie at the Evander Holyfield and Mike Tyson Champs movie premiere. Opie was on the red carpet, if you were checking his Instagram. Whoa! Return to the red carpet for the big star. And Burt Kreischer in studio for the first time in a long time. All happening today. And the good news is, you're really not going to have to wait for it any longer. And the reason is, because the Opie and Anthony show starts right now.
1994. From the murky banks of terrestrial radio, a new hope begins to rise.
Opie and Anthony are radio shock jocks known for setting up outrageous stunts. People sure are listening.
Two Long Island natives who together would one day change the world as broadcasting's greatest duo. After 20 years, these children of the 80s have arrived.
Their hugely popular radio show is not just in New York anymore.
Opie and Anthony show. The hottest show there is.
Through 55-gallon drums and wiffle ball bats.
You push it in until you're comfortable.
From mayors to mayor.
It was an April Fool's hoax by two radio disc jockeys.
With bottle rockets and bra bombings. And wieners and pigs.
Opie and Anthony got their hands on the photo and tweeted it.
Two men that have taken a box of cocks further than any.
Well, these people will definitely stop. Guaranteed. Lift up the...
They've met friends along the way. Jim Norton.
I have a raging hard-on right now. Can I please put my dick in your donuts?
And through fines, scandals, suspensions, cancellations, and terminations, it's the one show that remains unscathed. Striking fear into the hearts of management everywhere comes a radio show that after 20 years remains above all else real. This is the Opie and Anthony Show.
But enough of this palaver. Let's get the show on the road.
Yeah, good morning, everyone.
Oh, boy.
It's this again. We're live. We took yesterday off, blah, blah, blah.
For a little Easter day.
Yeah.
To recuperate from our Easter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How was everyone's Easter?
Oh, fandango.
Yeah?
Sure.
You did nothing. You did nothing.
No. Easter is pretty much a holiday for people with kids. Yep. Even more so than Christmas, I think. Like Christmas, even if you're a regular old just a guy with no kids, you still participate in the Christmas thing.
It's turning into a mini Christmas.
Well, yeah, right?
No, it really is. When we were growing up, wasn't it just like a few eggs laying around the house and maybe a little Easter basket you had to find on your own?
Yeah.
Now there's toys involved.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. You got to buy some toys as well.
I kind of remember getting some toys as a kid for Easter, but they were...
You do?
But they were so shitty that it was just kind of like, oh, this is definitely not Christmas.
It was toys, but there was chocolate in them or something.
Yeah. The whole chocolate thing had
I want to thank
itself and everything.
I want to thank Dominic Ansel.
Oh.
The Cronut guy.
Jesus.
Roland dropped off some of his homemade peeps.
What?
And they were in a tiny little box, and there were 4 of them.
You can't make your own peeps.
He made his own peeps.
How were they?
Amazing.
Not as good as regular peeps, though, right?
They were amazing.
Really?
Very marshmallowy.
Oh,
and that yellow stuff was just on the top. It was like, this guy, I'm obsessed with him. And I'll tell you why. So I get the box, right? And there's 4 or 5, maybe 6 in there. I'm trying to think now. Maybe 6. He takes an actual egg. He hollows that out, gets it all nice, and then he makes his peeps inside the egg. That seems like the biggest pain in the ass ever.
How do you make a peep inside an egg?
Huh?
Oh, I see.
You see?
Yeah.
You see how everything is handmade and everything takes forever, and he can only make like 1 an hour, maybe.
What is he doing?
So you have to crack the eggshell to eat the peep?
You gotta break the eggshell off. It peels off nicely in the end, but I'm just thinking the effort that it takes to make these things. While, once again, Costco's just, there's the peep.
The peep factory
is just
squishing out a peep every fucking 0.3 seconds.
Right. This guy's like, good news, I was able to make 18 today.
Really put in some OT.
Oh, my God. But in the end, it's delicious. But I don't understand how this guy, makes any money whatsoever.
Don't they smell well from me in the egg? Or no?
Not at all.
Okay.
Because I'm sure he
washed the egg out.
I'm sure he
nicely?
washed it out. I'm sure he has some kind of process where he probably boils it or something when it's hollowed out, and then he puts his marshmallow in there, and then there's like some kind of butterscotch thing in the middle, a little surprise there. And then it looks like an actual little chicken being born.
It does look like a little chickadee from that picture I'm seeing.
But the effort and the time it takes to make these things.
Ludicrous.
Where do you go to see it?
You can go to Dominic Ansel. You could just go to O&A show on
Dominique?
Twitter.
I like to say Dominic, but I guess it is Dominique because he's more French.
Well.
DominiqueAnsel.com?
It's a Tumblr thing. Just go to O&A show on Twitter.
All right, you'll tweet it out because they look amazing.
Yeah.
But once again, the effort it has to take to get one of these made.
Jesus H. Christ.
But some of us were able to have them at my Easter celebration. There were only 6 of them. I mean, I did get them on the arm, but I'm just thinking he can't make too many.
No.
He can't supply a whole party with these things.
Hell no.
So,
good for him.
Very good for him.
Good for him.
Everything I've had from him is absolutely amazing. But the obsession comes with the fact that I just don't know how he makes money. If you're making 21 cronuts a day, and a couple 7 milk shots a day.
Did he have them
cookie milk shots?
Did he have them give them to Roland to give to you, or did he give them to Roland and Roland decided to give them to you?
I don't know why.
Just wondering.
What do you mean? What's the problem there?
Are you wondering why they weren't given out?
Oh, hell, I haven't gotten one thing from Dominic.
I was rather peepless on Easter.
Well, the problem is you live on Long Island, so it's easier to get stuff when you live in Manhattan.
Well, he doesn't ship to,
Let me see.
I live one building
location.
over. I couldn't be any closer. The Opster could have thrown a peep out the window, would have hit me in the foot.
But it becomes a whole thing.
Oh.
I'm meeting some friends. This is Roland. I'm meeting some friends for an early brunch. I could drop off the peeps.
Some friends for dinner.
The peep eggs with your doorman in the AM. I'm heading into the city now. I could drop off the eggs to your doorman.
It's like a drug deal.
I could be there by 8:30. And then he's like, I'm on my way. And then he writes, how were the peeps?
Wow.
And I wrote, excellent. When's Louis C.K. coming in? Right back to business.
So he does it. So you don't really know if that was given to you or if it was given to him and he just gave them to you.
I think he's trying to help Dominic out, so he probably said something like, "Hey, man, I know Open would appreciate some peeps for Easter."
We'll get to the bottom of this.
Yeah, you could ask why you didn't get yours. That's for sure.
Yeah.
But
Rolando's.
But how? Before we move on, how long does it take, you think, to make one of those? It looks like a little chicken being hatched.
I would say 1 hour.
1 hour.
So in a 12-hour day that he probably works there, he made a dozen.
And then like Costco. I keep going to Costco, but let's I don't know. Let's go to Walmart, anywhere.
Target.
They're going to figure out how to mass produce these things, and then somebody else is going to make all the money off.
They'll squish them out.
Invention.
Synthetic egg.
Right. Yes.
That's extruded out of a huge machine. And
right. Yeah, they're going to figure out who cares. In the end, no one cares if it's a real egg.
No.
They'll make the shell edible.
Good inside.
Yeah.
Roland, I caused a little problem here, I think.
Roland.
Why did I get the peeps and no one else?
I know Jimmy, he works out and watches what he eats, and Anthony's in Long Island.
Whoa, hey!
Oh, shit.
Look.
You have kids, so you can eat junk food.
The lava gut is almost gone.
Yeah.
See, you had to squint to see a little something left, right?
Hey, no, I would drop him off if you
But
want
I was
desserts.
wondering if Dominique said, here, give these to Opie, or if he gave them to you, and then you're like, I don't need that. Let me just give them to Ope.
He gave me two boxes of peeps. He goes, are you seeing any of the guys? I said I could drop one off to Opie.
Oh, the guys.
Nice.
So I started dropping one off to Opie.
And I'm the closest guy, considering he lives pretty much in Brooklyn.
Sure.
I'm one
really
building
far
over.
away.
Jimmy's one building over.
But
The Opster could have thrown a peep out the window and hit me in the ear.
I know, but if he has sweets, I'll get it for you next time. Then I started dropping them off to him, and he...
Now, Roland, once again, they were amazing. Everything I've had, I haven't had a bad thing at his place. But how long does it take to make one of those? And those are real eggs.
Yeah, a long time. Well, he has a new one too. It's like a key lime pie, but it's like a bar.
Right.
That one takes a while to make too.
How is it?
It's forever.
Does he understand there's money to be made out there?
Yes. Yeah, you have to. It's like a process. So you have to put the brown sugar in the middle, then you get the lime and squeeze it. But it's delicious.
He squeezes the lime?
Do you know you have to squeeze the lime once it's done? It's like made to order.
Does he understand all the big boys are just waiting around to take advantage of his inventions?
Tell him to watch how it's made.
Yeah.
It's
Right.
amazing what machines can do these days.
Because all that they do is
so good. It's like you get that little stick, you put it in the middle.
thing.
Oh boy!
Explain this. What does it say? Lime me up
it feels
tart.
like a-
Hold on. An interactive key lime juniper tart that comes with a mixture of. It's hard to read here. Made in. What is that?
Malden sea salt.
Malden sea salt and sugar for people to sprinkle into a crease.
Yeah, right
in the center of the tart. Squeeze a fresh lime wedge over to form a type of sauce for the tart. So you have to make it yourself?
Yeah.
Do some add-ons?
Yeah, and
but he almost shaped it like a celery stick, so you could put your thing in the middle of
it's
it.
really good, and he was sold out of them, but he made new ones.
Of course, he sold out of them. One person showed up.
Right.
And the woman was very angry with me because I go, "This is so good." She goes, "Oh, do you have an extra one?" I go, "Yeah, but that's mine for later."
Oh man.
Like this too, you have to put the.
I know, that's my point.
What is that?
That's why I'm obsessed with this guy.
It's pomegranate.
All these things you can see has the personal human touch.
Of course.
But the big boys, they're just waiting for the new dessert. They take it, they throw it in a blender to see what kind of ingredients that are in there, and then they mass produce these things.
Does he make chocolate babka?
No babka.
Cinnamon babka?
The best babka is like on the Upper East Side. I go to
Oh, yeah?
place. Yeah.
Good babka?
Very good. They have chocolate babka.
That's the only babka.
And they have cinnamon babka.
It's just fucking, it's a lower babka.
All right, it's Seinfeld, all right?
It's a lesser babka.
Okay, Seinfeld. Have you ever even had a babka? No?
Never eaten a babka.
All right.
Delicious.
Had marble rye.
Yeah, but,
Can we talk to Dominic and, like, wake him up?
he's baking right now.
I mean, wake him up
No,
to what
he's-
the hell, what's going on in the world. People are taking this stuff and making a lot of money off it. Don't you think?
I don't know.
How many of those peeps did he make?
I think that's like one of the last 2 boxes.
Oh, he's not making them anymore?
No, he sold out. I mean, he put in.
Of course he
had like
sold
50
out.
of them, and the people are just grabbing them.
That's what I'm saying. 50 boxes. He could have made thousands.
And this woman offered me money for my box, but I was like, nah, I'm gonna eat them.
Because know what's going to happen next year around Easter? Because that's the, people don't really eat peeps.
Right.
Although they're trying to get into other holidays.
Yeah, it ain't working.
You have to have a kid to know that.
Christmas peeps, really?
Yeah, they try to make peeps for all the
That's
holidays now.
ridiculous.
But especially for Easter, you're going to see a big company come swooping in.
Oh, yeah.
And it's going to look very similar to Dominic Ansel's peeps.
People are going to think it's some of that gourmet peeps.
Right. They're going to be everywhere next year. And this guy won't capitalize on another one of his desserts.
Yeah, until the next holiday. It'll be like 4th of July, he'll create something.
How will he cap? He's got to make some. There's got to be a way for him to cash in and make some kind of real money.
He needs to find some type of factory situation. He really does.
Just slap his name on it.
Right.
And start that assembly line up pumping.
Exactly.
Like the soup Nazi?
Oh.
What's this?
Somebody made a cheeseburger out of the cronut.
If that's not an insult to your invention.
A cheeseburger. They just cut it and use it like a bun.
Yeah.
Jeez. I don't think the sweetness would go well with that.
No.
That's the ultimate
Maybe it's
insult.
pulled pork, though.
Yeah. So anyway, tell Dominique the peeps were amazing, but I just don't understand
All right.
that because they have to take forever to make.
Yeah.
So
Who else had them? Did they like them?
yeah,
Yeah.
they were great. So, sorry to say. Do you have another box laying around for these guys
I
to
don't
try?
want I actually
I
didn't
give some
want
to my doorman and their people.
Yeah.
I fed my apartment people.
I'm grabbing you some peeps from Dwayne Reed.
No, I like regular peeps.
I never liked peeps.
I've always liked
real
peeps.
like regular store peeps. They're too sweet.
They are sweet, aren't they?
Yeah,
They are
Oh, boy.
good though, man.
The Jimmy Norton of little treats.
That's what I was thinking. People have told me you're very peep-like, Jim. I'm like, what do you mean? They're like, think about it. So delicious.
Someone is going to take Peeps and just shove them into fake plastic eggs. Do you understand what I'm saying, Sam? This guy's got to mass produce. That's what I'm getting at.
There should be.
This thing was so amazing. I know I'm still talking about this, and I apologize. But you just heard Roland. He only made 50 boxes.
Yeah.
Easter's a big holiday.
You shouldn't take pride in selling out if you're not making any money. Like, if you sell out everything and still are like, yeah, I kind of broke even.
Well, 50 boxes. Let's say it's $20 a box. I think that would be even high. Mm-hmm. What's the math on that?
Yeah, what's that? $1,000?
So $1,000.
That's it.
$1,000 for his latest creation
for 800 man hours.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Do you understand what I'm trying to say?
See, because somebody else is just going to come and figure out how to sell them in the mall.
Oh, yeah.
So if he's not doing it, he's just losing money.
He's driving me insane.
Look at the regular Peeps, man. They're identical.
Of course.
And they pump them out with a machine.
It's just ka-chunk, 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 ka-chunk.
We slowed the photography down so you could see how the Peep is actually made.
Right.
Because just the machine's spinning so fast.
It's just blurry.
It's a blur. And then you see it's like, wow, look at it squeezing out a Peep.
They probably made 10,000 Peeps since we just started talking about
Peeps.
Right. Yeah, and Dominic is putting the eyes on one.
On one, he's just, no, it's not quite. I would like to have this one kind of looking up and to the left as the shell opens. Everyone's the same, every Peep.
And now the Peeps people, because they got the trademark, they're like, oh, good idea. Now we'll just put them in eggs.
Specialty item.
Right.
Except they'll put them in like chocolate shells.
Of course.
Right. So after eating Dominique's limited edition, blah, 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 the ones that come out of the factory, people go, oh, these are a little better. You can eat the shell.
You can eat the egg in this one. I don't want to
better.
have garbage. His come in garbage.
This guy wants to talk about the Cronuts. They're being duplicated in a large store where I live. We did that already. They're everywhere.
Certainly know.
Although the cheeseburger, that's an insult to the Cronuts.
Yeah.
Like, Cronuts are so plentiful, we'll just throw a beef patty on them. Who cares?
Right. Whatever. Try anything. Let's deep fry it.
Easy to find.
Like secondary. Dip it in batter and deep fry it and sell it at county fairs in the South.
Oh, God. Amazing. Anyway. Sorry, but my obsession with the Cronut guy continues.
He's amazing.
I love the guy. I really do. He's the nicest guy. You go down there, you should bring a date down there. I'm telling you.
Yeah, huh?
It's a great time. You sit in the
Mars,
back.
what do you say? Me and you?
Let's do it.
Little outdoor sort of area. I'm trying to think if there's a ceiling on his outdoor because it's glass walls. I don't remember now, but it's nice. You sit back there. He brings out some nice desserts that are just as good as the Cronuts.
Oh.
And you see a line, and you see things sell out because he can't make enough.
Thinking. Jesus.
Are you kidding me? I finally went into the T-shirt business. It's my writing on a shirt, and it sounded like crazy. There was
mind-boggling.
There's absolutely no effort in the T-shirt that I put out, and they're selling like crazy,
like hotcakes.
Like hotcakes.
But not Dominique's hotcakes. Those would take hours just to make one.
That would be like me making 7 Check Out the Empties Mon T-shirts.
Because each one had to be hand traced and drawn and
yes,
cut from cloth.
Are you kidding me?
Got to stitch them together.
I took a piece of paper like this. Yep. I took a Sharpie and just wrote, check out the Empties Man. And then I took a picture of that and sent it off to the T-shirt place.
That's all it takes.
I'm like, perfect, print it.
Do it.
It's literally the least amount of effort anyone's ever put into clothing.
Right. And it sells like crazy. But not this guy. Check out the Empties. It's so stupid. We're trying to find, whatever. It's for another day. We can't keep up with the demand.
You gotta have someone make them.
We're gonna try. We gotta find a better way to do it. So, and then people are like, oh, I thought you weren't into limited edition stuff. Isn't your shirt limited edition if you're not making them anymore?
Oh boy.
Anyway, so Easter was good. Did you do anything?
No, not
Just
really.
chilled out.
Just hung out. I had people over Saturday.
I saw
for a big poker game and some hijinks and a few shenanigans. But for the most part, Easter, like I said, that's definitely for people with kids.
Right.
Because as an adult, there's nothing really to get you. You don't get into the Easter spirit. There's no adult giving another adult an egg or chocolatey stuff like that. So it's pretty much a kid thing, yeah.
Holidays come back strong when you have kids and get married.
Yeah.
Yeah, because there was a bunch of years, most of the holidays I didn't celebrate.
Give a shit.
And now it's like, oh, fuck, right? Halloween, what's that?
Yeah.
Aren't we supposed to go to a bar and just get drunk?
Yeah. Well, even Halloween, like, I like it because I usually have a party.
A party, right.
You know, I have a big Halloween party, and that's fun and stuff. So even that one, you could do. There's not really, Easter really falls into that, who gives a fuck?
But Halloween, I had to come out of retirement and hit the streets for the first time.
Right, that's
for the first
true.
time in like 20 years.
You got to kick it old school.
I came out of retirement. Like, what? I got to go from house to house again? I put in my time.
Man.
Anyway.
Till he goes, Dad, I don't want you to come out with us this year. I just go with my friends.
That'll be a sad day.
Oh, man. They get older, huh?
Yeah. Fucking bastards. Do you understand what I did for you? I got a few years before that, thank God. Yeah. And then Jimmy and Sam and myself, we got ourselves into a situation, a good situation. We were like eating dinner with like Tyson and Holyfield's family. Like, I don't know, why were we invited to that?
Dinner.
I like to think we're big shots, but I don't know if we were supposed to be in that room.
Well, the fact
Jimmy.
that Sam was there really brings the big shot factor to a new low. How dare you?
Tyson's publicist is a huge fan of the
Joanne,
show.
yeah.
And her husband is a huge fan of the show, so I want to say hi to him.
That's great.
I don't know his name, though. I know Joanne. I never met him, I don't think.
He's a good dude.
Really good dude, right? So we got invited to the Tribeca Film Festival movie for Champs, which was really good.
Ooh.
It's a movie that takes a look at Tyson Holyfield and Bernard Hopkins.
Yeah.
Who won, by the way? He won a split decision
right?
that night, yeah.
Did he win the fight, though? Is there a controversy?
Oh, I don't know.
Oh, okay. Because I saw people on Twitter saying, it figures split decision, what the fuck? So I don't know what that meant. I don't know if somebody got robbed or not.
Oh, I don't know.
Fucking Farrah Fawcett hair.
Imus
has Farrah Fawcett hair today. Yeah.
I guess
I don't know.
I guess if your prostate is rotting, it just gives you fertilizer for your hair or something.
He's got an amazing, huge head of hair.
He looks like Sebastian Bach today. Doesn't he?
Does have
He's got some major
80s rocker hair.
Major 80s hair.
Yeah.
You never had anything done? You think there's something going on up there?
No, you know what? I've never seen any point in his life where he had anything thinning or anything.
Right.
You know?
Wow.
Looks great.
But the movie was great.
Yeah.
It was great.
Did you get choked up? I got a little choked up at one point.
Which part?
When he was talking about the guy buying him clothes when he was a kid.
Oh, yeah.
Because he got sad. He used to watch some like thug in the neighborhood who bought him clothes. And he had no clothes.
Yeah?
Whenever really tough guys get sad, it makes me a little sad.
Yeah.
You become a sad boy sometimes, and when they cry, I can cry.
He was 9 or 10 at the time.
Yeah.
When that happened.
Aw.
Movie was good, man.
Yeah, I loved it. I loved it. It was by that guy, Burt, who I didn't even realize we'd had him in. I forgot the director we had in for some other project.
You would remember this guy. He was cool. Yeah. But
wow, that's fucking pretty A-list as far as boxing goes.
We got invited to the after party, the dinner. But I wanted a picture. I never met Holyfield. Of
course
you
did.
What was Holyfield? I said, let me try to get him.
Of course you did.
So I was with the Opster and Sam. We walked around. We left the building. And I thought we lost him.
Yeah.
And I was like, I'll just get him at the dinner.
Jimmy always has his eye on the prize. Like everyone else, like you'll get distracted if you're at one of those things. Oh, where's Holyfield? I don't know. But he knows his every move.
Yeah.
His every move.
We happened to see him outside, but I didn't try to run up to him. I was like, we'll give it some, but I'll do it later. I don't want to annoy him. And then we happened to be standing in front of the theater, and I think it was Sam that said, he's right there. Oh. And I thought he was fucking with me. So I turned around, Holyfield was fucking 8 feet away from us, just standing there with a guy, and no one was really bothering him.
Oh. So you figured you would?
Yes. I went over and I got the photo, and he was not happy.
Wow, really?
He took it, but he was just
Seemed like,
God damn it.
Seemed like he really didn't want to be there. It seemed like both guys didn't really want to be there in a way. But they're so sick of fame, I think. They're so recognizable. I don't think that they get off on any of that stuff anymore.
You know where they both seemed relaxed and enjoying themselves? At the dinner. Because it was just people that they kind of knew there.
We probably shouldn't have been invited to.
But Jim also did not confront Evander Holyfield as if he was also in show business.
Oh, no.
There was nothing that was sort of screamed peers.
Yeah.
Well, that's how Jimmy works, though. That's how he gets his stuff done.
What did he touch his arm? Van?
Well, not far off.
Oh, no.
I kind of sauntered up, and they were shooing people away. But I did my, I'm a sick kid, look at me face.
Your normal look.
Exactly, which meant I just walked up.
Right.
And Sam pointed out that I didn't say the words properly.
Oh, no.
I didn't say, "Can I have a picture with you?" That I kind of little boyed it. And I said, "Have a picture. Have a picture." I didn't mean to do that.
No.
He said, "Can I have a picture?
Have a picture.
Can I have a picture? Mister, I just ate some skitties."
And before he could say no, Jim had already turned around and looking straight at the camera. So there's a photo of Jim just smiling and Evander Holyfield with a scowl across his face.
Oh, that's great.
Oh, yeah.
He couldn't have been unhappy.
Yeah.
No, I mean, thank God Sam was there ready.
Well, what did he expect? He's out in public.
Thank God for Sam that Sam was ready with the fucking camera.
That's right.
You fucked that up like E-Rock did on Thursday, was it?
No way.
At one point, Jimmy gave me the camera. I'm like, fuck no. Too much pressure. Here you go, Sam.
Out of this one.
I already ruined a picture.
I want to be that guy.
I ruined his, I think it was his zombie picture because the flash went off and you could see
Big
it in
window glare.
You could see it in the window glare.
Yep.
And he had to point out to me. I'm like, I'm sorry.
Look at Holyfield's face in that photo.
Sorry.
Oh, yeah. He just looks like, take it.
Unhappy with me.
He didn't take a lot of pictures at that point. He didn't take a lot of pictures in general. Yeah. So then, then of course, we had to talk about the Holyfield picture for the next half hour because we had almost an hour to kill between that and
we just walked around
and the private dinner we shouldn't have been invited to.
And we had to deal with Jim's excited post-successful photo op energy.
Oh yeah, I got it.
Well, but it was more than that. Like, he starts, he just gets overly touchy and does this, friendly guy character. Like, he kept for, 30, 40 minutes putting his arms around me and Opie.
He wouldn't stop.
Boys, sometimes you want to take a photo, and all you got to do is ask. Boys, let me tell you something.
Yeah,
Sambo.
I was in my happy. I kept grabbing Sam by the shoulders and shaking him and walking through the experience again.
Oh,
we had quite a good time.
Did you see the part when I went up to him and God.
Sometimes the boys, it was really fun.
That would have been fun for a minute. He did that for 30 to 40
At least 30 to 40 minutes.
Probably 40 minutes.
A lot of laughs, a lot of touching, a lot of shaking the boys' shoulders.
Oh, God.
And nothing,
annoying.
Yeah. Nothing was normal after that. And then he wanted to get coffee, so it wasn't like, let's just go find a coffee place. He's like, boys, I think we found a spot to get some coffee. You want to go in here for some coffee? Let's do it,
I couldn't have been happier.
Yeah,
Fellas, let me get you a beverage.
Over energetic.
Happy.
What Sam doesn't understand is, thank God he got the picture, because that 40 minutes could have been way different.
Yeah, that would have been
fucking piece of shit. Fucking guy.
I can't believe you wouldn't take a fucking picture with me, fucking asshole.
Fuck. Let's go back. Maybe he's still standing around. I gotta get that fucking picture.
Put him in with the big unit and fucking Jeter and
I knew I would.
De Niro.
I knew I would. I never badmouthed De Niro.
I know.
I love De Niro.
Yeah,
the big unit.
Yeah, the big unit was just a little mean at that moment.
Certainly was.
Did I get photo credit in your book for that picture?
I'm pretty sure you did, yeah.
All right.
Or I just wrote it in this story.
Walking away.
Yeah.
I'm going to double check.
I think you did.
The Opster needs credit or he's going to fucking sue.
Damn.
That would be funny if you sued me and I lost everything. And we had to work together and you're like, dude, photo credit. I'm like, no, I understand.
I think that was my retirement after that picture. I used to take the pictures for Jimmy.
Yeah.
We were at the Brooklyn Diner in the big unit. All we see is this head go by the window because the windows are up high. So the average person, you never see their heads. And the big unit, just his head. And Jimmy goes, holy shit.
Head.
Then we chased him down. The story's told in his book. Very, in a very funny way. But then, the big unit said no to Jimmy.
Yeah.
So I got a picture of sort of the back of his head.
That was funny, him walking away.
As Jimmy's kind of on the corner going, unit.
Unit. Andy. I was so happy.
Big you.
I was so happy at the end of the night because Tyson was really nice to it. Like he likes us a lot, and like the show, and he's a really nice dude.
Well, but all of a sudden they go, okay, you're upstairs, and they open this door that's like this door to nowhere that goes up into this weird private area.
Ooh.
It looks just like I can't even. The door looked like it led to a closet, but it led to these stairs and up in this. It's this really nice restaurant. It's this tiny room that was probably not much bigger than this room, and then there were like 60 people in there, and they all knew each other.
Oh.
And it was me, Jimmy, and Sam.
I'm sorry. This is a closed party.
Right. And you couldn't move around at all. And then we're like, where's the bathroom? So they go over there. And we open the door, and there's like just Holyfield and Tyson doing like a photo shoot.
Pairing dicks?
It was like the bathroom area. It was like I don't know, like a...
Imagine open it up and Tyson's blowing Holyfield.
Oh, my God.
Come on in, boys.
It was a sitting...
You'd almost have to.
There was a sitting area that led to, I guess, bathrooms, and there was that old lady, I don't know who she was, but she's a big deal.
Was she?
I think so, yeah. She was taking their pictures and then with Polaroids and stuff and having them sign the Polaroids. She was for some big magazine, I guess.
You could tell that neither one of them was thrilled with it. Like, they were just, I think, tired at that point, but they were both standing there. They both wanted to eat. And it was this back private room where they were doing a photo shoot, and she was just like literally 5 inches from their face with a camera getting close-ups. And they were not thrilled.
My feeling is that they have some kind of understanding for this movie, Champs. Because they didn't really socialize at dinner or any of that stuff, and even during the photo shoot. They were next to each other for the photos, but I didn't see any like small talk going on. So I think there was an understanding, like, look, we got to promote this movie together.
During the Q&A, though, they did a Q&A after at the movie where they all sat on stage, and one of the promoters, like 5 of them on stage, and they talked. And Tyson was really
hilarious. Mike Tyson is a funny guy, man.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Really funny.
And he was very, like, what's the word I'm looking for? He was very loving to Holyfield, very praising of what a sweet guy he is and a forgiving guy. And he really spoke, you could tell that he spoke genuinely about how much he liked him. And, the fact that Holyfield kind of said, forgave him for that whole thing. Yeah. Doesn't hold a grudge, But
they both believe they're the greatest of all time, and they both believe they're better than the other guy, so which makes it a little tough at times, I think.
I'm sure it does.
For them.
So I had to jump in and get a shot with Holyfield and Tyson.
Both of them.
Yeah. You have to take that one.
Above and beyond the single picture you got.
But that was just, we happened to be there, and the 2 of them were standing there taking photos.
That's a great photo to get. And
it certainly is.
I'll be honest, I'm not a photo guy like Jimmy. I mean, I appreciate a good photo from time to time, but I'm not all in like Jimmy. Guess who was on deck for that same photo?
Oh, you got that one too.
Well, there was no on deck though officially.
Uh-oh.
Only Jimmy got that shot.
But you could have.
How?
Because I don't know. I didn't want to be. I just assumed...
You didn't want to be Jimmy?
See, I'm that guy.
I just assumed I would be next.
Right.
But as soon as the picture was taken with Jimmy, Holyfield, and Tyson, boy, did everyone just... Scattered away, and it was impossible to get them back together again.
You got to ask real quick. Here's how I did that, was we were chatting. We said hello to them. We said hello to Mike, and he was talking to us, and he was, I think, happy to see us.
Really happy. He punched me in the gut.
Yeah.
He gets punchy.
He does.
Because I told him how great his book was. I was so glad I was able to finally say that to him. I've been waiting for him to come in here to tell him. And I was telling him about how honest the book was and stuff. And he smiled and gave me an almost shucks and then punched me.
Oh, poof.
Not hard,
yeah,
but
yeah.
You just imagine oh God, if you put 20% behind that punch, I'd be crying.
On the floor.
Right.
Yeah.
So I asked him and Holyfield were standing there doing something. And I'm like, can I get one with both of you guys? And he goes, oh, you haven't met Evander? I'm like, no. And I just jumped in and we took it. And it was like, I asked him to make that happen.
Wow, damn.
And then I went, well, now it's my turn.
Where'd they go?
What?
Yeah, you got to grab them sometimes and go, can I just do one more? Because it takes them 3 seconds and they were already there doing that.
Yeah.
Holyfield didn't care.
But I got my picture with Holyfield because we were basically bumping shoulders in this dinner that we didn't belong.
Yeah, there's a table next to us, and him and Oprah are kind of back to back.
Oh.
And Jimmy's good, though, because I'm like, I don't want to bother him for a photo. And Jimmy's like, come on. And then Jimmy gets things done for his people.
Well, I didn't want you to not have a photo. I mean, it was like
pictures.
You were right there.
But to me, I'm like, look, he's right there. He passed the salt one time. We're good. But no, we got to talk for a little bit and stuff. It was nice. It was a really nice dinner. I just felt like we were imposing a bit.
Cool.
Yeah, when the director did his speech thanking everybody and how everybody in the room was a special person in his life.
A special person in his life that was closely associated with this project.
Oh, boy.
I looked down. I just
I have nothing
down.
to do with anything in this room.
I checked my Twitter at that point.
Yeah. Oh, boy.
I mean, we'll help promote, certainly, because we're boxing fans and we're friends. We're kind of friends with Tyson at this point, but we had nothing to do with the movie. I mean, nothing.
Not a goddamn thing.
No.
And we saw him outside when we.
That was the coolest.
Yeah,
because Tyson finally said, "I'm done with this room," and he left early.
Him and his wife kind of leave separately. I think that's how a lot of tremendously famous people do it. They go outside, then the spouse does. It seems like this way, the whole room doesn't rush over. It's like, goodbye.
Sure, yeah.
And we chatted for a few minutes.
He kind of called us over. We're like, "Hey, Mike, want to just thank you for inviting us, whatever." And then he's like, "Hey," and then we talked for a bit. On the road.
How happy were you, by the way, when Sam? Because Tyson loves his hair. And Mike, one of Mike's assistants, was there and looks at Sam and he sees his hair and he goes, "Are you Jewish?" I was so happy because Sam thinks he has street cred.
Yeah.
And this guy just thought he was a Jewish guy.
Oh, no.
Yeah, but then,
that's bad, but
Mike Tyson liked my Bruno Sammartino t-shirt, so.
Oh, he did?
That was dope.
Yeah, he kind of did.
That's what you wore to this?
Well, I didn't know it was like a dinner and everything. I just got a text.
Holy shit.
I just got a text in the afternoon that said, "Hey, you want to go to this Tyson thing?" And I said, "Yeah, what is it?" But the Opster didn't respond to that one, so I was like, "Yeah, whatever. I'm just going to go."
Wouldn't you err to the side of maybe not a Bruno Sammartino t-shirt?
No, because Tyson loves Bruno Sammartino.
I would think anywhere you were invited to go would qualify more than a Bruno Sammartino t-shirt.
There's not one place where that would be
Not
appropriate.
one place.
I wouldn't wear that to a Bruno Sammartino memorial.
Yes. Wow, that's a slip up for you. Usually, these days, you like being a little more well-dressed, Sam Roberts.
Well, I didn't look, I don't think I looked at a place, so.
You'll probably look slovenly with a t-shirt with a fucking...
T-shirt fits well, there's a nice shirt over it, had my jacket on, and during the dinner, I very subtly buttoned up my shirt.
So as to hide Bruno Sammartino.
Hide Bruno.
Were you a little embarrassed at your lack of dress?
No, because I was like, I didn't know. I didn't even technically get invited to this thing. I just wandered in.
I had my lesbian shirt on. The same shirt I wore where either Bob Kelly or Voss, or probably both of them, had to point out that I looked like a lesbian because of the color I chose. But I thought it was festive for Easter. It's kind of a violetish, almost. No, it's not pink, but it's certainly like a violet.
Perish the thought. It's pink.
Yeah. Oh, there's me on the red carpet coming out of retirement.
Wow.
They go, you want to walk the red carpet? And then I remember the last time I walked the red carpet where none of the cameras went up.
It's like, keep walking.
Right. But safe to say, the flashes went off this time.
I wish
which made me very happy.
I really wish I was there. I would have walked
really
with Sam holding hands. I would love to have held your hand on that fucking carpet.
That would have been a good one.
That would have been funny.
Yeah.
I really didn't want to, and then I said, "Oh, okay. Let's see how this thing is."
Is there a picture of you with your Bruno Sammartino t-shirt?
No.
I mean, I didn't walk the red carpet.
Here you go. There you go.
There's his Bruno.
All
You
right.
can kind of see it.
Yeah.
Oh, you could go to my Instagram, Opie Radio, to see all the Tyson photos from the big night out with Jim Norton and Sam.
Nice.
And Jimmy's growing his hair out for a thing.
Yeah.
People are obsessed with
Oh, I know
their
They
hair
are
right now.
obsessed.
They're very obsessed with Jimmy's hair.
They're obsessed with everything.
Yeah, they kinda are.
Any picture that's posted of us. Oh,
I have
boy.
I have a feeling that a lot of the guys that listen to us want to fuck us.
I know.
Just how they talk. I think they
Amazing.
want to have sex with us.
And they can.
Yeah.
Because they love commenting about everything we're wearing, our hair and stuff.
I think girls were busybodies when it comes to clothes and hair.
I don't think I've ever talked about a guy's look before.
No, okay.
Really strange to me.
Oh, that's a nice picture because it's just kind of, hey, look, we're hanging.
Well, look how tiny the room is.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's me and Holyfield. He's dark.
Yes, he is.
He's got that dark skin.
Look how bright you turn out because the camera's like, I don't know what the fuck to do here.
No, what's great?
It just ruins the fucking sensor. The camera's like, I give up.
Yeah, every photo I take with a black guy, you can see the camera just bails halfway through it. Like they get a great shot of them and they just wash out Casper.
Yes.
Well, because I have an Android, the Samsung, Instagram fucking squares off my pictures horribly.
Oh.
So I have to use this app, which, helps you out so you can get the full picture on Instagram. And then it chooses the border.
You can't pick the color?
Oh.
I just allow it to choose the color for me. I'm not even sure if you can pick the color.
I do all my work in Snapseed.
Snapseed.
Yeah, you could do the color, the contrast, saturation, shadows. You could dull down his darkness and bring up your likeness.
I don't need all that. It's
Pretty
called
good.
Square Droid I use.
Oh.
And look what color it picked for the border. Peach. To go with my complexion.
Isn't that peachy? Yeah,
probably should have went dark brown though. No.
Well,
because it tries to figure out what color is prominent in your photo.
Really?
Yeah. Look,
good luck. Oh yeah, look at that gray.
See,
it's the gray.
I didn't put that border.
background.
They figure what color is prominent, and then they use that as the border.
That's a pretty good picture you take with the camera. That camera is really fucking good.
This fucking Galaxy Note 3. I mean, the video quality and the picture quality is amazing. That's the only reason I have this. That's me explaining how much I like this book. And
What are you and Tyson talking about?
I'm holding my gut because that's right after he punched me.
He punched you.
So I went like this, going, "Oh my god, it's going to hurt a lot." And I went, "Oh, that's right. He only punched me using 2% of his force."
He pulled it. Yeah,
he pulled it.
What is this 78-year-old man in the background doing?
Oh, that's
everyone
Jimmy
is commenting
Norton.
that you're looking at our dicks.
Oh yes. What's Jimmy checking out your cock?
Believe me, if the two of you were there, if I had to, I wasn't looking at any dicks.
Yeah.
But if I was, I would have foregone yours and watched Tyson's
you gotta
dick.
look at Tyson's.
Dude, I do all right. The Opster does all right.
I'm not saying that it's not a giant handful.
I'm now insulted. You don't want to look at my dick.
I'm saying I'm with your dick 20 hours a week. Tyson's dick, I very rarely get to be here. I could just check yours out in the fucking stall next to you, or the urinal.
Well, I want to thank Jimmy because he pushed this. I wasn't going to go, and Jimmy was like, "Come on, man, it'll be fun," and I had a blast.
That was so much fun, man.
I really did. I felt like we probably shouldn't have been at the dinner, but it was still nice.
They invited us. We should have. We
didn't know anyone, Jimmy. We knew Tyson, who we talked to.
Ice-T was there, and his wife.
And Coco were there.
Did you say
what?
Ice Kid?
I was thinking about it just as a goof.
Right.
I walked over to say hi to him.
It wasn't a friendly room, meaning I didn't know enough people to do that.
Was it very black person room?
No, not at all.
No?
Not at all.
No, it looked like a
lot of industry insiders?
Yeah.
All right.
A lot of executives that flew in from L.A. and stuff.
I mean, that's probably why they asked
for the
Sam
premiere
about
of this movie.
His hair and was Jewish.
What happens to this movie now? Does it get distributed?
I don't know. It was so good, though. And
I liked it.
We've seen a lot of boxing documentaries, but I loved the angle they took on this and where these guys come from, their horrible, horrible backgrounds. And it was really, really great. I went to shake. I was such a fucking. I went to say hello to Ice-T. He was very friendly, and he said hello. And as I'm leaving, he goes, "Okay, man." And we went to shake hands, but he reached up, and when he reached up, his hand hit me, and he scratched himself with my Edgar nail. I scratched Ice-T with my nail. I was so embarrassed.
Do you understand? He grows in his nails for Edgar.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. So he could fucking get that nail feeling on your arm.
Yeah, and touch you.
It's terrible.
It's really strange.
But I was really embarrassed about it. I got to trim them.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've humiliated myself in front of a rapper.
Anyway, that was our, what night was that? Saturday.
We said our goodbyes.
Yep.
And that was it.
Pretty nice.
Then I went home and dyed Easter eggs.
Ooh. Old school?
I suck at them, though. I just plop them in.
Old school or new types of things?
That shit hasn't changed in 100 years, man.
Really?
Vinegar and a little dye in a cup. And
the little wire thing that you're supposed to lower
even that
in?
They haven't fucking made better.
Yeah?
And I used to maybe do half and halves. Now I just drop it in.
Dunk it in.
I don't know.
I like a good fucking ruby red color.
Right.
Dye. That's nice right there. Now, though, you got stencils and little wax pencils, so you could...
How do you know all this? You're right.
Yeah, I see.
But that's all the add-ons. But the basic dye stuff hasn't changed. But you're right. They have all those add-ons, little stickers and things you can put on them. Whatever.
Yeah.
It was cool.
Yeah, I just had people over. That's why I couldn't go. So I guess Sam got my spot.
Nice.
No, we all had +1s.
Oh, okay.
I couldn't find a babysitter, so
I have no friends.
Aw.
I took a +2. The Opster and Sammy.
Sammy.
I didn't want to go by myself. I don't know.
Yeah.
I just sat there by myself at dinner.
That would have been kind of weird.
Terrible.
Yeah.
We left before
lonely.
dessert, and this dinner took forever. It was a tiny room.
Food was good, though.
Tiny room. Yeah, the food was excellent.
Yeah, it was.
Anyway, we're babbling now.
Oh, good.
Let's go eat
Old
some
hens.
food.
We love the salad. I thought it was a little too sweet. Fucking old women we are.
Yeah.
Is Burt Kreischer in today?
Yes.
Okay, cool.
Burt's in. Today's Earth Day.
I don't know.
That's stupid, made-up bullshit.
Where we just take our garbage and put it somewhere else and
until
feel good about ourselves.
Till tomorrow. I like the story of the
cleaning up the environment
guy.
is the dumbest thing ever.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
It just makes us feel better about ourselves that we're completely, polluting the planet.
Exactly.
We just move it from here to there.
I think we were taught a lesson while they look for this missing plane that'll never be found. That there's a lot of fucking garbage in the ocean.
Right.
We just dump that shit.
Yeah. Why would we fuck with our water?
Oh boy.
Just water in general,
Yeah.
I don't know if that's smart to be fucking with our water.
I don't know. Oh, there's so much of it.
I know.
And people would be like, fresh water, there isn't that much of it compared to the amount of people on the shut the fuck up.
I used to go whitewater rafting a few times a year, a couple times a year, and out to fly fishing as well here and there. And you just see, like, you're in this pristine
that's the word.
backcountry on a beautiful river or stream or what have you. And you see the mountains and the air smells good. And you see, like, deer on the,
Oh, it's wonderful.
on the banks and stuff.
Yeah.
And then you come across that fucking pipe and reality sets in. Someone thought it was a good idea to just dump waste into our waters. Oh, my God. Just spewing this shit out into the beautiful rivers.
Price of progress. You want your cell phones, don't you? You want your cars.
I guess. Just feel like we could have maybe figured out a better way. I don't know.
Better way around it?
Who knows? Who knows?
We'll figure out a better way when we
Bill Burr has
find something.
Bill Burr has great some good bits on Earth Day and pollution and stuff.
Yeah.
If you could find one of those, that would be great as we move forward today. But first, we're going to eat and do some things.
Yeah.
Is this the same Ice Road trucker guy, or is it a different one?
I haven't looked him up yet.
I think it's a different guy.
I think it is a different
Not the guy we had on.
But
right?
it's pretty much our production piece coming true, which is kind of strange to me.
Yeah, it's a different guy.
Okay.
But it is very similar to what we did with his audio.
So we'll play that production piece when we tell the story after the break, right?
Right.
Okay.
Ooh.
Opie and Anthony will be right back on Sirius XM.
The Stanley Cup playoffs are on Sirius XM.
The Chicago Blackhawks have won the Stanley Cup!
Every glass-rattling hit.
Leveled at the blue line!
Every save.
Miller did it again! He denied Voracek, and the game goes on!
Every turn of the red light.
Crosby shooting, scoring! Oh, slap me, silly Sidney!
Catch every game of the Stanley Cup playoffs on your Sirius and XM radios in the Sirius XM app. Log on to SiriusXM.com/NHL schedule for game times and channel listings.
Okay, traders, pop quiz. Have you ever been stopped out by market spikes? Are you tired of margin calls? Do you get bored trading slow markets? Any of this sounding familiar? Then I've got your answer. Trade Nadex binary options. They've got everything. Protection from market spikes, capped risk, many opportunities even in slow markets. Over 2,400 expirations daily. Trade with confidence every time you place a trade. Learn more about fast and exciting binary options at Nadex.com.
Futures, options, and swaps trading involves risk and may not be appropriate for all investors.
Hi, I'm Chuck Woolery. Here's something surprising about mouthwash. The burn doesn't mean it's working, and neither does the cool sensation. The fact is, if you want real, long-lasting, fresh breath, you need an activated mouthwash. Smart Mouth mouthwash has two solutions you combine right before rinsing, activating the power to eliminate bad breath for a full 12 hours. That means fresh, clean breath all day with just one rinse of Smart Mouth. Rinse at night to prevent morning breath. It works. Get Smart Mouth today in the green and white boxes at stores everywhere.
It's a blowout sale, and it's on now at DaveSmith.com. Dave Smith is driving prices down. Call 800-635-8000 or go online to davesmith.com and check out the great deals on over 2,100 new Dodge, Chryslers, Jeeps, Rams, Chevys, GMCs, Buicks, Cadillacs, and top quality pre-owned vehicles. DaveSmith.com is the world's largest Dodge, Chrysler, Jeep, Ram dealer and the Northwest's largest GM dealer. DaveSmith.com. Get a great deal today.
As you enjoy the great outdoors, remember, spring is mud season, which can be harsh on your vehicle's carpet. All the more reason you need tough WeatherTech floor liners. I'm David McNeil from WeatherTech. WeatherTech floor liners are laser measured to perfectly fit any make and model, providing a wall of protection for your vehicle's carpet. Best of all, WeatherTech floor liners are made in America, so you know you're getting the highest quality. Order your WeatherTech floor liners at WeatherTech.com or call 1-800-CarMats.
We moved to Florida. We were referred to him by our doctor back in New York State. He's very, very professional, but yet he's very personable, and that meant a lot to me.
Now in our 30th year, Florida Cancer Specialist celebrates the millions of patients whose lives have inspired us. Nearly 200 physicians, over 80 locations, including Bradenton, Clearwater, and Orlando. For an office in Florida near you, go to flcancer.com. Florida Cancer Specialist, online at flcancer.com.
We love clicks. Follow the hosts on Twitter at Opie Radio, at Anthony Cumia, and at Jim Norton, and try to stay off Block Island.
Sirius XM and the Foxhole present The Amazing Spider-Man 2 Town Hall.
Spider-Man. Yeah, I know. Costume gives it away, huh, Max?
Jamie Foxx sits down with the cast of The Amazing Spider-Man 2. Andrew Garfield. I'm Spider-Man. Emma Stone. Peter! And director Mark Webb. With an audience of Sirius XM subscribers. The Amazing Spider-Man 2 Town Hall. Friday at 5 p.m. East, 2 p.m. West.
Here on the Foxhole, Sirius XM, Channel 96.
And on the Sirius XM app.
There's an oil boom going on right now, and you're missing out. Own your own oil well at oilboomUSA.com and take advantage of one of the remaining successful tax shelters with up to an 85% write-off in 2014. That's right, 85% this year. Get the facts at oilboomUSA.com. Invest in America and boom. oilboomUSA.com. oilboomUSA.com. Own your own oil well at oilboomUSA.com. Accredited investors only.
Individual results may vary. There's no guarantee that past performance will be indicative of future results. Invest wisely.
I need a data backup solution for my business to replace my current tape backup device.
Do you want to spend a lot of money?
No.
Do you want to store and pay for replicated data?
No.
How about a solution that's difficult to install and use?
No.
Offshore automated phone tree support okay?
No.
Then yes, we can help.
Barracuda Backup. End-to-end protection for physical and virtual servers, including data deduplication to significantly reduce storage requirements, and replicated cloud storage for assured recovery, and live humans to answer your calls. Try Barracuda Backup free. Go to barracuda.com/yes.
The word mother, it's not always used in an endearing way. I'll tell you who is a mother. Steven Singer. I hate Steven Singer. Why? Because moms love him. Whether she married you or gave birth to you, you better honor her on Mother's Day. And that mother, Steven Singer, has the perfect exclusive gifts that'll do just that. Steven's exclusive I Love You Mommy diamond necklace can't be found anywhere else. Only at Steven Singer Jewelers. It's exclusive, beautiful, and starts at just $149. So go online to IHateStevenSinger.com and check out the perfect gift for whatever mother in your life you choose. And that mother, Steven Singer, will give you free shipping and a 90-day full money-back guarantee. It's risk-free shopping. This beautiful diamond and silver I Love You Mommy necklace comes in styles for moms with 1, 2, 3, or 4 kids, and it starts at just $149. So get mom a gift she can't find anywhere else from the biggest mother of them all, Steven Singer. Steven Singer Jewelers. Visit him online at IHateStevenSinger.com.
Hi, I'm Briggs Sorber, one of the original stickmen and CEO of Two Men in a Truck. If you're ready to make a franchise investment that takes you from the passenger to the driver's seat of success, here's your opportunity. The Two Men in a Truck system has grown 66% in 3 years while earning a 96% referral rate. And we have the vision to double our current footprint and market share by 2018. Join an iconic brand, a proven system, a service leader. Visit thebusinessofmoving.com to learn more about opening your own Two Men in a Truck franchise or using our moving services.
Coming this fall,
Daytime TV is back with a bite.
Hell yeah.
Spend your weekday afternoons laughing, loving, and learning with Mike.
I'm not going to say anything about the vagina.
Heavyweight champion of the world, Mike Tyson leaves the ring behind and hosts his own daytime TV show, giving dating advice.
That's how it is. Everybody knows. You stick with your ex even though you break up till you find somebody whose sex is better or just as good.
Sharing personal experiences.
Don Keenan, give me my per diem. I couldn't eat, motherfucker. How much beat you a grown man? I ain't eat, motherfucker. Fuck you, nigga.
And getting a little rowdy with the studio audience.
Fuck you! Fucking do it! Yeah!
Mike lets the audience in on his more reserved, well-read side.
Yes, sir. My diction super carries for your comprehension. I will endeavor to exclaminate more profoundly than this. Yes, ma'am.
But he isn't afraid to let loose now and then, too.
Booga, booga, booga. Booga, booga.
Weekday afternoons this fall. It's Mike.
Woo!
Hosted by Mike Tyson. What do you say, champ?
Opie and Anthony have been creating broadcasting magic for 20 years. Dug from the O&A vaults, this is a 20th anniversary O&A radio gem.
You see Bobo's penis?
I agree.
He's packing.
No.
He's packing some wood? Fuck yeah.
No.
You packing major wood, Bobo? Fuck yes, he is.
No, Jimmy.
Here go the
curtains.
Patrice, you start talking like erotic, and it'll get about his chick, it'll get hard instantly, and then you talk about the Mets, and he'll lose the hard on.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, drop it down. Well, drop it down, Kid.
Yeah. There's women's shirt.
All the way down. Under fancy underpants, too.
See,
no. Does it bother you? That, so you have to watch it. You have to watch the jump. It's like the bottom line is this: Christina and her big tits. You have to get her into a hotel room sooner or later. Yeah. And you know those big luscious tits. You want to just
oh my god,
put them soap on them in the shower. Yeah.
Show up.
The fucking Mets are just terrible, dude. Why are they so awful?
Those are your players this year.
But they can't win a fucking game.
Look, it's already moving.
Why can't they win a game? It's embarrassing.
I have no idea, but is this a new bit that I gotta talk pantsless now?
No, forget pantsless. Why are the Mets losing?
Jesus, will you finally shut up?
Why are the Mets losing, Bobo?
That's what happened. Our better players are hurt.
But there's no reason for the whole franchise to be suffering like that.
Nice. Yeah.
Would you take Christine to a Mets game?
I would. I'd take her, and of course I'd go with her to a Yankee game.
Do you think that she'd want to take you to a motel after?
Oh, man.
Well, yeah, of course.
I bet that she'd slide those little thong panties off, too, if you took her to a motel.
Yeah, but you know what I might do? Get her the next time I'm at the Stress Factory? I might get her one of those, you could take me, I think it says you could take me to the Stress Factory after you finish me off.
Oh, the fucking patient waiting is the funniest part.
I don't know. This
is crying. Patrice is fucking crying. He's leaving the studio.
Patrice was crying.
He's crying.
He had tears coming down his fucking face.
I know. You think would you tit fuck her though if you could?
I would.
Show us on Pat.
There it is.
This is the fucking. I'm telling you, I have to sit home and wonder where this has to rank in the top 5 most unbelievable things. I've never seen anything like this. Fuck!
That is just what the fuck, right?
It's raging.
It's like
I can't laugh no more.
I know, it hurts.
The Opie and Anthony Show is back on Sirius XM.
All right. Well, we lost Nixon 20 years ago today.
Where did I go?
He made it to 81.
81, huh?
He'd be 101. Damn.
Wow.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Got Burt Kreischer coming in today. Oh, Anthony Bourdain's coming back this week? Nice. And Sebastian Bach this week on the Opie and Anthony show.
Ah, what's Sebastian up to?
Plays a new CD or something.
Yeah.
He's a maniac, that guy.
Yeah.
Fucking energy. I've never met anyone with energy like him.
And it was the Everest jump guys.
Yeah, his Sherpas apparently in the avalanche.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't. He wasn't caught in it.
They canceled. I read yesterday they canceled the jump.
The guy that came in to promote the fact that he was jumping off the top of Mount Everest. Well, they had that avalanche and some Sherpas died, and it was part of his team for the Discovery Show thing. So they canceled that. Yeah.
A few Sherpas were injured.
That's got to be some scary shit.
Fuck.
Man.
At 21,000 feet they were. I think that's right. I think there's a camp around there.
Yeah.
And I don't know if they got knocked off the mountain or if they got buried.
Probably knocked right off the mountain. You got to assume, right?
Oh, man.
Who knows?
They're Sherpas. They're the ones that pretty much know the fucking deal.
Right.
And they got fucked.
And Boston had their marathon yesterday.
Oh, yeah. I saw a little bit of the coverage from CNN.
First American?
Yeah, in years.
Since what, I want to say 83-ish? Is that about right? Yeah, 1983.
What? American?
Yeah, kind of looks like Obama a little bit.
Oh, boy. That's racist.
Is it?
No.
No, but it would be well within anyone's means to say it is.
Look, a little bit, no? That looks like Obama.
He really looks
like Obama. Is he a real American? Or is he one of those naturalized Americans?
He's a fake American.
Is he a fake American?
Yeah, because he looks like every other guy that's ever won a marathon.
That's true.
When you maybe I should shut up, because I was about to say when you think American.
Well. Oh, look, is that the last time an American won and they show some fucking white guy?
White guy.
Oh, boy.
With the early 80s beard.
Yeah.
Right.
Is this guy originally from Kenya? American Meb Kalakavagazi. The hell is that about?
Maybe he came when he was young. He might have come here in his baby. Yeah.
I would say it's either Ethiopian or...
Ethiopian.
Yeah, okay.
Ethiopian?
Yeah, those guys do very
born
well
in Ethiopia?
marathons.
Why do Kenyans and Ethiopians... Is it cultural because they run so much where they live to live?
Watch yourself. Watch it.
Because they run... Pete Corielli, I think we talked about it. He did a bit one time about, I think it was an African tribe, and the way they hunt is they fucking chase deer down on foot.
Amazing.
And they run until the deer cannot run anymore. They hunt this thing by running after it.
Hilarious.
Until it gets fucking tired.
Build a gun, you dummies.
But you understand, that's
there's something there.
Yeah.
There's something there.
There's something there. We could talk about that.
Of course.
White guys don't do well with marathons. You had your Bill Rogers back in the day. He was great. And you get a guy here and there, but in general, all the top spots are Ethiopians and Kenyans.
So you're saying it's genetic?
No, because they're only black guys from those places, which has something to do with its environmental. Because
what if this guy was from Ethiopia, but he left when he was a kid? That has nothing to do. He didn't hunt or have to do that. So
I don't know
why
if he
is
did.
he good?
But who knows if he did or not?
When did he become a citizen?
And the current Ethiopians aren't hunting
deer. They're not hunting deer and running them down.
So is it something in their DNA after all these years?
He came here in 87. He's 38.
87, 13, 27, 10.
He was 12.
He was a kid.
12, okay.
12.
So
87. Right.
It's not. What is it?
I don't know.
Is it genetic? And if it is genetic, what else is affected by genetics as far as differences between races go?
That's where you're going with this? I thought you were, being nice.
You know me.
You thought he was being nice? I knew he was just gearing up. Anytime he sounds nice, he's gearing up to hit you with a frying pan.
Give me the top 10 male finishers.
Peter North.
He's a good finisher.
Of this year's marathon and where they're from. I'm telling you. All right. We're getting there.
Oh, boy. Oh, boy.
Oh,
no. Oh, boy. Oh, boy.
Oh, well.
boy.
USA wins it. then Kenya, then
Ukraine, UKR, Vitaly Shifar,
and then Ethiopian.
One.
That's the top 5. So in the top 5, you got 2 Kenyans and Ethiopian.
Well, actually, but you have 4 out of the 5.
And then the guy from the USA was an Ethiopian.
Yeah, so 4 out of the top 5.
That's where he started from. So, and then here's the women: Kenya, Ethiopian, Kenyan.
Yes.
Oh wait, Kenyan, Ethiopian, Kenyan, Ethiopian. So there's something there.
There's something from that part of the world where the legs are probably structured differently.
Here he goes, Jimmy the Greek.
You know, the bigger muscles in the back of the leg. Yes, Jimmy.
No, but talking about evolution,
Jimmy the Norton.
Well, Jimmy the Greek would work as well.
Yes,
for different reasons. Talking about the way people are, it's like saying that Nordics have blonde hair, but you can talk about people's DNA and structure.
Yeah.
And maybe there is something with the length of legs, because there's no reason for that many people from those 2 places to be able to run so well.
I'm agreeing wholeheartedly on this one.
Yeah.
So, Jimmy Norton.
I don't think that's an odd thing to speculate.
No.
When you have out of the top
5 men, top 5 women, the guy won it who's from the USA, but
born in Kenya or Ethiopia.
Ethiopia. So that would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Ethiopians and 1, 2, 3, 4 Kenyans out of the top 10,
and 1 guy from the Ukraine.
I'll agree, but sometimes stats can be right in front of someone's face, and they still can't grasp it.
What happened?
Are you talking about marathons?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Because it's right there. You're saying, there's got to be something there because look at the statistics of the wins. And I'm like, no, it doesn't have to be something there because statistics is probably just a lie.
I think if you get everyone into a good school, there'd be a big change.
Do you think?
I do.
Mm-hmm.
I don't. I think there's some people that are a little rambunctious.
Marathon school, right?
Yeah, where's your marathon school?
Yeah. You think if an American, a regular old American white dude trained with a Kenyan or an Ethiopian
in
the same way that he would be as competitive in the marathon?
No, I don't think that physically he could probably compete.
Okay.
I think there's something to do with elevations, too, because I think a lot of our top runners, they have to move to, like, Colorado, or some of them do go over to Ethiopia.
Yeah.
And Kenya to train a little bit, too.
Well, I don't
There's
think
something about the elevations as well.
Is it higher there or lower?
I don't think they got a big high elevation over there.
I think they go up high.
Yeah? Well, I know some mountains are high, but
I think they go up high to train.
The regular low ones.
I do believe there's something in with elevations, too, as far as being a marathon runner, yes.
I do want to know why Ethiopia and Kenya. It's not like the Sudan is putting out great marathon runners. Although if I find out the Sudan is in one of those places, I'm just a geographical idiot. But it's 2 places. It is just 2 places in the world that are putting out the majority of... What is it about those 2 places?
Because they probably have a program that, trains people for that.
And I think they're used to just being hungry.
Oh, see, now.
And then, you're starving yourself when you run a marathon, literally. Your body starts eating itself because you're not supposed to run more than 20 miles before your body can't handle that anymore. So what your body does, it just starts eating itself.
So then what other starving nations, like India?
Right.
How about that? There should be some Indian...
Yeah, let's say hi to Dave in Jersey. Dave.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Hey, buddy.
So I was calling it's kind of what Jimmy said. It's not, everybody from Africa is a great runner. It's a pretty small area of a place in Kenya, Ethiopia, and Eritrea where they're really good runners, where they're naturally predisposed to it. Kind of like you're talking about the Sherpas on Everest. Those Sherpas, for the past, 5,000 years, have been living on the Himalayan plateau. Those guys, they have more red blood cells. Their lungs, they have a higher... when they breathe, how much air goes in and out, they have higher volume when their heart beats. They're through evolution, or for the last couple thousand years, they're naturally predisposed to being better at particular things.
So all those years of hunting, I'm sorry, buddy. So does that have anything to do with, you think, the hunting or whatever? Like all those years that there's something different about their makeup? Maybe like you said, the amount of red blood cells or the way they breathe in.
If that's the way that they hunted, then you'd think that there would have been some natural selection for people who are better at endurance, could more easily run down a gazelle and, eat it and feed their family. So, you do that for long enough for 10,000, 20,000, 50,000 years, there might be some selection for that. I also think that area of Africa is at an elevation in the country.
Of course it is. I knew that. And
also,
that's why I said elevation, sir.
And also, it's survival too.
Call up in 5 minutes and say I don't know crap.
They're very skinny and they have long legs.
Oh, boy.
Because let's be really honest, there's a lot of shit that will eat you in that part of the world.
That is true.
So part of your survival is being able to run the fuck away very quickly,
and to make sure you don't have any of that fat on your body.
Yes,
that shit is delicious.
Yes,
run.
Yes. That's some delicious shit.
Big eyes to see really well. Like let's Amstray.
Oh, so how did this guy that came over at 12? How did he win?
He was born. He had genetics.
Genetics, okay.
Yeah.
That's what I was saying. It's genetics.
I
it's
believe
not
that.
just.
Trust me.
It's not just that you're born there.
But if your genetics give you that extra, like the guy said with the Sherpas, the extra red blood cells and the oxygen thing. You're 12. You're born there. You're not far enough removed where your genetics are going to change. It's you're just right there.
Yeah.
But it's more about they're predisposed to have a little bit of an advantage. It doesn't mean that you can't be a great marathon runner growing up in New Jersey, or that you can be a crappy marathon runner being from Eritrea.
Yeah, of course. It's never 100%, but
it's every year.
You got to play the odds,
Every year.
Yeah, but also look at sprinters. There's there's good sprinters coming out of Jamaica. It's not even all of the island of Jamaica. It's like one little town,
right?
Where there's really
so
good
weird.
sprinters.
It's so weird how that works out.
Yeah.
Well, sometimes, though, if some place becomes known for that, that's where the people go to train and to, be from that place, so they have an advantage. It doesn't necessarily mean the place does it. It means that it's drawn people that have natural ability.
Well, then the numbers are pumped up because then you get other people going there to train. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, yeah. And that becomes the place. Like if you're, let's say, you go to Kenya just to train, to be, will that help you? I don't know.
I think that there's
it'll help you to a point. I mean, we send a lot of our athletes to, Colorado and stuff to train.
Up in the 5,000 feet.
Up in the high altitudes. So
yeah.
But I don't know to what extent. Let me go on to Jay in Jersey. Jay.
Hey, guys.
Hey,
Jay.
What's up?
Hey, I saw something on ESPN. It said that the majority of Kenyan marathon winners are from the same tribe. It had something to do with, running from tigers and shit. And
tigers? Tigers in Africa?
No, altitude. The altitude.
You said tigers, though.
No, I said, running from tigers and...
In Africa?
Yes, sir.
Is there no tigers in Africa?
No.
Lions.
They get the lions.
How about that, okay? I don't much out of this thing, guys.
All right.
Yeah. Thanks. Yeah, it's probably just lions.
Let's say hi to Brandon in Baltimore. Brandon.
Hey, what's going on, guys? I just recently heard a Radio Lab podcast, and the Kenyans, actually, there's a certain tribe where they do a coming-of-age ceremony, and if you show any pain or if you wince at all, you're, shunned by the tribe, and, a large number of Messiah marathon runners are from that area. So
it makes it sound like there's still all these tribes doing these primitive things.
When you be
the guy's probably staying in a fucking hotel.
When you be the guy that just goes, ow, 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 I'll go live over there now.
Yes, I will.
Hopefully someone will join me eventually. You'll have enough space. Why would you go through one of those rituals like that? Oh,
yeah.
Then again, I dropped.
Well, how about
I dropped marshmarshmallows once. Oops,
from your hiney?
From my hiney. Just so I can have beer with the guys. Great. Great. Can I just have beer with the guys? Why do I have to do that? I don't understand.
Well, this guy was an American, though, and he's just got Kenyan background.
Yeah.
He didn't train over there. I don't know how genetically. Well,
we got a guy here, Berto.
Hey, man.
I know why they're good runners. My wife trains with the sister of the Boston Marathon. Who's the sister of the Boston Marathon?
Her name is, I believe it's, I can't even say the name.
Oh, boy.
But the thing is that they train for economics. The winners get, $1 million. Nobody out there has $1 million. So they see all these runners come back with
all these purses, and that's why they train.
Actual purses? Oh. Why would you spend all your $1 million on purses? That's so silly.
No,
I'm sure Ant has an answer for that.
Well, they come in with all this money.
I get what you're saying. That plays into it too, because now you're like, whoa, this is a way I could get rich.
Yeah.
So then maybe that motivates you enough, and maybe you had some natural skills behind you that didn't even realize, and that was the motivational factor.
Yeah, and they go all over the world and look for the perfect elevation, and there's groups in Mexico up in the mountains training, and they train in that area and hit all the races that have purses. That there's prize money. They don't race just to race. They only race where there's a purse.
Stop saying purse.
All right,
no, right?
Their lips are all pursy.
Physically, though, if you want to be a good marathon runner, obviously you need long, slender legs and body, right?
Right.
And there's just certain physical attributes that are conducive to being a marathon runner. That's it. Well, that's what you got to. A group of people that are normally like Peruvian people, normally a lot shorter legs. You don't see many Peruvian marathon runners.
And you got to eat like twigs and stuff and dirt.
Right. A lot of dirt in your diet.
I mean, the American marathon runners, they're throwing a cheeseburger in once in a while.
Are they ever?
That's just not. Your competition's not doing that.
No. And you got to make sure your hotel gives you the wake-up call, or you have a friend that knows to wake you up on time so you're not late for the marathon. Because that would be tragic.
Do I have to say Seinfeld every time?
What?
If I don't, they get mad at me on Twitter.
I think they do.
He got 3 by you today. One more. Blake in Florida, we're going to wrap up this discussion with you, so make it good.
Go ahead, Blakey.
It's Luke, but I was trying
Luke, Blake.
What's up, Lukester?
Hey, Luke.
Hey, well, I actually
I'm your father, Blake.
What?
In Mammoth Lake, California.
Just keep talking. I have no idea what you're talking about, because we were having a little fun with you, and you ignored that part of the phone call.
Very, very into just telling us what he knows.
Go ahead, Luke.
Go ahead, doll.
Luke.
All right. Yeah, I lived in the same town as Mev out in California. It's a ski resort town. Elevation.
Grow up shooting womp rats?
8,000 feet.
Mm-hmm.
And you see him running around town all the time. And then he takes the gondola up to 11,000 feet after running, I don't know how many miles he runs, and then recovers at 11,000 feet. So, pretty cool. I guess that plays into the whole winning the Boston Marathon thing.
Uh-huh.
No.
I'll be honest. I just assumed either you or Jimmy were going to listen to this.
Usually we have it's kind of a redundancy that we have. If you're not listening, I'll be listening, Jimmy.
Right, sure.
Stuff. I think we had a triple failure there.
No, really?
You were saying how Map, is the guy's name is, was running around town. You'd see him running around all the time. Like, I guess for years that they saw this guy training.
Oh.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you,
Jimmy
Luke.
got it.
It's almost impossible to be a white guy and win the marathon.
Yeah.
The big marathons.
Right.
The Boston Marathon, the New York City Marathon.
The marathon.
If there's a lot of money to be made, it's really tough for white guys to excel at that sport.
So it really is ridiculous for people to go, you can do or be anything you want. Because sometimes you're just not, you're not dealt that hand right from the get-go.
Right.
If you're a dumb white guy with short little legs, you're not fucking winning a marathon.
Several reasons. One is because the Kenyans are used to running with no shoes, and the bottom of their feet are harder.
The guy's 12 fucking years old. He came over to the States. He probably put Nivea on his feet every day.
He wore a lot of Nikes.
Yeah. I love these things that come out from fucking 600 years ago. Well, the tribe he had, they put a bone in their hair, and that no one's doing this. He's 12. He comes over here.
Let's say hi to Steve on Long Island. Steve.
Yes.
Hey, what's up, boys?
Hey.
Hello.
So once in a while, I'm not sure you guys aren't retarded, because I'm pretty sure if LeBron James wanted to do marathon running instead of being a basketball player, he'd probably be the best at it. He's been American for a while.
You think?
You think LeBron James
could
be a good marathon runner? And you're calling us retarded?
And we're retarded.
A guy that bulky and
You're an
heavy?
idiot.
You're crazy.
And that tall. Most marathon runners are not that tall.
They're not 7 foot.
No. Well, LeBron's what, 6...
If there wasn't more money to be made running a marathon than playing basketball.
That must be it. I bet if Michael Jordan played baseball, he would have been one of the best. That's
right. He failed miserably.
Shut up.
We're talking about running.
Although he had a giant strike zone was the problem.
Yeah, sir, you're incorrect. That's a guy like LeBron could not have been. He might have been a decent runner, a fast guy because he's a great athlete.
He's not trained to fucking.
Oh, yes, I was saying. Of course, he's not trained. I'm sure if he trained for it, he probably would have been better. Like Michael Phelps.
No,
I don't think so.
No.
What about
he has the
people
wrong body
that,
type for that particular sport.
Yes.
That's why you don't see midgets in the NBA.
Tall.
Well, they also
wrong body type. What?
Well, midgets can't, I mean, that's a little silly, I think.
I demand you take back your retard statement.
Why is that silly? It's the same point you're
how
making.
How is that silly?
Because, again, like LeBron James or, like Michael Phelps.
LeBron James is a giant and would be a shitty marathon runner.
Right.
So my point isn't silly. That's like saying a midget could be great in the NBA.
So you're saying a tall Kenyan can't be good, but a short Kenyan can be good?
A tall Kenyan to a certain
Not
height.
a 7 foot
not
tall
almost
Kenyan.
7 feet tall.
It's calling around too much real estate with you.
Right. Maybe LeBron James wasn't the best example, but
it was a horrible example.
So, yeah,
remember, you called us retarded, though,
Yes.
to begin this conversation.
Well, if I hurt your feelings, I'm sorry.
Although,
no, you didn't hurt your
not
feelings.
at all.
You just wrecked your credibility.
You're just an idiot.
Because you're not.
Yeah.
You have to. It takes 10 minutes to admit that you're incorrect.
Although Muggsy Bogues was almost a midget in the NBA.
Yeah.
And he did very well. What was he, 5'4"? What?
I bet he would be a good marathon runner also. Thanks, Alps.
Muggsy Bogues a good marathon runner? No.
I'm sure he'd be awesome at it.
Muggsy Bogues actually tried to run the New York City Marathon, and he couldn't finish it, dude. He did, I think, I want to say 15 miles, and he couldn't finish it.
Wow.
I understand that, but it wasn't.
See, I just made that up. I wanted to show you how easy it is just to throw nonsense facts around in these discussions. I have no idea if Muggsy Bogues has run more than 10 feet in his life.
I think Muggsy Bogues was more of a shuffle runner, too. I don't think that style would do well in a marathon. I believe he shuffled along up and down that court.
I just think that if a really great American athlete wants to be a marathon runner as opposed to playing basketball making $100 million or opposed to playing baseball making...
I kind of understand your point a little bit because actually they tackled that point in the movie me and Jimmy just saw over the weekend, and Sam, Champs. Yeah. They said a lot of guys are choosing other sports than becoming boxers. Because the sport is shitty right now, so they're like, you're getting your big, strong guys that would be your new heavyweights to keep that whole thing going. They're going into football and basketball and other sports. So I understand your point slightly.
Yeah.
Well, I'm sorry I called you retarded, boys.
Thank you, sir. Even though you were right.
They're basically saying if boxing could clean up their own sport, then you would see that heavyweight division come back strong again. But people are like, fuck this, I ain't going into that sport. They don't have their act together. So they go into other things now.
Yeah.
I was amazed Holyfield talked about, like, they're like, rich kids don't box. It's a poor kid's sport.
Right.
You kind of get why, because you don't have to. But Holyfield's mother couldn't read, his father couldn't read. Like, he comes from a really bad... Like that's a huge disadvantage to start with, and he's lucky he could fight, man.
Well, Ali had some money growing up, didn't he?
A little bit, but Ali became a fighter because some kid stole his bike, and I mean some people are probably just naturally gifted fighters, and Ali, who was also very smart, he was the smartest fighter. I mean, as opposed to being the best of, he was the smartest. And he he wanted to beat that kid up and get his bicycle back. And so that's why he started training. He had a reason to, he didn't do it because he was getting beat up every day. He just wanted to get his bike back.
Most of the big names, though, started out very poor. Yeah. And then there was a lady that stood up. There was a little Q&A after the movie.
Oh, yeah.
And she stood up talking about her son who was bullied in high school.
And she's a rich lady, though. She has money.
Oh, yeah, I was getting to that point.
Oh, okay.
So her son got bullied, so she got him into boxing. So now he walks the halls and no one fucks with him type of story, which was awesome to hear. And then she's really worried because, he now wants to go into boxing. So she's very rich, as Jimmy said. And because I guess she was saying to the guys, look, you said only poor kids box, but my kid, we have a lot of money and he still wants to be a boxer. So she asked the panel, how do you get him to not want to box?
Oh, boy.
And Tyson, that's why he's hilarious. He goes, know how you get him not to box? You have him box. As you get hit a few times and you realize, fuck, why am I doing this?
If you have to do it, you'll do it. If you don't have to, you'll probably be like, ow.
A few of those punches to the head, and you might just say, you know what, I don't need this.
I'm done with this.
Yeah, kid might be a talented athlete. He might throw pretty well, but then he'll fight some kid that, who has probably been fighting a lot, in the fucking hallway of a project since he was 6.
Right.
Yep.
Some guys are just harder to knock down. They just have those fucking heads and jaws. They can just take a shot. Big-jawed people.
Yes, big-jawed people.
Big-jawed. Even UFC, you see like guys like Liddell, just a big, solid bulldog head.
Scott in Jersey.
Hello. Dudes, what's up?
Hey, Scott. What's up, Scott?
Hey, I didn't realize it was Black History Month.
I don't understand.
All we're talking about is Negroes.
All we're talking.
Well, we were talking about the marathon, which just happened, and the boxing event, which Sam and I just went to. What would you?
And all you hear is us talking about Negroes.
That's all it is.
What would you prefer to talk? What would you prefer to talk about?
I can't
White
do this show
Knight
anymore. I just can't do
Talk
it.
about Jimmy being a pussy in Edison High School.
I didn't go to Edison High School. Stupid.
You didn't drink beers?
And rip bong hits?
Rip bong hits.
So hold on. What? And he goes away.
Yeah,
what a twat.
The show's not for everybody, I guess.
No, but of course he hangs up.
Anyway,
Ain't for everyone.
Not for everybody. Jimmy was saying something there, though. Fuck. The UFC fighters. Joe Rogan had a great podcast. This has got to be, 4 or 5 months ago, and they were talking about the guys that go into UFC, and a lot of those guys had major issues growing up, and that's why they pushed themselves toward that particular sport.
Or abusive brothers and stuff. You were saying that here too.
They had brothers that beat the shit out of them, just horrible abuse at home, and a lot of those guys, their backstory, not all of them, but I would say a majority of the guys in MMA have crazy ass backstories, and that's why they're in MMA. Whether they were bullied at school, bullied at home, or what have you.
There was a great fight recently. The heavyweight championship is going to be Cain Velasquez against a guy named Fabricio Verdum, who's the guy who actually beat Fedor for the first time. He's a giant Brazilian jiu-jitsu black belt. Right. What a fucking great fight they had.
A lot of poor guys are great at basketball because it doesn't take much to get a hoop up and a ball. A lot of very rich guys are professional golfers. I loved golf growing up. We couldn't afford it. We were caddies, so we got to play here and there. But that was a rich man's game, man. And it still is, even though Tiger has changed it a bit over the years. But
the poor sport is polo.
Polo's a very poor sport. Exactly.
Well, hold on, no.
What?
No, I thought.
Imagine you take your raggedy horse.
Your ragged shit. Your ghetto horse.
Your ghetto horse.
Your stick with a horse head on it?
Yeah. Because that's all you can afford. Yeah, you'll do just as well as the rest of the guys.
Yeah. Ghetto. Oh, shit.
Right?
Yeah. Well, obviously, economics has something to do with the sports people choose.
Right.
How well they do. Yeah.
How would animals do in a marathon, you think?
Oh, wow. Let me think, which one?
A sled dog. You know how well a sled dog would do?
Oh, my God, you're right. Like an Iditarod fucking dog.
But they're stupid, because all of a sudden they're not running on the marathon route anymore.
They could be distracted with a hot dog.
But how many times could they be distracted and still be that far ahead of humans, where they could get back on track? And
I bet they could fucking beat them if they stop, take a piss.
Even if they take a left for a mile or two.
And do a little frisbee catching in the fucking common. And then they just fucking get back on and finish up.
Horse would fare well in a marathon.
I think it'd do very well.
If it could focus.
Well,
you need these damn things to focus.
And put their blinders
on the route.
That would be good.
Or the route, depending on what part of the country you're from, I guess.
I think horse and a husky.
That's why I laugh at.
Pretty good.
Humans are we're just ridiculous.
Cheetah.
Michael Phelps swimming against a dolphin. It wouldn't even be close.
Oh, my God.
Michael Phelps would look stupid.
That's true, but good luck for that dolphin fucking catching Michael Phelps in the net and eating him and all his friends. Wait till the Dolphins, let's see when they make a fucking thing called The Cove about Michael Phelps and his friends getting trapped.
Chopped up into pieces.
Exactly, we win.
But I thought they were intelligent.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I'm intelligent enough not to get myself stuck in a net.
In a net?
Yeah.
Chopped up?
Right.
Could at least try to talk your way out of it.
If you're intelligent, wouldn't you? And you're in the ocean, wouldn't you think, okay, I got to look out for nets all day long?
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
All day long. That would be the first thought when you open your little dolphin eyes in the morning.
I'd be like, all I got to do is learn a couple of fucking words in this thing's language, and I'm set.
Exactly.
Then I could just say, no, ow,
right,
family.
Right.
Living.
Right.
Me. And then people go, whoa!
Or learn how to use your eyes better to make us feel sorry for you.
Yeah, yeah.
Is that the guy right outside the marathon?
What happened? Oh, was that him?
There was an old footage they showed. It was just a marathon.
They must have been
Fox
doing
and Friends will have the marathon guy on.
Yeah.
But you're right. Dolphins aren't that smart. Stop with that.
No, they're not.
They get themselves in some predicaments.
Some tricky situations.
That we would just step to the side and avoid.
Wouldn't you not put that mine on your back and swim to the ship that they told you to fucking blow
Exactly.
up? Back in the day?
Exactly.
Or wouldn't you if you were a dolphin and you heard Asian voices, like a Japanese accent? How you know you don't go above?
Leave.
Yeah, they're not good to you.
Leave. I heard this one. I'll let Jim get some credit. I did hear this one before.
Credit?
It goes with what we're saying. Go ahead, Jim.
Hey, what's up, boys?
Hey.
Yeah, I definitely had heard that Jim Brown was definitely the best lacrosse player of all time. But obviously he chose football. There's no, and now I know Anthony's never going to watch lacrosse again, but I know that they said he was the best lacrosse player of all time, but there's no money in that.
I don't know if it was of all time, but he was extremely good at lacrosse as well.
Mm-hmm.
But, yeah.
Sure. And Hope, I know with you playing golf, I remember when you played against Judge Snails in that tournament. You did great.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
But you can take lacrosse and football, and there's a lot of crossover in your athletic ability and your ability to play the game well, I think, in lacrosse and football.
Lacrosse is a great sport.
The same things that make you great in lacrosse, though, you could take the football. You're strong, you're fast.
I see what you're saying, right.
Things,
But
things
Jim
like
Brown
that.
didn't have a chance being a pro golfer.
No,
right. Was more our point, I guess.
Exactly.
Because lacrosse, you could almost make your own.
Of course.
You could almost make your own stick, especially when he was playing back then.
Why don't we watch lacrosse on TV?
I don't know. It's a great sport. It really is.
Mariano Rivera, actually, I don't know if you heard this, he made his own glove.
Out of what?
What?
It was out of a, what the fuck was it made out of? A box or something?
Cardboard.
No. It was the fake grass in the Easter egg basket.
Who called him out and said, if you tell that fucking story again? It was you, right?
Me.
I think it was...
It was Steiner, right?
Yeah, we love him. He was going into his Mariano Rivera glove story.
He made a glove. He took a cardboard and tape and yes.
And you go, if you tell that fucking story.
I couldn't sit through it again.
Because we allowed him to tell the story twice.
Yes.
Because the second time we all heard the story about, when you do a radio show, sometimes you got to go. You can't say we heard that already because there's a lot of people that probably didn't. So you allow the guy to do it again, but not a third time. Fuck that.
No, he was trying for the three-peat.
Right. Let's say hi to Dan in Pennsylvania. Dan.
Dan the man.
Hey, what's up?
Hey, man.
Welcome, Danny.
I wanted to ask Jim, is Monster Rain a rich man or a poor man's game?
That's, you know what? It's a great question. That's a smart man's game. Because you learn how to have fun at a young age when somebody doesn't have Parcheesi or sorry.
Parcheesi. What an awful game Parcheesi was.
All right. Oh, sorry about that. Gordon in South Carolina says, I can't listen to this, but for another reason. Go ahead.
Hey, guys.
Hey.
Yeah, I was actually hoping to follow Scott because the pressure was completely off. But anyway, talking about the marathon runners from Kenya, it's pure Darwinian natural selection. Darwin went to the Galapagos for a reason because it was isolated. If you think about these tribes in Africa, just talking about the Kenyans, these are isolated tribes that, to your point, had to hunt and chase down game to survive. So if you put Anthony's short-legged Peruvian next to the long-legged Kenyan 20,000 years ago, which one of them is going to survive?
Yes.
And by surviving, they're able to reproduce, and those genes move on. That is purely Darwinian natural selection, and that's why living in South Carolina, it pisses me off that they're trying to teach, they're trying to get away from teaching evolution. There's proof of it looking around you every day. You talk about those sled dogs, that's forced evolution. That's human-created evolution.
Ooh.
Basically. It just drives me crazy. Your listeners are just a bunch of miss-a-point jacks.
Kids got to learn about evolution. So what? It's going to be up to us parents to teach evolution?
Yeah, I mean, they're talking.
I didn't pay attention that closely. But this is a real issue. They're taking evolution out of schools left and right.
Are they really?
Yes.
That's the religion thing.
Not only are they taking evolution out of schools, or attempting to, they're trying to teach intelligent design and creation.
Right. Creationism.
Anybody in this day and age, I mean, you might as well tell me the fucking world is flat as much as 6,000 years old. Oh, I know. I mean, look at a map, right?
Yes, the maps are flat.
God, what dopes. They really think that they're teaching above evolution? What idiots.
But they're not teaching, look, if you have to, hold on. If you have to teach both, whatever. But you can't just blow off evolution and say, we're gonna just teach you,
it's
creationism.
A religion thing, yeah. Especially in the South.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm originally from Toronto, so, I have a little bit broader world base, but it just, I mean, why are the Peruvians' legs short? Because they got to walk up those fucking mountains.
Those mountains. You have long legs. It sucks.
It's not why. It's because they only make short pants there, and the Peruvians were always tripping over their pant legs.
I had no idea, Jimmy.
They evolved into a shorter-legged people because of their pants.
Absolutely. The Peruvians all wanted to wear cargo shorts as long pants, and now they can.
I got you.
Because the ones that didn't have pants would die of exposure.
How long are we going to do this? I'm just kidding.
Thank you, Gordon. Good point.
Thank you, sir.
So, the Pope, how old does he think the Earth is?
How old? He'll probably say 6,000 years.
But he has to sit there and say the Earth is 6,000 years old?
I don't know. He knows how old it is. He knows evolution.
I bet he wouldn't say it.
Of course he wouldn't say it, but what would his stance be? His stance has to be it's only 6,000 years old?
I don't think that is a universal belief.
That's why I'm asking, because I don't know.
Like Catholicism.
Right.
I don't think it is. I think it's this thing that these religious scientists have decided that's how we cover this evolution thing. We say that it was 6,000 years ago and dinosaurs and people were trucking around, even though you can't find any evidence through bone fragments or anything where dinosaurs are mixed with human bones in the same levels of sediment and stuff. It's amazing the science that contradicts everything that they say, yet they just don't want to look at it.
There's obviously been documentaries and things done on these Kenyan and Ethiopian runners, and someone just Twittered me, goes, it has to do with the mitochondrial DNA that makes Kenyans have an insane VO2 max and leg strength. So it's all probably the blood, whatever VO2 strength, I don't know what that is, VO2 max?
I would assume it's the oxygen in your blood. Your ability for your blood to hold and transport oxygen
red
to
blood
your
cells and
muscle fiber and organ.
Oxygen, red blood
Perhaps.
cells, stuff like
I'd say that.
Right.
Yeah.
More of the above.
Exactly.
Sam, comment?
Maximal oxygen consumption.
Nice.
See, I don't have very good VO2 max.
No?
No, it seems like my body takes in oxygen and throws it away immediately. No thanks.
We don't need this.
We don't need this.
Goodbye.
Yeah, no, thank you, goodbye. We don't need this. We're gasping for breath in our sleep. Thank you anyway, goodbye, take care.
I don't know, how do veins get oxygenated blood?
On top of the roof.
Oof. Like a weather vane? Is that what you were going for?
Yeah.
Wow.
Was that a bad joke?
Oh, it's worse than a bomb. That's germ warfare.
Oh, was that a clunker?
Wow.
That was a stinker.
Like, if they're made up of cells, of living cells that need to be replenished with oxygen. I would think, like every cell in your body would rot if it didn't get nutrition from the blood. But it's only bringing back the deoxygenated blood that's already been spent. So how do veins get nutrition? I don't know this. Dr. Steve, help me. I need to learn.
Let's say hi.
You should open yours and look at them. And ask them in the tub.
Jimmy wants me to kill myself.
No, I don't. I want you to research.
just a little research. Blake in Wisconsin. Go ahead, Blake.
Hey there, I'm enjoying the Ron and Fez which animals would run faster break.
Yeah, that's kind of a Ron and Fez bit, I got to be honest with you. It's kind of the road they go down every once in a while.
last year, a golden retriever got out, escaped. I don't remember which marathon it went on, but it ran the whole damn thing, and then, like, after the marathon, the next day, it died of a heart attack.
Oh. Yeah, I think it was a day later, because I believe they did all sorts of stories on how cool it was that the golden retriever ran the marathon.
Oh, no.
And then they had to kind of update their stories.
And a tragic side note to the
story. If you can
story.
find that, Sam, I believe that's how it played out.
No, it was probably, I think I know what happened. That dog actually was healthy, but then he saw McGruff, the crime dog, and he realized, well, I could have just done that for a living. Why would...
Whoa. Look at this fucking goddamn mountain lion came out of someone's roof.
Why?
I don't know.
That?
It's crazy. It started attacking some dude.
Why are you living among
mountain lions?
The mountain lions.
Crazy.
Amongst?
Love it.
Amongst the mountain lions. Let's say hi to Mike in D.C. If you got that golden retriever story, let me know. Mikey.
What's going on, boys?
Hey, hi. Mike.
Hello.
I don't know if you guys talked about this already, but the shooting yesterday at the National Zoo.
Oh, yeah. There was shooting and a couple of stabbings.
Where was the National Zoo?
Washington, D.C.
Okay.
It was also National Easter Monday. It was African American Family Day there at the National Zoo. And, there was some trouble, some stabbings and shooting.
What the fuck?
It's
for the umpteenth consecutive year in a row, basically. But I happened to be driving through it right as it happened, and there was about 1 million little nigglets standing.
Oh my God! Look, we can discuss things. We can discuss things race related without resorting to ridiculous name calling, sir.
That is correct. I apologize.
All right, whatever.
Wow.
Anyway, punching out.
Is that the inside? Sorry, is that the inside of the plane?
A wheel well.
That's how big a wheel well is?
Wow.
Yeah. That's what.
He's lying down. Okay.
But we got a kid that made it from where to where?
LAX to Hawaii. 5 hours, 38,000 feet. And he was passed out for most of the flight because no oxygen.
No oxygen. What? Freezing, below freezing.
So how did he survive without the oxygen?
Don't know. It must have been very minimal amount.
That's what they're saying. They say about a quarter of the people that try this actually live. And most of them die because there's no air and it's freezing.
So how did he survive?
I don't know. He passed out.
How are they saying he survived?
And then he said he said he had a heart attack on descent.
Did he?
Yeah, that's what they were saying.
How old is he?
15.
They say when you pass out that you go into like a hibernation state where, your body adapts, the cold doesn't affect you as much, and you slow down your oxygen intake so much.
So he was getting oxygen, but a very, very minimal amount. Huh. You think he was lightheaded when they landed?
Oh, wow. A little woozy.
How did he not fall out when the wheel came down?
I think there's a ledge for you to sit on up there.
Oh, is there?
Yeah.
I would imagine if you're going into a wheel well, you're going to figure out how to make sure you're all right.
Where you're going to be.
All that shit's going on.
Depends on the plane, but there's a lot of shit in there. So there's like the bottom of the plane where you would sit there and the wheel comes up in front of you or next
squish
to you.
you?
It has. It's fucked up some people that have been squished and then they fall out when the plane goes to land and some mangled body hits somebody's roof.
Why didn't he save up miles for a ticket?
Yeah, exactly.
Like the rest of us. What's wrong with this guy?
He was running away.
He had a fight with his folks?
Yeah.
He had a fight with his folks?
His folks. How do you fucking not know that it's going to be 50 below zero and no air?
But he landed and he was walking around the tarmac and they questioned him and that's how they got him.
Crazy ass.
Did he really have a heart attack on descent?
That's what they were saying.
Suck.
Yeah. They were amazed at his condition.
Think they flew him home?
Wait, his condition. What's that song? Condition. Dennis Falcone's yelling down the hall, I'm sure.
The condition I'm in, or
the condition of my condition, the condition,
the condition of the condition I'm in.
Yeah.
Somebody's got it. Someone's got it here. First edition? No.
My condition of my condition.
The condition of the condition I'm in.
I'm going with two conditions.
I don't know.
By the way, most religions acknowledge normal evolutions, only the fundamentalists.
Yeah, these guys are saying you can't shit on all the Catholicism for that.
Okay, that's why we ask these questions.
And I said that. Of course, we're not saying it.
So the Pope could acknowledge openly, that evolution existed.
What was the condition my condition was in?
Yes! But there was 2 conditions in there.
Thank you, Mike.
David Duncan said many religious people also claim that God buried fake dinosaur bones just to test their faith.
He did.
If you believe that one, you're a horse's patoot.
He actually, after he put the dirt back on him, he went tee-hee-hee and tiptoed away.
And now when he tried, there's a giant ladder back to heaven. Fucking idiots.
You're never going to win a debate if that's some of the things they believe.
How? And then the only thing you have to back it up and say, well, it's God.
All sorts of knowledge, and they go, well, he buried them.
He buried it.
Fake ones to test our faith. How do you come back from that in a debate?
And that's sacrilege, saying God buried his bone. Buried the bone, buried his bone.
Don't ask me to help you. You weren't very helpful on my
please
on my weather vane joke. You could have assisted, made it a charmer.
I couldn't. Like bashing my head with a shovel.
Joe in Ohio. Joe.
Hey man, the other night on Cosmos they were actually talking about how they figured out the age of the Earth, quote unquote, in the Bible.
Oh,
found a calendar.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, but it was based off of somebody that was died, and they knew the date that he died, and somebody just went back and counted up the generations of people in the Bible back to Adam and Eve, and that's how they came up with it. They said it's never been mentioned in the Bible how old the Earth is. So,
all right,
it's just a contradiction, and they were really talking about 6,000 years is what quote unquote what Christians believe, and then the actual Earth is 4.5 billion years.
They're off by a lot. They're off, if they said 4.3 billion and science said 4.5 billion, I'd say they're in the ballpark.
Right.
Yeah.
Science says 4.8. They say 6,000. They're fools.
Big difference.
Yeah. All right, sir. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Let's go to Keith in Philly. Keith.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Hey, buddy.
Hey, Bill Nye recently debated one of the creationist scientists.
Yes, we saw
and the guy went with the 6,000-year-old thing, and the next day, someone was interviewing Pat Robertson, who's like extreme as you could get, and even Pat Robertson was like, we got to cut out this bullshit because it's really making us look bad.
Oh, good for him.
Pat Robertson.
Although I hate his guts.
Wow.
Yeah, and I'm going to show you how dumb people are. During the middle of the debate, this woman said to Bill Nye, she goes, how do you explain the sunset if there's no God? And just that question alone, he broke it down and explained, how the earth moves and
under my feet.
It goes back to that thing where you can explain it and people just go, nah, it's God.
But the idea that somebody would use that, how do you explain the sunset if there's no God?
Oh, well.
I've never seen anything prove God less than us getting colder at night.
Yeah. And the natural occurrence of the Earth spinning and the sun going to the other side. It's ridiculous.
You mean God? You mean the one thing that does give us life when it disappears? That's evidence of God, you shitheads.
Yeah, it's like the way people thought. The first people thought. 10,000 years ago. That's how they believed they explained everything.
I would say, how can you deny the existence of God when you're getting blown and a girl is working a small dildo into your asshole and you realize, wow, I can come this way?
There's no other explanation.
To me, that was the Lord at work showing me that I'm on the right track.
She was doing God's work.
Prove to me that I will not always make a duty when that happens.
Oh, that's wonderful.
Thank you, Christ.
Mysterious ways.
Why is Danny losing his mind back there?
Apparently you guys are not broadcasters because broadcasters
we would have known that, of course.
The condition that my condition is in.
We ask.
Who did that song originally?
I don't know.
Who did that song?
It was First Edition.
First Edition.
Well, he has a problem with what we're doing and not knowing something, and he's actually harping on it.
Yeah. Oh.
It's pitching.
Pitching a fit. You don't like that?
Ooh, I hate it.
You should get over it then.
I should get over it, but I can't.
You have to.
pitching a fit. He actually looked at the paper writing that song and said, "Yep, that's the one I'm using."
Yeah, whining and crying and pitching a fit.
Pitching a fit.
Nothing worse than an older gentleman trying to write young person lyrics.
It's got to rhyme with "get over it." So pitching a fit.
Could have said clit.
You could have said so many things.
Yeah.
This song's a piece of shit.
Yeah, a gun in my mouth would fit.
It's a big song for them.
This song sucks and more than just a bit.
It's just like Desperado.
Oh, exactly.
Right?
Big hit.
Nice.
Big hit.
Oh, boy. The guy wants in on the religious debate. We're not debating religion right
let's
now.
hear what this guy has to say.
We're trying to move on. Dave, go ahead. Yeah, we know Black Girl believes the Earth is 6,000 years old.
Yeah.
That makes him stupid. Crazy. Go ahead, Dave.
How you doing? Basically, this is where people go wrong with the whole religion thing. Basically, these hardcore Christians, I mean, it's ridiculous. Like, I'm Catholic, born and bred, but they're basically a series of guidelines where, okay, this is how to live to be a better person. And if you look at any of the religions, they kind of all point to the same thing. But there's no need to dismiss scientific fact because you believe in something that gives you comfort. That's where these guys are going absolutely wrong. And the only debate that they can actually put forth for an argument that makes sense for the defense of God is the fact that the people that don't believe in him can't prove that he doesn't exist.
So you know why I believe in God? Have you ever seen a sparrow flutter around a flower?
Oh,
how do you deny God when a sparrow is fluttering?
Fluttering his beauty.
I'll tell you how you deny God when you walk up with a Zim-Zam paddle and you swat that sparrow onto the sidewalk.
Yeah, I know. It can't be disproven, but it's so ridiculous that you shouldn't have to. I don't know.
Oh, no, I completely agree.
Sure you do.
I mean, I just believe it's a set of rules to help people live better. I mean, if you look at
I get you.
We got it.
But some people don't think of it that way. They think of it very literally.
What would be the other things that were better? Like that you'll be smitten if you do this wrong? or if you deny thy mother and father, that thou shalt be smitten?
Yeah, he will smite.
I mean, I think the best way to do it is just to live the golden rule. You know, treat people the way you want to be treated and call it a day.
Golden rule, like Bill Devane.
Down to.
He lives by the golden rule.
Exactly.
You're safe.
That's I shower by that rule.
Yes.
See, 'cause I get pissed
I was at that party with you, Jimmy.
The golden shower rule. Jimmy.
Okay, boys, I'm punching out.
Thank you, buddy. We're going to take a break.
All right.
And move on to other things.
Sure. Oh, what's that?
What? What happened?
I don't know. I keep looking at this Fox morning show.
Right.
And there's just nothing going on it.
I
keep looking like, oh, maybe that's something that's interesting. No. God.
They're wacky.
They are. They try to be too Zanerific.
They do wacky stuff. We're going to take a break. We'll continue.
Man.
We'll be back with more Opie and Anthony.
Thank you to let me your ears
on Sirius XM.
Sirius XM is your home for every NBA playoff game. Will this year's playoffs bring a third straight championship to Miami?
Behind the head, two-hand jam by LeBron James.
A first ring for Oklahoma City.
Holds up fires, angle right three for the lead. Cha-ching, it's under Moneyball. Can you say KD MVP?
Perhaps a surprise champ. Hear every NBA playoff game on Sirius XM and get closer to the NBA playoffs with Sirius XM NBA Radio, channel 217.
Hey guys, Tommy Z-Man here, your cigar guru at FamousSmoke.com with a delicious new cigar to tell you about called Kismet. Hey, I've been in the cigar industry for some time, and I know a great stick when I smoke one, and I know an even better deal when I see one, and boy, this is it. Now, the word Kismet means fate, and trust me when I say that the all-new Kismet sampler that we have for you is pure premium hand-rolled destiny. This awesome 5-cigar sampler gift box has all 5 sizes, from From a Robusto to the big boy 6x60. And to make it even sweeter, we're tossing in a Kismet cutter and lighter. All for the super low price of $29.95. That's 50% off retail price. This gorgeous stick is made from a blend of 6 Dominican-aged tobaccos and a shiny Corojo wrapper. The flavor and aroma is divine. Tempt fate, and this deal may run out. So click the radio button now at FamousSmoke.com. That's FamousSmoke.com.
Attention! If you have over $10,000 in federal student loans and are having trouble making your monthly payments, get ready for a special free offer. Collegiate Loan Relief wants to give you free information on how to cut your student loan payments, consolidate your loans into one low monthly payment, or even have your student loan completely forgiven. If you're late on your student loan payments, get ready for this money-saving resource. The call is free, the information is free, and there's absolutely no obligation. Collegiate Loan Relief wants to help you reduce your payments and have more money to live on. So discover the secrets to cutting your payments, consolidating them, or having your student loans completely forgiven. All in one free phone call. Call now, 800-281-9981. That's 800-281-9981. What you don't know about the new relief programs could be costing you thousands. See if you qualify to have your loan forgiven. Call now, 800-281-9981. That's 800-281-9981.
Hi, this is Bob Diener, president of GetAroom.com. We've got an amazing spring sale going on all over the country, up to 40% off the rates. Here's how it works. Go to GetAroom.com, enter your destination and your travel dates. You'll see the special sales come up. You'll see the regular rate slashed out, and then you'll see the new rate up to 40% off the rates. New York, Orlando, Vegas, Miami, DC, Chicago, San Francisco, and more. GetAroom.com.
That's me. Buying a car can be stressful, a very stressful experience. Well, TrueCar.com is changing car buying forever. TrueCar.com helps car buyers get rid of the fear that they might overpay. Last month, nearly 45,000 cars were sold by the TrueCar Certified Dealer Network, and TrueCar.com users saved an average of $3,046 off MSRP. When you're ready to buy a car, just follow these 3 easy steps. First, go to TrueCar.com. Find out what other people paid for the car you're looking for. Second, register at TrueCar.com to see upfront pricing information and lock in on your savings. And the third step is very simple. Just print out your TrueCar savings certificate and take it to the TrueCar certified dealer for a better, hassle-free car buying experience. Some features not available in all states. Every day, TrueCar.com users receive negotiation-free guaranteed savings. That's right. Save time, save money, and never overpay. Visit TrueCar.com. Do it today. That's TrueCar.com.
How you feeling now? He's one of the most recognizable names in reggae, a Grammy-winning musician, and a Sirius XM host.
Hey, this is Ziggy Marley, host of Ziggy Marley's Legends of Reggae.
Ziggy Marley has a new album, Fly Rasta.
Fly Rasta!
And we are celebrating with an exclusive concert.
Tomorrow!
Ziggy Marley in concert today, 6 p.m. Eastern, on the Channel 42, and on the Sirius XM app.
Buying a car can be a stressful experience. TrueCar.com is changing car buying forever. It's a simple, fair, and fun way to buy a car. TrueCar.com helps car buyers get rid of their fear that they might overpay. Last month, nearly 45,000 cars were sold by the TrueCar Certified Dealer Network. TrueCar.com users save an average of $3,046 off MSRP. When you're ready to buy a car, just follow these 3 easy steps. First, go to TrueCar.com and find out what other people paid for the car you're looking for. Second, register at TrueCar.com to see upfront pricing information and lock in your savings. The third step is simple. Just print out your TrueCar savings certificate and take it to the TrueCar Certified Dealer for a better, hassle-free car buying experience. Some features not available in all states. Every day, TrueCar.com users receive negotiation-free guaranteed savings. Save time, save money, and never overpay. Visit TrueCar.com today. That's TrueCar.com.
Hi, I'm Dan Mancini. I know you've heard me talk about my grandmother's authentic, all-natural, and delicious meatballs and slow-cooked sauce. But I bet you don't know, besides being all-natural and really delicious, my turkey meatballs are 96% fat-free and only 110 calories per 5-ounce serving. So don't walk, run to your local supermarket and tell them Dan sent you, and take home some of my Mama Mancini's all-natural meatballs.
Mama Mancini's a meatball lover's meatball.
Available at your local supermarkets.
Nowadays, there's an easier way to do most everything online. From shopping to paying bills to listening to music, it's all easily accessible online. If you're a small business owner, the same is true for your payroll. With SurePayroll.com, running payroll is easy and online. Taxes are paid and filed for you automatically, and you can run your payroll anywhere, anytime. Make payroll easy. Call 877-954-SURE or visit SurePayroll.com today. That's SURE Payroll.com.
Your truck takes care of you. And at Napa, we know how to take care of your truck. Each one of our 400,000 parts is built to go the distance. And with some of the best people in the business and the heavy-duty know-how to back each and every one up, we'll get you back on the open road fast. With over 6,000 locations, load up with our quality parts over and over. If that's not heavy-duty, I don't know what is. Napa know-how. Napa know-how. Pull in for a truckload of truck parts.
A public smoking announcement from new Zoom e-cigs.
We are here to spread the word about overcrowded smoking prisons. In airports across the land, smokers are unjustly detained in glass cages filled with eye-watering smoke on display for all to see. We say no more time in the smoky pokey. With Zoom e-cigs, there's no smoke, no smell, just flavor so bold you won't believe it's an e-cig. Together, we can free our flavor.
Flavor beats fire at zoomecigs.com.
Owner-operators, are you concerned about the rising cost of fuel? Do you feel you're carrying most of the financial burden of the added expense? Landstar wants you to know they pass 100% of all collected fuel surcharge onto their owner-operators. That, along with fuel discounts, are just a couple of ways Landstar helps their owner-operators stay profitable. At Landstar, you can operate your business your way and know that help is there when you need it. Get started with Landstar today by visiting lease2landstar.com or call 877-472-0099.
Good communication is key to business, especially when you need to work together with people that aren't in the same office. So what do millions of small business professionals do when it's time to connect with remote clients and colleagues? They use Citrix GoToMeeting, the proven solution for meeting and collaborating online. GoToMeeting lets you share the same screen, so it's easier for everyone to stay on the same page wherever they are. And with built-in HD video conferencing, you just need a webcam to see each other face to face. Present, demo, and meet simply, all on your Mac, PC, tablet, or smartphone. When meetings matter, millions choose GoToMeeting. Now it's your turn to see why. Start hosting your own face-to-face online meetings today with GoToMeeting. Visit GoToMeeting.com, click the Try It Free for 30 days button, and use the promo code OPIE, O-P-I-E. That's GoToMeeting.com with promo code OPIE, O-P-I-E. Ready to work with anyone, anywhere? GoToMeeting. Meeting is believing.
After 20 years of broadcasting excellence, Opie and Anthony have created a show that doesn't allow a moment to be missed. So don't. Catch what you didn't hear or listen to it all over again. The Opie and Anthony Encore, starting at 11 a.m. Eastern Time, 8 a.m. Pacific Time, and all throughout the day. Only here on the Opie and Anthony channel. It's real.
After 20 years of amazing people with their obscene ability to entertain on an unprecedented level, it's about time Opie and Anthony were celebrated. Combing through their 20-year history, this is an Opie and Anthony radio gem.
Razor rollerboard scooter. These damn things are all over Manhattan. It's the hottest product this summer. You probably have seen them by now.
Get the hell out of here with that thing now! Christ!
Or go online.
Wait,
try to catch this little dance. We're going to kick him right.
He's bringing back a memory. If that every neighborhood had the kid.
Dad. Yeah, with Dad raking, he like
The Razor rollerboard scooter.
If you want to drive your dogs to complete insanity, go to Razor.
can't laugh
Knock it off! Get inside! Get inside! If you come down here with that goddamn scooter one more time, I'm calling the cops. Get inside! Get inside! God damn it! He's gonna get my goddamn. God damn, he's gonna give him a goddamn heart attack! Call the cops, Henry! Call the cops! I'm calling the cops, you son of a bitch! Alright, calm down, Chester, calm down. Alright, B, stop it! Stop it! Stop it! Stop it! Sit! Stop it!
The choke collar. They got him by the choke chain. I can't even do it.
Jesus Christ! Knock it off! He's gonna die! Call the goddamn police now! What the hell is going on? The goddamn animal from across the way! His mother don't give two craps because she's never around. He's got that brand new scooter for Christ's sake. Knock it off! Knock it off!
The Opie and Anthony Show is back on Sirius XM.
Yeah, yeah, oh yeah, what condition my condition was in.
I woke up this morning with the sun down.
We're supposed to know this, really, Dennis Falcone? I just remember the one line.
Yeah.
Found my mind in a but then
What is this, first edition?
Oh, this sounds like with every move she makes.
I told my mind on a jagged sky.
Who is this?
I just
First edition.
to see what condition my condition was in.
All right, that's all. We were trying to remember that line.
Yeah.
My condition
That was like Secret Agent Man.
Secret Agent Man.
Yeah.
E-Rock sent a little gift to Scott Shannon from the show.
Oh, yeah?
And Scott Shannon received the gift.
Jimmy?
No.
You look cheeky.
I know I do, but I didn't. You didn't fart? No. And, you know.
Scott Shannon. Yeah.
It was you? I just think it's hilarious that he's got to do that. He's conditioned.
The condition my condition is in.
And E-Rock, you know. What was the gift? Well, Scott Shannon thinks we sent him a gift. I had no idea that we sent him a gift.
I didn't either.
Until E-Rock told us that he sent a gift on behalf of the show.
Yeah.
I know. I can't stop looking at my fat stomach. Jesus. I had a shitty day of eating on Easter. Do you have treats? It's hard, man. It's hard. It's so hard. We did blow off dessert, though, after the Tyson dinner. We didn't stay for dessert. Yeah, when I went to Bob Kelly's to watch Game of Thrones, I didn't blow off those cookies.
Game of Thorns.
Thrones. I always say that. I always say Game of Thorns.
Game of Thorns.
Chip says that to be annoying.
Game of Thorns.
Yeah, Game of Thorns. You want to watch Game of Thorns? Ugh. But I always say that like now.
This is staggering. Was this watch broken? 2 hours and 8 minutes and 37 seconds? Did you have a moped through some of that?
I did the Boston Marathon. This was my third time. I was third, and
he's
was
American.
Fifth place in 2010 after I won New York. But this time, third time was a charm, and I always believed I could run fast. I just never had the opportunity to run beyond a fast course. And yesterday, if I couldn't win it, I want to be in the podium. If I can't be in the podium,
Mariano Rivera a little
best.
bit.
If I run the best that I can to give it to the city, that's all I could ask
Looks like
for. And
Baruch
guess what?
Tetley.
All
Yes,
of the three happened.
him
I
too.
won. I ran a personal best, and I couldn't be happier. And it's to
Sounds a bit
everything
French,
happens in
no?
God's time, because what happened last year,
I don't know.
how devastating it was, and
I
to
guess
be able
he's
to
American.
come an American win it and on the spotlight, and to be able to give a little light
yeah,
to the
that's
city
American.
and the United States and the world. It's just
Congratulations.
amazing.
Very nice.
Matt, when you raised your hands in celebration of victory, it was a victory for freedom. Congratulations.
Ew.
Straight ahead and run down the battle between the
Ew. How fucking embarrassing. It wasn't a victory for freedom.
Was Jimmy? It
Enough with the
was.
word freedom.
I love
We're
that
not-
word.
I love freedom, but enough yapping about it.
When you see a country that has it, please let me know.
Victory.
Freedom, my ass.
That word's kind of
Overused.
It's a joke at this point in this
it
country.
is. It is.
Freedom?
But you don't think that was a victory for freedom?
Look, granted, there's worse places to live. I'll acknowledge that,
Yeah.
but stop at the freedom thing.
Oh, the other one was like yesterday. I saw them interviewing that guy, the winner, and it was Fox News, and the anchor was it Bill Hemmer or something was there, and he goes, there are 38,000 other winners here today, though. He says it right to him. It's like, no, I won.
Of course.
Why wouldn't he say it? And he's like, yes. After the events of last year, I think everybody that ran is the winner. No.
Wrong, Mr. Hemmer.
Yes.
We talked to Mr. Nails, too.
It was a very emotional day for Boston. It was a nice day for Boston, right?
I guess.
But let's not overthink it.
I love how they doubled the amount of cops on the course.
Oh,
It's
yeah,
like,
they did.
You know what's fucked up, though? It's like, look who did this. It was like two of these dopes that fucking did that. It's not like it's a recurring problem. I think they got a little carried away. But, if something did happen and they didn't have twice the amount of cops, then there'd be a problem.
Of course.
But, I mean, really.
People would go, what the fudge?
They always do shit like that, though. They closed the old barn door after the horses got out.
Well, Boston proved they're very strong, though.
Yes, they did. You
Boston
know what?
is strong. Jersey, not so much.
No.
New York wouldn't be as strong.
Wait, Jersey, because the hurricane.
Well, Jersey is
Jersey
what?
gotta be. Well, I saw people from Jersey come together, and they got through that.
Because Jerseyans get through it. What do they
As
do
only
again?
New Jerseyans could.
Is that what is that the line?
But that's what Boston's all about. Boston's a city where adversity comes around. You're going to see these people getting together.
Because that's what Boston does.
That's what Boston
But every
does.
other city, not so much. They would fold. They would fold.
9/11, though, New York, we saw.
Right. Why do we do that to ourselves?
Stupid.
Wasn't Jersey stronger than the storm?
Right.
Uh-huh.
And other cities wouldn't have been stronger than the storm.
Yeah.
They would just sat there fucking, shitting
crying,
themselves and
crying.
crying and never rebuilding anything.
Wouldn't it be great if they actually came out and said something negative, like a bunch of people in Oklahoma died in a tornado? So the tornado came, we hid in the cellars and died, because that's what Oklahomans
That's what we do.
Right.
And the survivors came out and just wept in their own filth.
Look, it's a nice story up in Boston, of course. I love Boston, but I hate when we do that with our cities, and every city does it.
Yeah.
Like they're special, or their state is more special than other states.
I've never seen a city come together like I did this week when insert city name here.
Right, that's all.
Insert state here.
That's all we're saying.
Yeah.
But I'm sure it was a great day in Boston, and some tears were shed. And it was, it was good, but I don't know.
Yeah, they...
Stupid Governor Christie does it the worst. Worse than anyone. Trying to say that, New Jersey is the greatest state and the people, the greatest people. And
it is.
It's just nonsense.
Right.
Let me say hi to John in Jersey. John?
Good morning, boys.
Good
I just
morning.
want to let you know that we here in New Jersey are stronger than the storm.
There it is. See?
Oh, right.
Stronger than the storm.
All right. Let's say hi to Bill in Pennsylvania.
Hello, Bill.
Hey,
what do you call it? I got pulled over by the state police with that choking dog and the razor and stuff. I was laughing so hard, I was tearing up. He almost had me do a sobriety test until he heard it himself. He was laughing.
Could that be this week's nugget, or did we use that as a nugget already, Sam Roberts?
Oh,
the Jim Brewer razor. What was it again? Razor
rollerboard scooter.
Right.
When the dog's going, and just choking. That's fucking hilarious.
Yeah, that can be this week's nugget.
And the cop's looking at me and goes, "Who the hell is this?" I go, "It's Opie Anthony." He goes, "Oh."
Most of those guys like us.
That's hilarious.
Not all, but a lot of them do.
That'll be the nugget on the Opie and Anthony podcast, which comes out every Wednesday. So we'll have that up there tomorrow for everybody.
Oh, God, I couldn't believe it. I was laughing so hard I was crying.
All right, well, make sure you get our podcast tomorrow.
All right.
You slacker.
Slacker. I got 80,000 pounds I'm trying to control.
Oh, E-Rock's with you?
That brings us back to point. E-Rock.
He's chubby. E-Rock is chubby.
He's Rubenesque.
Yeah. Well, E-Rock's representing the show, so I hope you guys appreciate the gift he sent to Sweatshirt that we had no idea about. Had no idea he was doing this.
Yes.
And I hope you approve of the gift he gave to Scott Shannon in our names.
Jeez, this is a lot of pressure on him.
I say good morning, and thanks to the guys over at Sirius XM, Opie and Anthony. They got me a copy of the motion picture, Captain Phillips. It's a long inside joke because one day I was on the air at my former home, and I mentioned I want to get around to seeing that boat movie. I couldn't think of the name of the movie.
Have you seen it yet?
I got it right here in my watch.
You haven't watched it yet.
I haven't watched it.
Oh, it is riveting.
Boat movie.
I couldn't think of Captain Phillips. I said, I got to get around seeing that boat movie.
And saying it.
I guess one of the guys thought it was kind of funny, and I guess it was. And all you heard, they play, "I like to see that boat movie," and that was like people all over the country had no idea who I am. They go like, I got to see that boat movie.
And then the tree fell on your house was on there a lot too.
Thank you, Joe. The tree on my house. Pitching right in there. Thanks, Joe. Team Scott, baby.
Team Scott, baby.
We should send him those drops.
I want to see the boat movie.
Yeah, send him those drops.
What's the other one?
I got a tree on my house.
I got a tree on my house.
It's like a battery car.
It's like a battery car.
He sounds way
Oh, he's great.
more alive.
He's not working with that
weird.
fucking backstabbing traitor.
Right. Love it.
Hey, you just sit there and be quiet. I'm going to do another phone call. Yuck.
Oh, he's the worst.
This is Moby McTuckanuck.
That's a funny name.
Yeah. I dropped my purse
Why do you have a purse?
because I'm carrying moon rocks.
Another successful funny phone scam right there.
Yeah. At 8:05 and 22 seconds, we'll be doing the same bit. I'm reinventing radio. Kill myself. Cock. Cock.
Anyway, we got an ice trucker in trouble.
Ice trucker.
And it's really strange because we did a production piece when the other ice road trucker was in.
Yeah, he was funny, but a little creepy.
And he had that creepy laugh.
Yeah.
So, can we play that production piece before the news story? So we made this after one of the ice road truckers came in.
On the ice roads of Alaska.
Oh, hey, man, thank you so much for picking me up.
Someone is playing a deadly game.
I gotta tell you, man, most people wouldn't have stopped for a stranger.
The good Lord puts different things in one's path every day.
What?
There's always things happening around me ever since I was young. Not good things, you know. Oh, I'm scared. I'm scared of the dark, too, but I go out there.
Prepare for the thrill ride of a lifetime.
40,000 Americans a year die on the highways of America.
The trucker.
I'm the funniest guy I know.
So,
was that him?
That's eerie.
It's not the same guy.
Who did the deep voice in that?
I did.
I think that was probably Mitch.
That's pretty good.
Our production guy.
He's got that fucking...
Yeah, like his delivery there. Yeah. So Ice Road Trucker kidnapped hooker.
Good boy.
Ice Road Trucker, Deadliest Road star Tim Zicker. Tim Zicker, I guess, has defied death on the road, but he might have a hard time steering clear of 3 unbelievable felonies.
Hilarious.
Zicker is being charged with first-degree kidnapping, extortion, and coercion.
He looks bizarre.
All stemming from an incident with a prostitute named Snow White, TMZ reports.
Snow White.
The police report, obtained by TMZ, states Zicker hired the prostitute on December 18th, 2013. She claims that Zicker gave her his debit card and instructed her to withdraw her fee. Wow. But later accused her of taking out an extra $1,000.
Bitch.
The next day, Zicker allegedly arranged a meeting with Snow White to settle their financial dispute. He reportedly attacked her, punching her in the face and threatening to kill her if she failed to return the stolen funds.
When's the crime happen?
Do you really believe that he said, here's my debit card, go get yourself some money?
You give a hooker your debit card and then, just take out what... No, that's ridiculous. Come on.
Probably took it.
Snow White claims that Zicker tied her up using backpack straps, continued to beat her, and poured cold water on her from a mop bucket before locking her in a closet and demanding a phone number for someone who could get him his money.
Brr.
Instead, the crafty hooker gave Zicker a number of a police officer.
That's smart.
That's a good one.
Zicker called the police officer and arranged a meeting, but before leaving to collect his cash, Zicker forced Snow White out of his apartment via a second-story window.
Threw her out the window, huh?
Upon meeting the officer, Zicker apparently admitted to the entire ordeal. Oh, there you go. One of the Ice Road truckers.
Wow.
In deep trouble. He looks scary, man.
So you got to just take the hit on that one, even though it sucks. You know, if you get because of stuff like this.
$1,000 though. For him.
It's a lot of money.
It's probably a lot of fucking money.
Right.
Well, don't give a fucking hooker your debit card.
Exactly. Dope. You think she might have stole it though?
Yeah. I mean, how'd she get his pin though?
Why didn't he say she? Yeah, exactly. Okay. What a dummy. He was probably all fucked out, drunk, just sitting there like, you go. I want my money. Yeah, here. Just take out.
Probably.
It's a terrible impression.
Yeah. It actually sounds exactly like him.
Let's go to Tony in Cleveland. Tony.
Hey, yeah.
Hey, you know, Boston had their little problem last year, and they were Boston strong, and New Jersey gets hit by a storm, they're stronger than the storm. Katrina hits New Orleans, what was their theory? Fuck it.
Pretty much. Pretty much. They just didn't know how to figure that out.
The government didn't come and swoop in to help fast enough.
See, they needed a snappy motto. They would have came back.
They rebuilt quite well. So that's our point.
Thank God for that Mayor Nagin guy.
No, I don't know, Ant. He was not very helpful.
Oh, that's right. He's
well, they got
convicted.
past that.
He got convicted of misappropriations of certain funds.
Ray? Was that Ray?
Extortion,
Ray
embezzlement.
Nagin?
Yeah, Ray Nagin.
It was a little
Ray Nagel.
That was a little roadblock for the city, but they got past all that.
Yeah.
The point is, you know, when horrible shit goes wrong, people. That's what brings people together.
Brings
always.
them together. They were so poor and so black. We remember.
And Detroit, they don't give a fuck either. So you know,
Detroit might be the only city that just is saying fuck it.
Fuck it.
They might be the only one.
You know, Detroit is a city where the. All right, look. I can't even fake it. Everyone just said fuck it. There's no strength here.
What is their motto?
I used to drive to Detroit 5 days a week, and that is some of the scary. I've driven all 48 states, and there's no place scarier than Detroit.
I swear I want a tour of Detroit so badly, but you know, it would have to be with
armed
with the cops and stuff.
Yes.
I could show you some areas in Detroit that you would, without Kenny, I don't think you'd go.
Dude, I have YouTube. When I'm bored, I just watch Detroit videos on YouTube.
Yeah.
With the urban decay and stuff. It's amazing. Absolutely amazing.
You hear about the...
Thanks, Tony.
The shenanigans in Chicago over the weekend?
No, that's more you.
40 people shot.
Really?
40 people shot in Chicago. 5 of them children.
Oh, they need gun laws.
I guess it's the gun law.
They
Oh,
need
that's
gun
right.
laws.
They have them. No, it's and I guess the feds are stepping in some way, shape, or form. They're going to start using some type of federal statutes to try to quell the violence, but that won't work either. Nothing works. It's just conditioning. It's a culture. It's something that needs to be done on a very much deeper level than just the trying to enforce these laws. But yeah, 45 people, I guess was the final number over Easter weekend. 45 people shot, and 5 of them just kids in a park. And it was obviously over, drugs, and these idiots don't even know how to shoot their dumb guns, and they wind up hitting kids.
Where's the media outrage, like the Zimmerman trial?
Could you imagine if there were 40 people shot? Let's take it, not individual shootings. One guy goes into somewhere, shoots 45 people, including 5 children, and it would be outrage.
Because the press does not care about black lives.
Yes.
They only care about white behavior.
Right.
They don't care. That should prove to you, they don't give a shit how many black people get killed. They don't.
They don't even care. But they'll give a shit if white people talk about it.
Yeah.
And make it sound like, a problem. Yeah. I don't know. But that's your...
how many dead?
Chicago report. I don't know. How many died? Did any die?
8.
8 dead. 8 out of 45?
No, 8 plus 44.
Oh, so it's...
8 dead, 44 wounded.
Oh, wow. That's pretty fucking intense.
That's 52 total people shot?
They gotta get their average up. Those fucking numbers are pathetic. Jesus Christ. If I went to the range and fired 45 fucking shots and only got 8 center mass, I'd fucking take my gun away. It's crazy. Well, maybe the feds will be able to go in there and tiptoe around all types of political correctness and still fix the problem. Good luck to you. Good luck there, Chicago. Chicago.
Let's go to Ben in Toronto.
Toronto?
Ben.
Hey, I'm from Toronto, but
I'm in
Buffalo right now.
I don't care why.
Opie, you definitely got to go through Detroit. That's probably the scariest city in the world. Like it's unbelievable. It's almost like being out in the Middle East somewhere. It looks like bombs have gone off.
Have you ever been to the Middle East, sir?
I've seen pictures, like you've seen pictures of Detroit. It's fucking terrible, though.
Right. Yeah, I would love to do that. We were up there once for our virus tour.
Yeah.
But we didn't get to see anything.
No, we stayed in the compound. We didn't venture out.
We're in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah, we were.
Even right downtown, I've been driving by houses that are on fire in these neighborhoods, and ain't nobody coming to put them out. It's just crazy. The city's so broke. The highways are dirty. It's scary.
It's like it isn't even part of the United States anymore.
Well, no, I heard somewhere, now I don't think this is true, it's all hearsay from other truckers who don't know their ass from a hole in the ground, but...
Oh, boy.
Where do they have their friends put their dicks?
They should just grow pot everywhere up there.
You think? That would help.
That would help.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Definitely make some money.
What were you saying, though, sir? You were starting to say something.
You have some friends drive through there?
No. There's people that were saying that they were trying to sell Detroit to Canada, like just give it to Windsor or something.
Oh, there you go. That'd work.
There you go.
According to Michael Moore, you guys would have it whipped into shape in no time. No crime. No nothing.
The only way to turn around Detroit, they need major industry to move in, and that's just not going to happen.
No.
Nobody wants to move in because it's the scariest fucking city in the country.
So how are they going to turn that around? I guess maybe over many, many years.
You got to get rid of all the... Are we on the air?
Yeah.
I'll wait.
It's another one of these cities, though, have been racked by corruption and poor, mismanaged funds and a democratic leadership that just let the place fall apart. It's like, look at the way New York City looked years before Giuliani, when a lot of your democratic mayors were in office. It was terrible. You look at what the Bronx used to look like, all those shitholes.
But the economy was also horrendous, too.
Well, the New
That
York
played into
economy was even worse than the country's economy.
Yeah, but it played into it.
But there was the thing is, it was a bad element, and I'm talking everything: the porn fucking places, the stores and shops in Times Square that just kept a bad element coming in. You know, it took Giuliani to come in and really say no. Get the squeegee guys off. Get fucking real businesses in here. Let's pump money into what's going to make money for the city. And it did.
That was really brilliant on his, you know, by Giuliani to turn Times Square around like that.
Yeah, because now that's like the pinnacle of.
But that's all tourists now.
Yeah,
they flood to Times Square.
Yeah, yeah. Huge.
To hang out with other tourists. I'll say it again. If you come to New York City, there's so many cool places to go. Why would you sit your ass in the middle of Times Square for 2 or 3 days for a long weekend? There's nothing there except other tourists.
Yeah.
And us, because we work a block from Times Square, basically. Huh?
So there's a big TV in Times Square you can watch.
Well, there you go.
For a few days. There you
Go to Soho, go to Little Italy, go to Chinatown, go to Central Park.
They're scared.
Go to Union Square and people watch.
Yeah.
Bryant Park. There's a million places to go, and they all just go to Times Square and walk around.
I've seen other parts of New York and then Jersey. I usually drive into Jersey, the port in Jersey. I pick up cars in the port and bring them back to Canada.
Port. Right.
Yeah,
But for Giuliani to have the vision that he could turn this around, this Times Square.
You have to spend money that's going to make money for a city. It's ridiculous to think you could shovel out a bunch of fucking money on programs and projects that don't pay back more than you put into it. And that's what happened in New York City. And that's the reason all those buildings in the Bronx got knocked the fuck down. They started building other establishments that made money.
But how are they going to do that in Detroit is my point.
Well, that's just it. You have to start from the bottom up. You got to get an administration in there that understands the problem, first of all, and then start fucking working accordingly. I don't know how it's done, but I know that letting it rot away and just trying to keep the bottom from blowing out with funds to things that don't make money, that doesn't do it.
They don't even have city buses, I think, at this point.
It's a disaster.
I think they have city buses, but you're right, it's rotting away.
I think the cops have to take the buses or something.
I don't know.
Cops have to drive buses around.
I'm fascinated by Detroit and what's going on.
It's fantastically depressing.
And someone's got to make a real solid documentary on it.
Yeah.
You get little pieces here and there on YouTube and other shows. Like Anthony Bourdain did a great episode of his show out of Detroit, but it's based on food and
Yeah.
I'm doing a
more
documentary
food
on
than
Detroit.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yes, it's called Detroit, the Wonder Years.
Oh, wow.
It's all about the auto industry. Did you know the auto industry used to be big there?
We didn't know.
All right, sir. Thank you, buddy.
Thanks, man.
Thanks for the phone call. Lindsay Lohan finished her reality show, Sam?
Yes, it was the finale.
I watched one episode and I couldn't be bothered by this
I
dumb
didn't even watch
this
one.
dumb thing.
Should have
Couldn't
miscarriage.
It was one of the all-time worst.
It
as
really
far as
was,
reality shows go.
Because she's lying to everybody, even Oprah, and Oprah's trying to hang in there, and she's trying to believe Lindsay Lohan, but Lindsay Lohan plays everybody around her.
It's boring. It's just a boring show.
Right. So what happened on the season finale?
This is just like Lindsay talking to the camera about how far she's come and how good she is, and some of the things that the reality show did to her.
Oprah paid a lot of money for this, huh? And it was a bust.
It was part of the deal. Like, she got the interview with Lindsay,
right,
and then the reality show and blah blah blah.
But then Lindsay Lohan would just take off without the camera crew for a couple weeks, go to L.A.
Well, she explains in the clip exactly why
that she was so naughty.
She was not able to be filmed for a couple weeks.
She's an incredible liar.
Absolutely.
Well, my humble opinion is still using.
It strikes me as watching it, in my opinion, as addict behavior. Kind of stereotypical addict behavior.
Yeah.
I may have addictions to certain things in life, but I'm not essentially your typical addict. That's not who I am. I'm not that kind of person.
Tara Reid voice.
I know the difference between right and wrong and stupid and idiotic and, what's good and bad. Like, I know that I was raised well by my parents, but...
Warrior.
And I've seen it. But there's certain things that people don't. There's no one around people sometimes. And I see that now.
Shut up! Whining cunt. Enough for her. But then sometimes I'm like, yeah, you made your bed, now fuck everyone in it.
Jesus. Now you got to deal with Michael Lohan.
Fuck him.
It gets back to him, and then he threatened Jimmy last time.
Yeah, he was none too pleased with my criticism.
Well, his fucking actions through her life have just done wonders for her.
I don't think so.
Oh, I don't either.
Let me go to Chicago and talk to Jeff about this situation at hand.
Hey, how's it going there?
Oh, what's up, Jeff?
Dude, Oprah just tears Lindsay a new one. It's sort of when Lindsay, tells the crew, okay, we got to move it back to like 9, and then she moves it back to 11, and then they don't shoot. And then Oprah's brought in and just is like, seriously, cut the bullshit enough. I mean, when you got Oprah saying that, you know there's something seriously wrong with Lindsay.
Where's this Oprah clip that you're talking about? I haven't heard it.
It's on. You can look it up on YouTube. I mean, I think it'll be under Oprah Reid, Lindsay the Riot Act, or Oprah.
Who's that?
But
Oprah Reid.
The point is,
you could actually read someone the Riot Act.
Yes.
Where do you find a copy of the Riot Act?
I co-authored the Riot Act.
Oh.
Yes.
If you need to read some of the Riot Act, where do you get a copy?
Yeah, where do you get the Riot Act?
I don't know.
Because you're always trying to read some on the Riot Act, and I've never found it.
I can't memorize all that. I need to read it.
You ever sing someone the Riot Act? They hate it.
Maybe Quiet Riot has the Riot Act. I don't know.
Oh, thank you for wrecking everything. Oh, fucking boo.
Riot.
More Lindsay Lohan.
Now I'm in a place where I've learned it, and I know little things that I can do, and people that I could surround myself with or not be with. I've blocked so many people on my phone. I went for the shaman. I did a cleanse. These are crazy. Did a really eye-opening experience of ayahuasca. It was really intense, and I saw my whole life in front of me. And I had to let go of past things that I was trying to hold on to that were dark in my life. And physically, I felt it when I had this experience. Like I saw myself die. It was insane. I saw myself being born. And that, I feel different ever since that. Just being okay with, nuts.
I saw myself being conceived. It was a terrible
picture.
From the back.
This bitch is nuts. She's talking about trying to slap her life together by deleting people from her phone and going to a shaman.
That's right.
I was a shaman on EverQuest.
How did it work out for you?
It was pretty good.
Nice.
I would tank sometimes and be able to cast spells. It's pretty good.
I was the shaman in real life.
Yeah?
Cast spells.
You weren't.
Things of that nature.
Things of that nature. She's a fucking idiot.
I like how she says she knows the difference. Like she's like, I know the difference between right and wrong. I know the difference between stupid and idiotic.
Right. Stupid and idiotic. What is the difference between stupid and idiotic?
Let's say hi to Bill Doe. What's up, Bill Doe?
What's going on, guys?
How are you, Bill Doe?
Pretty good, man. I was just wanting to, raise awareness to the fact that if you're delivering in Detroit, you'll notice that all the street signs are taken down in the industrial parts so they can get these truckers lost. And what they'll do is, you'll pull over and try to call somebody, figure out where the hell you are, and they'll come up to your window and, try to rob you. It's happened to me 2 or 3 times, but I just leave my window rolled up and keep moving.
Well, then why are you getting off the highway after the first time?
Use GPS.
No. You have to, pick up in Detroit or deliver, You don't want to. You have to.
Yeah, I think your story is a flat-out lie.
Oh, shit.
Oh, bullshit.
Why? Jimmy said it. Why aren't you using GPS? You don't need road signs.
Oh, I've got GPS, but you don't want to trust them because they'll put you on roads that you need to be on.
You're just lying.
Don't want to trust GPS.
Hey, the truckers know what I'm talking about. But also,
I think GPS is pretty accurate. And if you know this type of thing is happening in Detroit, to break down your lie further, you would have to now depend on the GPS.
You don't believe the story?
Right. No, not at all.
Well,
I asked for directions once to the highway, and the guy said, "Fuck your mama."
Do you believe this guy actually cut off his own dick, or do you think that there's a reason why these guys in the interview weren't answering questions? Because I've seen somebody cut off his dick and throw him off the balcony.
No. I think he really cut his dick off and jumped off the balcony. They couldn't reattach it, by the way.
Right.
Have you not seen Ace Ventura: Pet Detective?
Nope.
That was the whole premise of it.
Nope. Never saw it.
I saw a great episode of Cops.
I saw Short Circuit, though.
Oh, that one sucked, too.
Ace Ventura was such a big thing.
I saw parts of it.
Oh, me!
They had this tractor trailer, and they parked it in a very bad neighborhood, and they left the lock off of the back door.
Whoa.
And they opened it up, and there were boxes of VCRs back in the day.
Right.
Boxes of VCRs stacked in the back wall of the tractor trailer. And then up against the side was what looked to be boxes of other shit,
Right.
but it was actually a wooden hinged wall that cops were behind. And when they'd run up to get the VCRs, the cops would slam this thing shut, and they'd be in there now, stuck with the guy that was trying to steal the VCRs. It was so funny. The surprise they got.
Where's this?
I don't know, but the guys were going, when they opened it up, they were going, VCRs, VCRs. It might have been L.A.
East L.A.
It's pretty good, though.
Were they bombed at the cops?
West LA?
Were they bombed? They were trapped like rats.
With the cops?
Yeah, with the cops, and there was
Not
nowhere
South
they could
LA.
go.
Maybe North L.A.?
I don't know.
I'm going to go with East L.A.
I think probably East L.A., right?
Good.
Although I think all of L.A. is very Mexican these days, right?
Sure. Detropia. I've seen Detropia, Andrew.
Yo, Detropia.
That's one of the fine documentaries on Detroit on YouTube. I've seen it.
Well, yeah, it was out in the theaters.
It's reasonable?
Maybe a year or two ago. Just saying, you guys are talking about it, and it was actually pretty good.
It was very good.
Really selling it.
Showed the demise of the city, that's all.
Fair enough. I was just fucking with you. No worries.
Yeah. All right, eat my ass.
Nick in Ohio. Nick.
Yeah, how you doing, Opie?
Hey.
And guys,
yes.
Opie, you sound very out of touch when you say GPS is reliable.
Fuck! I don't want to be out of touch!
Damn it.
I drive a truck, as you can probably guess, and when you get close to your destination, you can't rely on GPS because it could send you on a road you don't belong, or down, especially in Detroit, underpasses that are 12 feet and you're 6. So you can't, when you get close up, you usually got to call ahead of time.
Sign said clearance at 12-foot line, but the chickens were stacked at 13.9. We shot that tunnel at 110. I remember what that was.
All right.
What song
Well,
was that?
I was wrong. I guess GPS is a little different for truck drivers.
Yeah, for truckers, I mean, you can't just take any road, right?
I have to understand your point today,
Yeah.
sir. And you hung up? You hung up?
Uh-huh.
Here's one more clip from Lindsay Lohan.
When a camera's on, I'm on. And if I know I'm not capable of being on, that's why I would say I couldn't film today.
Not bad.
And no one knows this, and we can finish after this. I had a miscarriage for those 2 weeks that I took off.
Uh-oh.
It's a very long story, but that's why on the show when it says she doesn't...
I don't believe her.
Oh, man.
'Cause everyone's talking about why were you gone for 2 weeks in L.A. and we weren't allowed to film you.
Yeah.
She went into hiding, and it was probably, I'm thinking, because she, is telling everyone she's not using anymore. She was probably using. So
Probably spilt a Bloody Mary and looked down and went, what'd I do? What'd I do?
But then...
Get a doctor.
But then if you say I had a miscarriage, then you get everyone back on your side.
Right.
You get everyone back together. Because you would sound like a complete scumbag to question that.
Yes, now you can't even question it.
And addicts are very smart in that way. What do you think, James?
I think that
get it.
If you have a miscarriage, if it's a girl, if it's a boy, is it a miscarriage?
Oh,
shit. Go down.
I want to come down. She doesn't want to come down. I couldn't move. I was sick. And mentally, that messes with you.
Does it?
And watching this series,
Like,
I just know how I felt at
her
that
womb
moment.
was so polluted.
And I can relate to that girl, which sounds kind of crazy, but I'm like, oh my god, this is really sad. Like, who's helping her? And no one knows what's going on in my head at every second because I'm constantly thinking. My mind does not shut off. Which is the only time it does is when I start doing meditation or I put music on in my headphones, and there was a lot going on in my life.
Yeah, she's troubled. She's lying.
A stewed tomato from a Lohan. he would do that good.
So is she saying she was going to have a baby there?
Yes.
I dropped the baby on the kitchen floor.
She was going to have a baby, Sam.
Yes, she was pregnant.
Do you believe her?
No.
From who?
I don't.
Because if she said she had an abortion during that time, you could probably look that up, kind of.
Yeah,
right?
maybe it was a surgical miscarriage.
So to say miscarriage, that could happen anywhere, so you can't really prove that. She's a liar.
Who knows?
She's just lies. She's still addicted to all sorts of stuff.
Maybe it went into the toilet bowl and she was happy that it happened.
Francine.
I don't think there's anything to truth about.
Francine's miscarriage story is probably one that we should play somewhere.
That's just great.
At some point.
Gosh,
It was a
brutal.
fantastic story.
And it's been a long time.
Yeah.
She's a classic. Rock and roll?
Oh, yeah.
No, I wasn't thinking that. I just rock and rolled less. I rock and roll all night.
She's in my opinion still using. She's not ready to get clean.
The me fucking shit you'd have to deal with her.
Oh, they don't even have any idea who the father would potentially be if the miscarriage story was true.
Yeah. Jimmy Norton? Oh,
no, that's not Jim.
I didn't see the face. He had turned his head around.
That's Lyle.
I didn't want to say nothing.
Lyle Lohan.
Lyle Lohan. Yeah.
My kid.
No, it's not. You're a virgin. I heard it on the podcast.
Now they're saying there's special GPS for trucks. So am I right or wrong at this point?
I don't know. I would guess it would
back to
probably
being
be
right, maybe?
Right or wrong?
I bet there would be something that a trucker could put in there and say, hey, I'm a truck.
Right.
Give me the truck. Give me the truck. Give me the truck.
Right. Exactly. Whatever. Let's say hi to White Resin. Who's White Resin?
Me.
Oh,
me.
That's your name?
What's going on, guys?
Hey, White Resin from Canada.
Yeah, it's me, bud. That's just my Twitter name, White Resin. But
fair enough.
I found a good clip of you guys. Guys fucking running train on you guys, making fun.
There's a show making fun of us?
Yeah, I got
this. On satellite radio, man. Fuck, I had to go through so many of their boring ass podcasts to find the clip.
Oh, right.
It's Humble and Fred show. It's about
Humble and Fred.
What?
Yeah, they're like a 4-time fucking best morning bullshit show.
What? I just thought it was so far off our radar that
who's Humble and Fred?
Never heard of them.
Why are they obsessed about us? We don't even know you.
No, they just use you guys as examples of super unfunny DJs that made it. They reference you guys.
And what? They're jealous that they haven't really made it. Who hears them?
And then they like Jim.
Well, that's that divide and conquer thing. People love doing.
It has worked in the past.
Oh, yeah.
What's the clip though? Do you have it?
I got it. I isolated the little
Canadian phone sucks.
Slow down, sir. You're panicking.
Sorry, man. I'm in the middle of nowhere in a truck, but
everyone's in a truck.
Stop with the truck.
What's this about?
I got the clip.
All right, we got the clip.
You got the clip, guys. I'll just sign out, but I had one more question.
Yeah.
It's for Jimmy.
Go ahead, sir.
Hey, where'd you get that, Jim?
Where'd I get what?
Oh, shit, it's not going to work. All right, peace, guys.
But he said it.
I don't even know what that means.
He said, where you get it, Jim? And then Jimmy didn't right away say it.
How long is this clip?
But then he did
2
say
minutes.
it.
You want to hear Humble and Fred taking shots at... well, the YouTube clip is labeled appropriately. It says Humble and Fred take shots at superstars Opie and Anthony.
Cool.
Cool.
Wow. I don't know how we're going to handle this.
I don't know who Humble and Fred are.
You're about to find out.
How do they sound?
Let's go and me and my buckshot, 'cause I'm a mean old son of a gun.
Guys come into like radio guys that aren't used to that situation. Hey, everybody having a good time. When I hear that, it's like, oh, shut up.
I'm going to that already.
What else? So standard. Hey, having a good time. It's what they imagine it to be like. And that's funny because, we've often talked about the way some people do morning shows. And I always say we talk about that, I'll say Blundell. I say, here's the litmus test. You know, you got a bunch of people in a room and they're laughing, and you know, they have these morning shows where they say these things, everyone's laughing along, and you just know that wasn't a joke, that was just a kind of a jocular moment. Yeah. I always say the test is, if you take that if you took it out of the context of that morning show and put it up on stage, would it get a laugh? I say no. Whereas a lot of stuff that's said by Fred and Eileen, I guarantee you it would be funny.
But that's not. That's not true. It doesn't have to be on stage.
And they just did what they were talking about.
They just started. They just started laughing at Fred and Eileen. That it would get a laugh on stage?
You fucking idiots. You just did exactly what you're trashing.
And also, what works on stage and what works in a room, it's completely different dynamics, because there's little inside jokes and just things that work in a room.
It would be like saying that anybody that was making people laugh at a party could then go up on stage and use that material and make people laugh.
They're totally different things.
His rule of thumb should be up his ass. See? Laugh. Go ahead.
But then
it's on stage.
But then they're laughing at something that wasn't even close to being funny.
I know.
Fred and Eileen.
All right, keep going.
I guarantee you it would be funny when you repeated it later on that day. It just is. Yeah. And that was always the bonus. Pardon? That's a bonus, because you know there's a lot of successful radio stations that aren't. You can't take that material to the stage, and that's my point. Oftentimes I'll hear people on these shows, and everyone's laughing uproariously, and I'm thinking, okay, take that sentence. Put a premise and a punchline. It's not getting that laugh. Yeah. And I think what's happened over time is radio listeners have evolved, and they know that now. Yeah. Before it used to be a sense of fun. Remember that boss we had? We were in New York listening to Opie and Anthony. Our boss said this famous line. Fred and I are going, well, these guys aren't funny. Yeah. Well, it's not about being funny. It's about being fun. Well, no, we're funny. But they're not funny. Yeah. And I'm just going to tell you, they're just, it was just not really funny humor. They got guys in their show that are funny. Jim Norton and those guys are funny. Yeah, Jim Norton's great. Yeah. Well, that's all the time we
guys have opinions. What's who's to say?
I hear nothing but jealousy there. Whatever. How does it end?
That's kind of it. It fades out, and there's a photo.
They're wrong about the way humor translates to the stage, though. It's just not the way it works. There's been a million things we laughed at in here, which were punch you in the stomach funny that you cannot bring to the stage. You can't Shining references that rely on something we did. Yeah. Like for instance, somebody says something, oh God, what a whale, and then Ant goes, oh, E-Rock. That's funny because of the context of the show.
I remember when Pryor did that.
Exactly. You know, you could
huge laughs.
You could never bring that to a stage because there's no context of a callback from 8 years ago or 5 years. It doesn't work that way. It's a different medium.
And they say they're funny, Sam. So why don't you just
we should.
Why don't you listen to a random show of theirs and let's see how funny Humble and Fred are.
Maybe we'll find some of the funniest moments for tomorrow.
And they're whole.
They're not even trying to do radio different. They hired the stupid hole because someone told you to hire the stupid hole. So shut your fucking mouths. You're doing exactly what your PD is telling you what to do. Because no guy wants to work with a fucking hole on the radio, period. But you have no choice because you don't have any fucking balls to say, look, I don't want the hole.
Uh-oh. What happened?
What?
I mean, I just don't know if we want to mess with this show.
Why?
Only because they have some really odd fans.
Yeah?
What do you mean by odd fans?
Well, I just mean I'm looking at...
let's go to their Facebook page.
That's what I'm looking at. I'm looking at some of the things that their fans post on Facebook.
Yeah.
And it's like... First of all,
these
are the guys.
Are they lovers?
They're very
Would you
close.
ever lean up against me in a publicity shot?
Well, if I was holding my dick like that guy is,
I'll be honest, I would.
Yeah, let's...
I didn't ask.
Oh, no.
Scott Shannon with huge breast implants.
Wow. It says aborted Hitler cock?
Hitler cock. But no, the progeria kid.
Your show gave me progeria.
They find progeria funny, I guess.
Why are there fans saying... This fucking show has AIDS?
Oh, man.
That's just mean.
That is mean.
These are all older.
Yeah, see? Their fans get ornery this morning.
I wonder what's going on, because a lot of the people are just posting, get ready for a beating.
Oh. I don't understand it.
I guess
That's not funny.
Why would their own fans threaten them?
That's not funny at all.
I don't like
Not funny.
Not funny.
Not funny. Remember that guy?
Funny.
Not funny.
I remember him.
Whatever happened to him? I forgot his name even. Not funny.
Patrice and Aunt Jemima.
Just like Aunt Jemima.
With a face on it.
Why did AJ Poopy Shits post the picture of me and Ozzy in our newspaper?
Aw.
My first bit of press.
I don't know. I didn't even know
That is
AJ
so
had
weird.
Facebook.
Isn't that
You
weird?
and Ozzy are on the same page like that.
My first time ever.
Have you told him?
I showed it to him.
You did?
Yeah, he needed to go to sleep.
You don't think it's an interesting story?
Oh, God, no.
But Ozzy, I kept playing the asteroids. Thank you, Jim. Thank you, Jim.
Oh, one of the, I'm just reading some of their own updates on their Facebook page. They are funny.
Yeah.
It says, today on the Humble and Fred show, the rain can't dampen our spirits on this Panel of Women Day.
Panel of Women Day.
And it's a rainy day, but their spirits are still high.
Oh,
What's the panel?
God.
Would it be funny though if they had a great name for it? It's called Cunt Thursdays. That would get a laugh on stage.
I wish.
Would this get a laugh on stage, Jim? You're the comedian. If it were Easter and you wrote, after an extra-long, chocolate-fueled Easter weekend, the Humble and Fred show returns live tomorrow morning.
Yes, it would. Especially, but only if I was talking about ovulating. Yeah. Extra long.
Are you kidding me?
Extra.
If this is the kind of show they are with the Panel of Women thing, and
an extra.
Of course they're not going to. This show's not for you. It's for real men that laugh at tit jokes and asses.
That's right. If there's
dicks.
a face and a fart and you don't laugh, there's something wrong with you.
I don't know.
All right, let's move on from Humble and Fred. They're too much for us. Let's say hi to David in Los Angeles.
You've been humiliated.
Yes, I have. David, what's
David.
up?
Hey, Opie. Lohan said she's not a typical drug addict, but she said she took ayahuasca, which is probably the most powerful psychedelic there is. So she took a drug to get over her drug habits.
Well, the shaman gave it to her.
Well, you're allowed to take some of those drugs when you see a shaman.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
I guess. I don't know. She's just a liar.
Pants on
I think she
fire.
just continues to lie. Thank you, David. Do you have the Oprah clip?
I do not have the Oprah clip.
All right, it doesn't matter, I guess. We should take a break.
Oprah.
Burt is here.
Burt is here.
Right.
Wait, why are there pictures
Burt
of me
Kreischer.
with all my Kiss
Burt Kreischer.
people, but it's Terry Schiavo and everyone?
Yeah, that's not Kiss. That's 4 different photos of Terry Schiavo.
That's kind of cool, actually.
Oh, God.
Stop it.
All right, we're going to take a break, get
Yeah.
Burt in here next, and do
Stop
some
it.
other things. What's the white supremacist story?
Well, he was a 10 knocker, and he met you, and
And we got rabbits humping on a news desk?
Oh, yeah.
All right, we got stuff to do still. And Burt Kreischer's going to join us next. Stay there.
ain't it?
The Opie and Anthony Show will be right back. On Sirius XM.
The Stanley Cup playoffs are on Sirius XM.
The Chicago Blackhawks have won the Stanley Cup!
Every glass-rattling hit,
Level at the blue line!
every save,
Miller did it again! He denied Voracek, and the game goes on!
every turn of the red light.
Crosby shooting, scoring! Oh, slap me, silly Sidney!
Catch every game of the Stanley Cup playoffs on your Sirius and XM radios in the Sirius XM app. Log on to SiriusXM.com/NHL schedule for game times and channel listings.
The word mother, it's not always used in an endearing way. I'll tell you who is a mother. Steven Singer. I hate Steven Singer. Why? Because moms love him. Whether she married you or gave birth to you, you better honor her on Mother's Day. And that mother, Steven Singer, has the perfect exclusive gifts that'll do just that. Steven's exclusive I Love You Mommy diamond necklace can't be found anywhere else. Only at Steven Singer Jewelers. It's exclusive, beautiful, and starts at just $149. So go online to IHateStevenSinger.com and check out the perfect gift for whatever mother in your life you choose. And that mother, Steven Singer, will give you free shipping and a 90-day full money-back guarantee. It's risk-free shopping. This beautiful diamond and silver I Love You Mommy necklace comes in styles for moms with 1, 2, 3, or 4 kids, and it starts at just $149. So get mom a gift she can't find anywhere else from the biggest mother of them all, Steven Singer. Steven Singer Jewelers. Visit him online at IHateStevenSinger.com. Not all meetings can be planned in advance. Things come up. A last-minute opportunity, a work emergency, a great idea to discuss. But with people working from different offices or on the go, it can be impossible to get everyone in the same room when you need to meet. So be prepared. Start hosting a meeting in seconds from your computer or mobile device by signing up for a free 30-day trial of GoToMeeting. It's easy to get started. It's the powerfully simple way to meet and collaborate online. With GoToMeeting by Citrix, you can share screens to work together on projects in real time. Turn on your webcams to turn your meeting into a group HD video conference. It's just like meeting in person. You can start or attend a GoToMeeting from any computer or mobile device. It's so easy. Try GoToMeeting free for 30 days. Visit GoToMeeting.com, click the Try It Free button, and use the promo code Sirius or XM. Remember, use promo code Sirius or XM. GoToMeeting. Meeting is believing.
Attention radio listeners, are you getting amazing results from your store-bought omega-3?
Since taking Omax 3, mental fuzziness is gone. I'm on top of things.
My bad cholesterol had gone down and my triglycerides had gone down. Being 53, sometimes it's pretty uncomfortable getting up and getting out of bed. With the Omax 3, I'm jumping out of bed and the joints feel great.
We want your Omax story next, so we're sending you a free supply. Developed by Ivy League doctors affiliated with Yale University, Omax 3 is clinically tested to help improve cholesterol and reduce triglycerides by 30%. In just 30 days, while fighting joint pain better than your store brand. You can also feel improvements in your mood and memory with your first free supply. Omax 3's pharmaceutical-grade omega-3s come individually blister-packed, so it absorbs better and gives you faster results with no fish burps. Feel results in just days, guaranteed. Get your free supply today for just the cost of shipping. Call 1-800-673-0391. That's 1-800-673-0391. 800-673-0391.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
There's an oil boom going on right now, and you're missing out. Own your own oil well at oilboomusa.com and take advantage of one of the remaining successful tax shelters with up to an 85% write-off in 2014. That's right, 85% this year. Get the facts at oilboomusa.com. Invest in America and boom. Oilboomusa.com. Oilboomusa.com. Own your own oil well at oilboomusa.com. Accredited investors only.
Individual results may vary. There's no guarantee that past performance will be indicative of future results. Invest wisely.
My goodness. Hey, doesn't it make sense to buy your Mother's Day gifts from the biggest mother of them all? Isn't that funny? Because it's Steven Singer. Steven Singer Jewelers has exclusive gifts and jewelry that last a lifetime, like the I Love You Mommy diamond necklace starting at just $149, or his famous, and it is famous, I saw one of these gold-dipped roses walking around and people just asking for its autograph and taking its picture. It's famous. Newest color, radiant orchid. A brilliant color, never before seen. That color's never been seen before. It's amazing. You can get Mom and other beautiful real American beauty roses for just $59. The only rose guaranteed to last a lifetime, only from Steven Singer Jewelers. You gotta hate this guy. Steven Singer has already taken your woman, and now he wants your mother's. What does that even mean? What does it mean he's taken your women? Is Steven fucking other people's wives? Why? Now he wants to take your mom. Steven is going to entice them and seduce them with the best prices. Oh, boy. Gifts that'll last a lifetime. It's going to create a desire to buy more. What a mother. Go online, go to IHateStevenSinger.com or get to the other corner of 8th and Walnut and take a look at the roses, the necklaces, and a whole lot more, by gum. Mom's going to be really happy, even if Steven is still miserable. Why is he miserable if he's got your mom and your wife? This doesn't make any sense. This Steven Singer copy as a movie would stink. After all, when half the population hates you, it's tough to be overjoyed. Visit Steven online at IHateStevenSinger.com.
Sirius XM and the Foxhole present The Amazing Spider-Man 2 Town Hall. Spider-Man.
Yeah, I know. Costume gives it away, huh, Max?
Jamie Foxx sits down with the cast of The Amazing Spider-Man 2. Andrew Garfield. I'm Spider-Man. Emma Stone. And director Mark Webb. With an audience of Sirius XM subscribers. The Amazing Spider-Man 2 Town Hall. Friday at 5 p.m. East, 2 p.m. West. Here on the Foxhole, Sirius XM, Channel 96. And on the Sirius XM app.
Did you know that a Nobel Prize was awarded for a medical discovery that improves your sexual performance? It's true. Nitric oxide was discovered to improve your sexual performance. It also miraculously improves your heart health, blood pressure, energy levels, your immune system, diabetes, arthritis pain, even your memory and mood. That's why millions of men and women have begun taking nitric oxide boosters as daily supplements. And right now, we're releasing free bottles of Peak Nitric Oxide so you can discover the benefits for yourself. Be one of the first 100 callers at 1-800-939-5768. After extensive research and clinical tests, nitric oxide has been described as the miracle molecule of the 21st century. Taken once a day, you'll not only begin feeling years younger, but we'll also send you free test strips to prove it works. Discover how to get your free bottle of Peak Nitric Oxide and free test strips at 1-800-939-5768. Be one of the first 100 callers. 1-800-939-5768.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
So, FamousSmoke.com wants to give me free money back when I order cigars. No thanks. Said no sane cigar lover ever. Hey guys, it's Tommy Z-Man. And if you're like me, not only do you love your cigars, you love getting free cash back even more. And it just so happens that the lunatics over at Famous are celebrating their 75th anniversary in the cigar business by giving you 10% cash back on every order over $75. Now that's on top of the already wickedly discounted prices we have every day on cigars, humidors, and accessories. Some restrictions do apply. Famous offers a monster selection of the big name premium brands you love at prices that make it easy on the wallet. Just pick the cigars you like, add in the other goodies you need, and your cigars will be on their way to you. Lightning fast with your free 10% cash back. Just click the activate button at FamousSmoke.com. That's FamousSmoke.com.
I love coming to Mathnasium.
At Mathnasium Learning Centers, we make math make sense to kids. Your child will leap ahead, whether starting out way behind or already ahead. It's how we've grown to more than 500 franchise locations. Now enrolling for summer and year-round. Call now for a free parent pack. 844-234-1600. 844-234-1600. Learn what Mathnasium can do for your child. 844-234-1600.
Hi, this is Bob Diener, president of GetARoom.com. We've got an amazing spring sale going on all over the country, up to 40% off the rates. Here's how it works. Go to GetARoom.com, enter your destination and your travel dates. You'll see the special sales come up. You'll see the regular rate slashed out, and then you'll see the new rate up to 40% off the rates. New York, Orlando, Vegas, Miami, DC, Chicago, San Francisco, and more. GetARoom.com.
Hi, Dan Heaster here. When I came to Boyd Brothers 17 years ago, I thought I would just get a couple years of experience and be on my way. Instead, I found a flatbed company that made my success a priority. With Boyd Brothers, I get treated with respect, make the kind of money I want, and still get home on the weekends to be with my family. Don't just take my word for it. Give Boyd Brothers a try and see for yourself why other flatbedders say Boyd Brothers is the best fleet to drive for. Call 800-543-8923 or visit driveforboyd.com today.
Hey, buying a car can be very stressful. Very stressful. TrueCar.com is changing car buying forever and ever. TrueCar.com, it helps buyer get rid of the fear that you might overpay. Last month, nearly 45,000 cars were sold by the TrueCar Certified Dealer Network. And TrueCar.com users saved an average of $3,046 off MSRP. When you're ready to buy a car, just follow these 3 easy steps. Step 1. Go to TrueCar.com. Find out what other people paid for the car that you're looking for. Step number 2. Register at TrueCar.com to see upfront pricing information and lock in your savings. Step number 3. It's very simple. Just print out your TrueCar savings certificate. You can take it to your TrueCar certified dealer for a better hassle-free car buying experience. Some features not available in all states. TrueCar.com, their users receive a negotiation-free guaranteed savings. Save time, save money, never overpay. Visit TrueCar.com today. That would be TrueCar.com.
Hey, yo, I'm just telling y'all, the encore, the Opie and Anthony show, gonna start at 11 a.m. on the east, 8 a.m. for my homies on the west. So if you missed any of this shit and you want to hear it all again, tune in and check it out.
The Opie and Anthony show is back on Sirius XM.
Got Burt Kreischer outside the studio. Promoting his Travel Channel show, I believe, right? And also, we got to get into this, what is it, Duke University?
Yeah.
Yeah.
More absolutely irrelevant, weak shit by college students.
Burt?
It's just the worst.
Burt,
Hi,
take
Burt.
a seat.
How are you,
Hey guys,
sir?
how you doing?
Good, how are you?
Good.
Doing all right.
We're
We,
bitching and complaining about something.
Yeah. We had yesterday off, too, so this is like our Monday.
Yeah. It's the shit you hear during the weekend. You're like, I gotta talk about that. People really want to hear me talk about it.
Do you see things in the news and kind of perk up and go, oh, that's on my radar?
Yeah, that one. And then people on Twitter try to point things out. It's like,
Really?
you really ought to talk about this on your show.
That's why I can never do fucking radio, because I always, whatever I perks up on my radar, I always have the horrible opinion of that I could never share.
No, but that's a good thing.
No, that would be
'cause
good.
The horrible
That would be a good
opinion's
radio show.
You'd probably get yourself in trouble, though.
Jameis
right?
Winston.
Yeah.
STDs.
Jameis Winston.
Oh, yeah.
I believed it was a train gone wrong.
Really?
Yep, and that was my opinion, very honestly, because brothers are always in trains.
Uh-huh.
I've never been in a train. It's not a white guy thing. Have you ever been in a train, Jimmy? Well, that's a bad guy to ask.
I have,
maybe.
yes. Many. On the train and the cleanup committee.
The cleanup committee. Jesus.
It's cream pie removal.
Yeah.
Right.
So, no, but that was my theory on the Jameis Winston thing. And,
Yeah.
you could never go on terrestrial radio and say that.
No, not terrestrial. That
No.
that is a bad place to be when you have opinions that most people don't agree with.
Yeah,
because you get fucked over.
You would be into this. Could you get that up? So what?
I hate that fucking.
And we got
list.
this from Twitter. Duke University's got another one of those campaigns where we got to like
Words
words.
of rape.
It's like a words. It's a
I knew. By the way. Once again, I'm sorry to cut you off.
Go ahead.
I knew the Duke rape thing was bullshit.
Yeah.
I knew it the second it came out. I knew it was bullshit.
That's right. White guys don't do that.
No, but they don't do that to black women. There is a power. I've been at in fraternity parties when they have a black stripper. There is a power black women have over a group of white boys. They can get them to shut the fuck up.
All of a sudden, the white guy's like, oh, okay.
Yeah, and it just, I just believed when I saw that all go down. I was like, nope. White boys, and I can't say 100%, but white boys only rape white women.
Wow, now that's a thing you probably can't say on terrestrial radio.
That's right.
Or satellite, probably.
No, I mean, that's
white guys only
God
rape white
damn
women.
it. All right, it was good seeing you guys again. I'll see you in 2
Burt
years.
Burt Kreischer made it one day with his radio show.
No, but I've been in those situations.
As long as you don't say, you could say white guys only, just as long as you don't say should always.
Right, should always. Right. I think if you looked at crime stats, you would probably see that white men predominantly are raping white women. I think you could say that, sure.
As long as you got the stats to,
stats,
back you up.
Stats.
But let's get to this Duke thing. It's a campaign it's a you don't say Duke, and it's more of this words hurt crap. And it's all a lot of sayings that we've all used.
We've all used them.
No matter who you are, by the way. That's
yes.
Right.
What's this first one?
And they have the bad thing to say, and then the reason they don't say it.
Right. And I guess they want the whole country to follow suit. And a bunch of papers are picking up on this campaign by Duke University. The first one is, I don't say no homo.
No homo.
For the record, I learned that term on this show.
Yeah.
I think Danny was the one that brought it in.
Really?
Yeah, I remember hearing it I'd never heard it before, and I've heard it a ton.
Wow.
I feel like we were one of the first in mainstream media to use it, but who knows?
Well, usually there was a comma after no.
Yes.
We were answering a question.
Sam would like to think it was some kind of black rap artist, but I don't. I think we're way ahead of the black
that's where the
rap artists.
We got an intern who came in and got the intern came in and got it from youth culture.
Okay.
You don't think so?
No.
Nope.
Because we already knew the term before that.
You just hadn't used it yet?
Yeah.
Oh.
I don't say no homo, this guy says, because it delegitimizes love and sexual identities.
Holy shit.
Fuck, when you want to hang out with this guy?
Good point. Good point.
No homo right before he said that.
Right? No homo, but because it delegitimizes.
Delegitimizes love and sexual identities. I don't give a fuck who you. I don't give a fuck who you love, and I still want to say no homo. Is that okay?
I'm really sensitive to like the R word, the M word, the N word, the F word.
They're all great to say, but I can never pick the right one.
They're a lot of fun.
Imagine yelling them all at the same person. What
a disaster it is walking down the street.
I wouldn't go up to a retard and go, "You're a retard."
Jeez, that word.
Would you say that to a mirror? Oh, you don't even say the word anymore.
No, and you'll stop.
We have to. Have you seen our staff?
How old is your son? 4?
Yeah.
Yeah, you'll stop.
Why?
Yeah, because you get parents that you get into a place where
you don't know.
that word then hurts someone that's really close to you.
I'm also not going to say it around like, a classroom or any of that shit.
Here's the thing with those words, and I don't want to be fucking political correct in this police, but if they're on your tongue, they come out quick. Like
cock.
But like if you do, they come out quicker. So like if you say that word a lot, like you will say it very quickly in the wrong situation and not realize what you said.
I don't use retard as I wouldn't say that.
I use it in my act once.
I would say it like
we say it here on our radio show.
Very rarely, though.
Very different than our lives.
But I am very conscious of it. If I'm around people, I would never say it for fear that somebody else has. And I don't mean like as a comedy thing. Right. I mean like in a social setting.
Well, you certainly don't want to hurt someone's feelings.
Yeah. But I'll drop an N-bomb like a motherfucker, especially at home. But when I'm playing Xbox, oh man, if you get a microphone in my house, I'm done.
But among your friends, you don't say the word.
No.
When you guys are just fucking around and someone does something retarded, you go, "Oh, stop being a retard."
No, it was in my act. I took it out. I only took it out, but just because I have friends whose children have special needs, and so if they heard me say that, then they'd think I don't know. It's me. Look, I'm oversensitive.
The reason, no. It's like I understand that. Like I don't purposely want to hurt somebody. I never
that's not
want
my
to.
desire, certainly.
But so many things, if I look at them that literally, can hurt people I care about.
Yeah.
And I figure I don't show any respect for the boundaries of things that have hurt me.
Right.
So I won't show them for any boundaries that have hurt other people. But I've also attacked brutally the things that I hold near and dear and the things that would hurt me if.
But these are more sayings. Like you wouldn't use no homo? You don't use no homo anymore?
I don't.
Let's see what
there's no cause for it.
What's the next one? I don't say tranny.
All right, hold on now. Let's hear this one out.
She must have a horrible time trying to get her car fixed at Amco.
Exactly.
It's broken. My needs servicing. I think I need fluid.
I don't say tranny, so I couldn't think of it. It was just such an obvious joke. I had nothing.
To you, it's just girl.
Exactly. I don't say tranny. I say hello. Come on in.
They picked a model for this one that looks like she could have a dick. To be honest with you.
Let's see what this delightful woman.
I don't say tranny because it's insulting to transgender and genderqueer communities. I've never heard the term genderqueer community.
I've heard genderqueer, but just the fact that they can try to empower the word queer, and put it in there, it's just such fraudulent
and
outrage.
People who don't fit traditional labels.
Ugh.
Wow.
All right.
Tranny is not a derogatory word.
I think Bailey J don't like it.
Bailey J says it.
Yeah.
Bailey J always said it. Maybe now she explains well it's pornographic.
If you have such nice tits and such a big dick, you could say it too.
Well, exactly. I did recently, so I dropped a few.
What's more sensitive, tranny or shemale?
I think they think they're both pornographic terms. They're not terms that have been associated, as far as I know, with violence.
Right. Well, that's an interesting fact you're bringing up. Is that we're talking about we're talking about we're talking about porn and what we see online, not maybe the person who just simply wanted a sex change and then also wants to raise their children.
There you go.
Yeah.
What if we are just talking about the chick in the movie?
Yeah, I just assumed every tranny showed their tits and dick.
Yeah, right? You just think, well, isn't that why you did it?
I just assumed every single tranny just does that. I don't know.
In a surprise kind of way, like pan down slowly.
Not even. If you're a tranny, you just, whoever wants to see the tits and the dick, you just show them.
You don't think there's trannies that are like just living lives as...
No, I didn't know until right now.
So you think they're all online just showing their dick and tits?
Yes, exactly.
Everyone has been documented and tagged for online purposes for your benefit.
I just assumed that. I learned something today.
Fucking funny.
Well, it's basically because anybody with a dick does not have a good reputation.
Yeah.
Anybody with a dick is pretty free to show our dicks.
Yeah.
So you don't think that anybody with a cock will ever show restraint on showing
Right.
Yeah. I hope that was funny for Humble and Fred. I just hope.
Oh boy.
Have you ever heard?
Yes.
What? Have you ever heard Todd Glass talk about using the word gay? Like, don't call things gay. Have you ever heard that on Maron's podcast?
No. Even Todd did come out. He's gay.
Yeah, and I got to be real honest with you, and I think that changed a lot of my perspective of how, and it's not about, say, like, and this is, I'm paraphrasing Todd, and I apologize if I'm doing a horrible job, but it's not about the adult tranny that may be standing on the corner. We're not offending that guy. What his concern was the kid who maybe feels like he's in the wrong body, and then that, what he feels is bad. So, like, if you say your car's gay, well, then a young 14-year-old boy who's having terms with his sexuality then feels like, well, I'm gay, so everything that is bad is gay, so whatever I am is bad. Todd explains it a lot more eloquently, but I heard that, and I literally heard that, and I took the F word and the word gay out of my vocabulary in my act. And I can't,
you know, when I'm beating him on the streets, I still say it, but I can't have it in my act.
I can't have it in my act. Yeah, exactly.
All right, let's move on to the next one. Tranny. We did that one. Let's see. Who wants to do the next
gay.
one?
There it is.
Yeah, that's the one.
Who wants to do this one?
Bert, why don't you do the honors?
I don't say that's so gay, because sexual orientation should not be mocked or reappropriated as derogatory terms.
Yeah, I think that using gay as something like, oh, don't be gay, that's gay, I think it's so far removed from the actual gay person that it becomes something else. It's not. It's a word that's spelt the same but has different meaning. I honestly think that it's.
I sort of
at this point.
Yeah. Team Harvey. Roland, why do you have a Team Harvey shirt?
Firestein.
Oh, Suits.
There's a Archie's comic book.
Yeah.
The character is gay. He's an out of the closet gay guy. My kids are into comics, and there's a
Wait, which
show.
one is it? Which character is it?
Give head.
I don't. I think that story's done right there. I think that story's done right there.
Are you going to laugh at that one, Bert?
Yeah.
Or is that too sensitive for you?
No, I am not too fucking sensitive. I am not too sensitive.
You're a comic. Lighten up.
Oh, no, I'm fucking on board. If it makes you laugh, it makes me laugh.
On stage anymore.
Fuck off.
Oh, no. I know.
I understand where some of this could be hurtful, but
yeah, it's part of it.
We used faggot growing up. If you, we did.
I know. I totally remember learning.
If you're our age, you just grew up with that word, and I just never thought the gay angle.
It meant if you didn't want to go out that night,
Wait,
you know,
hold
because you're
on.
home sucking God.
Hold on. Yeah, exactly. Faggot is.
But it became
did mean gay.
Yes,
when we were
but
kids,
it wasn't used always in a gay way.
And it came, like Anthony said, way more than that. It was a word
when you
that,
call your friend a faggot, it was because he didn't want to fucking use his car that night to go out and fucking.
I understand why it started out that way, but then everything was stop being a faggot. Right.
I just think there's so many of these fucking situations now where words are like, it's so hurtful. It's like, first of all, it's not really hurtful. It's not helpful, but I don't think they're quite as hurtful as these groups like to say they are. And I think if you're just a dumb, straight little white kid, you also got issues and problems that are being mocked and talked about, but you don't have that protection of these groups that have it. So, again, it falls into the we all have our goddamn crosses to bear kind of thing, you know.
Just get your group stronger, and then none of this shit will matter.
It comes with your own personal self-worth and your own personal strength. And I understand it's hard for kids who are gay to hear gay, gay, gay and have it aligned with things that are taken as being stupid or whatever. But, again, it's another thing a kid's got to deal with. If you make different lifestyle choices as a kid, and it could be anything from wanting to wear goofy-looking pants to being gay, you're going to be made fun of. You're going to have kids saying and doing things to you, but I think it's part of growing up, and it's got to make you stronger.
That's so straight.
I know. It's so straight. That is straight. And that could be akin to being uncool or fucking, goofy. It's like, you look so straight.
Let's go to the next one.
I don't know.
So far, I think we're making
I don't say
amazing
bitch.
points.
Oh, this is fucking ridiculous.
Oh, you don't say bitch?
Oh, no, I say bitch.
I say bitch.
You say that one.
I definitely say bitch.
So that one's okay, bro.
You know why?
100%.
Because chicks are bitches.
Period.
No, I agree with this, actually. I don't say bitch because it insists that femininity is inherently negative.
And? Yeah, go in a divorce court and tell me it's not, you fuckers.
Well, they don't mention cunt.
My shit. Yeah, that's true.
I'll take away bitch if they give us cunt.
Give us cunt.
I'll take cunt in a heartbeat.
Inherently negative.
That's right. I don't like femininity being disparaged in an inherently negative
And why
fashion.
would it be femininity being inherently negative when bitch isn't referring to femininity?
Well, it's a female dog. We all know.
But you're not calling something, you're not making femininity look inherently negative by saying bitch. You're making a bitch seem negative because she's being a bitch. Femininity's great. Wear a fucking sundress and a goddamn...
We love that shit.
It's
little
define me as a
parasol.
fucking man as femininity.
Exactly.
We love when you walk around the office with all that cleavage hanging
That's
out.
right, your filthy cooter showing.
Right. But we can't acknowledge that we see half your tit as we're asking a question.
Fucking hot, you bitch.
Right.
I call my daughters bitches in my act.
All right.
I go, these bitches snitched on me.
Bitches.
Yeah. I refer to them. Yeah.
In the song I Want My MTV, they say faggot at the end. Yeah, but SiriusXM has edited that word.
They edited out.
That's the money for nothing.
The little
song.
faggot has a car, a plane.
Old jet airplane.
Yeah.
Right.
The little faggot, he's a millionaire.
I'd say they're actually sticking up for that.
Are you serious? That's what they're saying?
Yeah, that was back in the 80s, though.
I say at that point, then don't play the song, but to take the artist's word out like
Don't play the
drives me nuts.
It's the same
just
thing.
Don't play the thing.
I wrote, I don't. It's the same thing with Uncle. The fucking book where they took the N word out. Uncle.
Oh yeah, Uncle Tom's Cabin.
I know what you're talking about. Tom Sawyer.
I read that book in school with the N word in, and I remember reading it, and it was like 1987, and being like, "Whoa, holy shit! There's one in the room. He's reading it too."
He's gonna get pissed off.
Corey's gonna be mad.
We're all gonna get black eyes.
The bottom line is they just shouldn't have you read that book in school then. As opposed to editing it, if you think Nigger Jim is too rough, then don't give it to the fucking kids to read. Fuck that book.
You can't edit other people's work like that. That's really insulting to the artist.
Right.
Then, like Jimmy said, then just take it out of the schools.
What they should be doing is no one can hear
an
this.
outrage too, by the way. But.
Target the religions, because that is where all, and Hitchens pointed this out, that's the most protected speech is religious speech, and that is where all anti-gay hate speech comes from.
Yes,
it is religion.
Absolutely right.
All of it, hate speech, comes from religion. At least with the gay stuff. That's where all of it is born. So if you want to target things, stop targeting words like faggot and gay. Go after the source, which is the religion. And don't just go after them by trying to be a part of the religion. Go after them and brutally attack the religions, because those are the ones who are pushing it.
Now, Bert, I got to ask you this question. So, like, you don't say gay, you don't say faggot, right?
Yeah. I mean,
but how do you sign your name?
How do you feel about gay guys actually using those words? It's okay for them?
I don't care.
Because they'll throw around the word faggot like it's nothing, no big deal, and they'll also say that is gay, even though they are gay themselves. So where do you draw the line on that?
I used to talk a lot about race in my act,
right?
And I just stopped because I don't care.
Really?
I don't care. It's not my fucking cross to bear.
You don't see color anymore?
No, I know. But no.
I just don't.
I just don't feel like I don't really care enough to lose my job. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay, faggot. What's next?
No, it absolutely does.
Like, I got a good job and I'm really happy.
Oh no, you got to be smart about it.
Yeah, and so I go. Why even fucking toe the line?
Slip up maybe.
Yeah, I just talk about my family and my stories and whatever.
But that is a good point, because gay guys will use the word faggot as well.
Oh, Rope, don't get me wrong. I think what's happening
that they're making it tough for themselves at that point. No, shouldn't it be banned across the board then?
I believe that what's happening is they're taking people that have good views and are honest and have good hearts out of the conversation because people are afraid to talk about it.
Even say it.
It's sad. I've talked to. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
No. I think that I do have an opinion. I'd love to share it, but I don't want to because I don't want to get fucking fired. So I keep my mouth shut.
I'm just confused by it. Well, we're on the bitch word right now.
Yeah.
Women say bitch all day long.
Yeah.
She's being a bitch. Stop being a bitch. So. what is the problem with the word?
Hey, women say retard a lot.
Yeah,
a lot more than
that's
men.
retarded.
A lot.
Yeah.
See, the thing, we're in a culture where there's subsets of groups who can use the word. Well, if you're a black guy, you could say nigga.
Yeah.
Even though it makes you sound like a fucking southern plantation owner. You don't sound like you're saying a new word. It's still a racist word.
True.
You don't sound smart. You sound like, hello, nigga. That was something they said fucking 400 years ago.
Oh.
It's not but it's not an evolved.
It's around on Long Island.
It's not an empowering word, so stop bullshitting yourself.
Yes. Right.
Just admit you're using a word that you don't want other people to. Or when gay guys say queer, or when this one, there's like little groups that can say it. You can say it if you're that group, but you can't say it. But if you're Korean, you can make fun of other Asian. It's just too much to fucking.
That's all
to
nonsense.
learn.
To keep track of. But you're right. You could get in trouble for that. And it's supposedly, you're supposed to be able to have these open discussions, but the second it starts, I watched that goddamn Katie Couric show, and she's like, we're going to have an open and honest racial discussion. It's 2014. It's time we have these open discussions about race and stuff. And it was a bunch of black people getting up on her stage and talking about how awful white people are and how awful they were treated, and no other side of it. So as far as being an open and honest discussion on race, it can't happen. People are petrified of open and honest discussions.
By the way, we're wrong about Money for Nothing. I remember a time where they edited the word faggot out of the song.
What do you mean?
But now people are tweeting like crazy, saying Classic Rewind and Deep Tracks both.
All right, Classic Rewind would, but if you go to the 80s channel, they would edit it.
No, I guess it depends on what channel.
Yeah, it
you hear
depends
the
on what
song
channel,
on.
because I've heard edits on the 80s channel that aren't on Classic Rewind.
All right. Well,
yes.
That seems a little weird.
The most honest way to have a talk about race is one-on-one. Like I find like if
who the fuck would want to do that?
Yeah, exactly.
All right, let's sit down and talk about the word faggot.
Discussion.
God, Bert. What's happened to you?
Yeah.
What the fuck?
You're really fun.
I had a one-on-one racial discussion Friday here in the city.
You used to be called a machine, right? And you want to have one-on-one discussions?
No, I was saying I had a
This
good.
Tuesday we're going to talk about queer.
Wait, we were
Me and
just
you.
talking about this. It's not like I brought it up out of nowhere.
Me and you. Who would do that?
Yeah, welcome to Dork City. Just my friend of color and I are sitting down for a cappuccino discussing race.
Oh my God.
I had a black guy on my podcast, and it was fun to talk about race.
Oh, sorry.
Traitor. But that's not one-on-one. It's an audience.
Yeah, but still, it was neat to hear.
People get to hear that.
I am not going to defend this.
All right, let me. This guy wants in badly. Brian in Chicago. Brian, go ahead. We got Burt Kreischer in studio. Yes, pretty good.
You know, as someone that was called a fucking faggot in junior high and early years of high school, I'm gay. I got to tell you, I would not change a thing. And I think Burt, your explanation using Todd Glass, who was so brave to come out in his 50s, now he wants to protect the word faggot to not shield the kids. Don't we shield kids enough? My experience was it helped build character. In the 4 sports that I played in high school and junior high, none of my teammates called me a faggot. It was only the losers that, were just a bunch of douches.
What were the other 3? There's baton twirling. What's the other one?
I was right there with you.
It's all about challenge.
Right. Badminton.
Tiddlywinks.
How did you play so much sports when you had the drama class to juggle?
I had a very,
And how many bats did you guys ruin putting it up your assholes?
Oh, Jesus!
Oh, too far.
Much too far.
Sorry,
right there.
I apologize, Brian. Just trying to have fun. You gave me a little room there. I decided to go for it. All right. Thanks, Brian.
Bullying does define you.
17 bats.
What do you say?
I said 17 bats when you asked.
Oh, you did? All right. Thanks, Brian. I appreciate it. We got to move on to the next word.
All right. What's the next
Sam,
word?
go ahead.
Sam Roberts.
The next
word is...
Oh, it's a whole montage.
We don't say man up.
Do you want to go to the
man
next
up,
big one?
if you ask me, is ridiculous to not say man up.
It says we don't say man up because this was... it's hard to read from
because
here.
Strength is not defined by sex or gender.
That's right.
That's
Thank
so
you, Jim.
stupid.
Adam, that's absolutely right.
Why don't you man up?
Means that you're doing things
gotta
that
man up.
men like to do.
What's that supposed
So the next
to
time
mean?
a man punches a woman in the face, don't look at it any differently than a woman
Right.
punching another woman in the face.
Right. Exactly.
Don't judge that any differently than two girls fighting. Oh, that's right.
Man up.
Don't be a pussy.
Well, there might be a reason for that. Let's hear it.
Don't be a pussy.
We don't say don't be a pussy because I don't believe that any gender is inferior.
So what is pussy is equated to?
They should also have don't be a dick on there also.
Ah!
If they don't have don't be a pussy, don't be a dick.
You're right.
True.
That
And
is
it's not on there.
absolutely
Which
true.
guys say to each other all the time.
Don't be a bag of lima beans.
Oh, that doesn't even make sense.
Don't be a bag of dirty socks.
Don't be
Or
a
that.
Dick. Don't be a dick. What?
Don't be a dick should be on there too.
Guys say that to each other all the time.
Oh, man.
The bitch one we did, or is it a different?
Have
way?
some balls.
They say it differently.
No, it's the same bitch.
All right, same no homo. And same that's.
That's so gay.
No, I think no homo is different.
All right, what does this one say?
Oh, this says because it means that showing any affection towards someone of the same sex is inherently bad.
But I'm doing it short for homo erectus.
Ooh.
See, so that doesn't mean.
Oh, look at you.
Homo.
Fancy man.
Homo
Good call.
erectus.
Good call.
Someone did well in school.
No, I didn't.
And this gentleman doesn't say that's so gay because the words gay and stupid are not interchangeable.
What?
That's so stupid. That's so gay.
Is that what it means? That's so stupid?
That's so gay. Well, no,
That's
that's
so
kind
gay.
of wrong.
How
I'm not
about
on board
those
with this.
tits?
I never say how about those tits because to define someone by their big, juicy, delicious tits is fantastic and proper.
Is that it for this?
I mean, no, there's a bunch of them.
Keep going.
I want to.
Did we get them all?
Well, I mean, there's different reasons for all these phrases.
But they're the same ones.
I don't say no homo because
they-
it limits the ways we express kindness to others and disfigures the kindness of an entire group of people.
What? That doesn't even make sense.
No homo never really
These
got a
people.
chance. It's only been out for like 4 years.
I know, it's a new one. You don't say. Get it? It's not like, oh, you don't say. It's you don't say. This is fucking bizarre, these times we live in.
No, the college
People
students
making
are getting
up words
something
we
done.
can't even say.
Why doesn't he say fag?
How about the 3 R's, reading, writing, and arithmetic?
Add a boy, Ant.
Right.
And the one that we can't say anymore, which was the most
Right.
fun.
I think vocal cords shouldn't develop until you're fucking 30.
There you go.
These
Just
people
shut
have
up.
nothing to say. They
Be
haven't
seen
lived
and
a
not
fucking
heard.
life.
Be seen and not heard. Exactly. That is insulting.
It's
Is
eventually
limiting
we're just going to sit
speech.
around and just nod at each other so we don't offend anyone.
But don't nod in a certain way.
It'll get
'Cause
down to that.
What did you mean by that nod?
I saw it went sideways a little bit.
God.
It's something inherent in these people that they are never going to be happy. So I kind of wonder, what if we did take 1 month of being 100% politically correct? What would they find then?
That'd be a horrendous fucking.
They find
way to
something. Oh,
walk
it's a
through
bad
life.
month. They would find something else.
We talked about this with Nappy-Headed Ho. We said every group's going to need to ban their word. That is now happening. And now we're just starting to notice that there's a second level of words that the groups want banned as well.
Yep.
So where does it end?
It doesn't, because you've empowered them. They have an outlet. They have this this way to influence other people. No one gives that up. Once you're given what you want, you keep going.
I believe offended people are powerless people. I believe it's the same people that cross the street slowly. They have no power in their life.
Oh, so every opportunity they can fuck someone over or try to have power over somebody, they're going to take it.
Good point.
Yeah, and so I know people that get offended, and they are powerless in their own lives. They don't get to pick when they wake up. Their boss does.
Yeah.
They have to go through the same fucking traffic, and that fucking pisses them off. And I believe that offended people will always they're always going to feel that way, and they're always going to look to grab some sort of power. And I don't know.
I don't know anyone who gets offended.
I don't think the same people that get hurt when you say retard because they have a child that is mentally handicapped, it's not the same type of hurt as a gay guy hearing the word fag being used. It's just not. That is a realistic like pain that the parent is feeling over their child. The fag thing is like, what name calling? You don't like that? You know, there are things I don't like, but I don't have the power to conjure up a group. Alcohol.
Hey, I'm very sensitive to that word too.
I don't appreciate that.
I don't make jokes about black livers.
Was it racist? Which one?
Racist, I am proud to be called because it means I'm winning the argument.
Cat lover? Which one?
Oh, Little Beavis is adorable. Little Beavis. I'm not a crazy cat lady.
Right.
I've heard that.
Oh, all right. This guy wants to explain the F word. Let's give him his moment here. Frank in Cleveland. Oh, well,
it's his
Frank.
name.
Okay.
Frank?
Frank?
I said jizzbag.
If you remember the movie Back to the Future, like we all do, anybody that's watched it, when they were in the car and Marty was like, "Oh, you drink, you smoke too?" Lorraine was like, "Don't be such a square." If that scene had been taking place in 1985, she would have called him a faggot. Stop being such a faggot.
Maybe. Don't be such a square. I like that one too, because when Biff's guys go, "Hey, beat it, spook! This don't concern you," and it's like that was a comedy movie,
right?
Yeah.
Oh, you're not allowed to use that word.
Oh no!
Mainstream comedy.
Oh, dude, look at a movie like Porky's. That is straight up rape.
Right.
They are raping people.
Right.
I mean, they're completely. You'd go to fucking jail.
Yes.
You would be. You'd be the Steubenville 5 if Porky's took place today.
We saw that movie. We saw that movie in theaters and thought nothing of it.
That was hilarious.
Oh, it defined how we presented ourselves sexually.
Right.
I took my dick out all the fucking time.
Why wouldn't you?
I thought that was a move.
You were supposed to.
Depantsing people. Do you remember depantsing people?
Oh, you just pull their pants and underwear down from behind them.
And then they would show their dick and balls to strangers.
Standing there.
Shunk.
And then you'd go, "You're a dick.
Yeah.
You're such a dick."
Well, you want to see my ass, faggot? It's just,
I was calling people kites for a long time.
Oh, because you thought that was the word?
Kite. You're not even a good racist. It's kike, not
That was
kite.
a great scene,
That was really funny, yeah.
A good racist.
It's, by the way, one of the funniest moments I will ever say on this show. I remember where I was driving when Louis and Patrice had that cover.
Oh,
I remember
God, that was
which
funny.
contest?
Where did the word nigger come from?
Oh, dude, everyone you always hear people on radio go, "I pulled my car over."
Yeah.
I literally pulled my car over and could not stop fucking laughing.
Because I think first Patrice kind of had this kind of eloquent, funny version of where it came from, and then Louis just over
You got the Patrice part too?
top.
Oh, play it. It's my favorite thing I've ever fucking heard. It's online. It's so easy to fucking find.
Yeah.
I have the Louis part.
Do you have the Patrice part? Could you find
You
the
got to
Patrice
play
part
the Patrice part too. It doesn't do it
The
justice.
setup is what makes it
It
amazing.
is. It was so fucking well done.
But
yeah.
I was driving to tennis. I used to listen to the show every morning driving to tennis, play tennis with this old man.
That's right.
Every
You were the
fucking morning.
tennis guy.
And fucking I remember pulling my car over and thinking, I've heard people say they do that, but I actually fucking did it.
Was that it? Yeah, look at this.
Yep.
Wow.
Here's some interesting news about the Jew thing. I do know where the term kite came from, by the way.
Ah, derogatory term for Jewish people? Where did that come
I do know where that came from.
Where?
It is when people used to come over on the, in the ships on Ellis Island, a lot of people couldn't write English, so they used to make their mark, and the Jew's mark was a circle. And the circle is called keikel. So that's what they were just shortening it to kike. The guys coming in and say, "Here's another kike." Once they seen the circle.
You know where nigger came from originally? There was some black guy being a nigger.
So they called him a nigger.
He was being a real nigger. Somebody said, "What a nigger," and that's where it started.
It just was nigger was a feeling.
Yeah.
He's just like, this is we're gonna just.
Yeah, was this some wordplay?
Just blurting out a sound and it came out like that.
Just the guy was being such a nigger that it fucking made someone say the word.
Oh my God, man!
So awful.
We're learning about
derogatory terms and where they came from. That's right. Wow, it's history. It's a really good history lesson.
I never knew that.
Let's say hi to Jesse. Jesse, what's up?
Oh my God.
wow.
Fucking Louis. I was not expecting that when he blurted that one out. Holy shit. Yeah, because Patrice had a real, this is what I heard about Ellis Island going away.
It's so interesting. I'm not to get into Patrice, but the way I remember him telling something, it was insightful, but owning the hurtfulness of what he was about to say to you. Saying, I hope you're about to, I wrote a chapter, Patrice is in my book. I dated a girl with cerebral palsy and didn't know she had cerebral palsy because I was drinking so much. And Patrice, and I flew her to Scotland, and I found out she had cerebral palsy after. And Patrice thought it was fucking hilarious that I was such an alcoholic.
Because she was so drunk.
I couldn't tell she had cerebral palsy. And Patrice met her, and it was her right arm. And we were in Scotland, and she extended her left hand to shake hands with him. He's like, "Who the fuck you think? You ain't the queen, bitch. Put you on there. Give me the baby hand." And it's fucking. And it was me, Voss, Ben Bailey. I think it was either Voss or Ben Bailey. And for the whole him and her hated each other. And the first night, Patrice bombed, and she said something like, "I thought you'd be funnier." Boy, I could hear the landmine click under her foot, and she didn't know she had stepped on it. I was like, this is going to be a long trip. The best part of the whole story is I fucking got a TV show, and I left. And I left her with Patrice for a fucking 2 weeks.
Oh, shit.
And Patrice would call me nonstop, "Bitch, get this baby leg bitch out of my house."
Holy shit, she was left with him?
She left with him, and
Why would she just go home?
She was a trust fund kid. I don't know. I really didn't fucking pay much attention.
You really didn't know she had cerebral palsy?
3 dates.
I dated a girl like that once.
Did you, Chip?
Well, we had the one-armed girl in our studio. We had no idea.
Dude.
That's true.
We had the one-armed girl that
She hid upon her purse?
She was Bill O'Reilly's producer.
Sure.
She came in for a while, and then she became friends with all of us, and she was around all the time.
She had a plastic hand.
She had a plastic hand with a bracelet on it.
A little bracelet on it. It was like a rubber real hand.
Game of Thrones.
And the big reveal was we were at a signing, and either someone told me or I saw it myself. I don't remember anymore. But we were at a signing at Hooters, and I looked over and went and had the revelation that she had a fake arm. And then I told these guys, and we're all just stupefied. We're like, how the fuck does not one of us realize she had a fake arm?
Well, my chick was hot as fuck. And she looked like fucking Bunny, the Vampire Slayer, that girl.
Right? Yes, she was in a funhouse mirror.
Yeah. But you couldn't tell. And we were drinking in Soho, and it's like cobblestone streets.
And they know how to work it.
And
they know how to work it in a way they're not going to just show it to you.
Yeah, and my buddy Weicho told me, he goes, "You need to go out with her in the daylight." And I thought he was saying she was a dude, and I was like, "Nah, she's fine." But I went out with her, and she was wearing sneakers. And I remember that was my first sign. I was like, she's wearing sneakers. And then we went to lunch, right from where she had a huge house on the Upper East Side. And we went to lunch right around there, and she ordered a salad. And I noticed she was just eating with her left hand. And I was like, we're going to get some cocktails.
So did you look at the right hand?
I looked, and then I figured it out. And
Did it look bad?
No, it didn't. It didn't look bad. And she was hot as fuck naked, and it didn't look totally bad. It just, she definitely could not use her right hand.
Wow.
And the best part of all of it is that Patrice just kept hammering me. You're such an alcoholic. You drink so much that you don't even fucking notice.
That's crazy.
And she was a big fan of Guns N' Roses, and I got a show where I interviewed Slash. And by this, 6 months later, I called her and I told her, I'm interviewing Slash. If you want, you can come down and meet Slash. And Slash had just gotten kicked out of his house by his chick. He was sleeping on the couch, and he was having a bad night. He came into the show I was doing and looking for whiskey, and I had it, so we started drinking at 6 in the morning, and I'm drinking with Slash. She shows up. I do the interview with Slash. It's fucking amazing. The best interview I've ever done in my life. We go to my green room, and I introduce her to Slash, and she's fucking through the roof, and Slash is she's hot as fuck, and then she gets up to go to the bathroom, and I see, it's noticeable.
Oh, no.
They're all fucking halogen lights. You can see it. She reaches across her body to open the door, and I'm like, okay. And she leaves.
Just hanging?
And yeah, and Slash looks at me and he's like, she's perfect. And all I could hear was Patrice's head, you're as big an alcoholic as Slash.
Oh, no.
I could hear it in my head.
Not quite perfect, Slash.
Why'd you blow her off? Because she had cerebral palsy?
She sucked my dick one night, and her ex-boyfriend called in the middle, right after, and she started fighting with him. And I was like, you just sucked my dick.
Who cares?
And so I was like, I'm not into drama. It was when I was trying to fucking.
You know what it was? Is she probably left 6 right gloves at his house, and he wanted them back. I have no use for these. She's like, I don't either. Sorry, Sorry. She sucked my dick and she couldn't juggle the balls the way I preferred. She had to take her left arm and grab her right elbow and juggle that way, and it felt silly.
Shake her arm.
She one night got really fucking drunk in Scotland and got naked and stood at the front of my bed and was like, "We are naked. We are not fucking." Like, she was crazy. "We are not fucking. We are not fucking." And Patrice stuck his head in the room and saw it, and I could see him look at me and his eyes were wide. He shut the door, and the next morning, like that trip, we just watched kung fu videos and listened to hip hop, and he tried to explain both to me. And the next morning, he was eating, ready to fucking talk. What happened last night? And I was like, fucking crazy.
Wow.
Yeah.
Fuck. When's the book coming out? Is that story in this book?
Yeah, it's in that book. April 27th. April 23rd. April 27th. April 27th.
Next week.
No, May 27th. May 27th. May 27th.
So the book's a month out.
Yeah, a month out.
It's called Life of the Party.
It's called Life of the Party. Everybody, please pre-order it if you would like. Pre-orders define how well a book does. Jimmy, I know you know that.
Oh, right.
A good pre-orders will mean that it'll show. These days, if a book isn't pre-ordered, it just doesn't go to bookstores.
Jesus
Christ, so please go to burtburtburt.com and pre-order your copy of Life of the Party. I feel like a fucking shill doing that. I was saying that to you the other night.
You are.
You have to do it.
I really do.
And what about the travel show? Is that still happening?
Yeah, doing a 4th season.
Wow, good for you.
Yeah, we 3rd season starts up this Wednesday night at 8 o'clock.
Allegedly.
No, it does. So yeah, that starts up this Wednesday night at 8 o'clock. Travel Channel Trip Flip. Take people on adventures of a lifetime.
Right.
We go tandem base jumping, skijoring. It's pretty fucking
What's
intense.
skijoring?
Skijoring is when you hold on to a rope that's attached to a stallion, and the stallion runs at like 35 miles an hour, and you're holding on wearing snow skis.
Wow.
And you carve like a obstacle course.
What kind of ground are you on?
Snow. It's like it's actually an airport runway. So like a snowed-in airport runway. So
were you scared?
I was a little bit. Cause I'm at the age where I'm always afraid I'm going to blow my knee out. I've had a few moments where I thought I was going to die on this show. Where like we went heli-skiing, and I'd never really snowboarded in powder before, and we're at like 12,000, 13,000 feet in the Alps.
Wow.
And I fucking ate it face forward, and I landed in 4 feet of powder, and I couldn't get myself out. And then, mind you, you're following a guide who's telling you where not to go because there's crevasses and there's avalanches and there's all that shit. And I'm following and watching, but I'm also listening to Wilco. I'm a little out of it, like I'm having a good time. But then I eat it, and I'm stuck face forward. I'm thinking, is anyone behind me? Like, if no one's behind me, I'm fucking here forever.
Holy shit.
And I couldn't get myself. I kept pushing.
Were you buried?
Buried, and I'm fucking...
Wait, we were just talking about this the other day. Could you breathe under there? A little bit?
You can, but the panic is so fucking intense.
Well, he was in powder. You were in soft powder.
I know,
I was in untouched powder.
Yeah,
we were talking about avalanches, but it's similar
though.
At least.
I was
You're like
lost.
in quicksand that's snow.
And I have a snowboard on my feet, and I'm face forward, and every time I push, my hands are just going deeper in snow.
Right.
And
that sucks.
Oh, dude. And I thought to myself, this is how I die. I remember thinking,
oh man, how'd you get out?
And I'm out of breath because there's no oxygen up there. And I'm fucking tired from snowboarding, and I got music blaring in my ears, so I can't hear anything.
Can you move your arms and stuff?
All I can do is this.
Oh my god!
And I cannot get myself off the fucking.
He's showing us just pushing forward a little bit.
It just fucking was going right into.
So how do you get out?
I'm sat there, and then all of a sudden, something grabbed my jacket and pulled me up, and it's a Swedish guy or Swiss guy, and he's like, "You should see your sound guy." And my sound guy had fucking eaten shit and was up. All you saw upside down were skis sticking in the air. And I was like, "Holy shit!" So they brought a helicopter in to get him off the mountain, and then we skied down. But it was really like I've had a few of those moments on this show where you just go like. It's intense. It's fucking intense. It's what the show's about now. It's like now it's really high energy, like fucking thrills.
Wow.
And I'm 41. I'm at the age where you do blow out a knee. You know?
Oh, yeah.
And then you blow out a knee at 41. That's a game changer.
That's never fucking healing.
Look at Bobby Kelly. No, I'm kidding.
Oh, shit.
He's come back a little bit.
He's lost some weight.
A little bit. So, what other things you do with this season?
We go to...
I like hearing about adventures.
Oh,
don't you, Jimmy?
Yes,
a nice adventure.
I'm very adventuresome.
Well...
Adventuresome?
He got a Holyfield picture the other night, so that was an adventure.
I think I saw that. Was he with Tyson too?
Yes, he was.
Oh, yes, he was.
What other adventures do you go on? I like adventures.
What else you do this season?
We go to Rio de Janeiro.
Oh wow!
Yeah,
Nice.
that was pretty cool. I texted Rogan right before I left. I was like, "What? Give me some hints." And he's like, "Stay out of the favelas." And our first thing was spend the night in the favelas.
That was your
part of the
adventure?
show.
Yeah, so we took motorcycles up to the favelas, like on the back, just like those movies you've seen.
Yeah,
With that
yeah.
little, like the little Brazilian guys, the fat Brazilian guy. Just hold on to the back, and we drove up in the favelas, and then we got lost in the favelas as part of the, got lost. And we got into a soccer match in like a little like center part. We went up to this beautiful fucking hotel in the favelas.
Wow.
It's like. Brazil was absolutely amazing.
Wait, there was a nice hotel in the favelas?
A very nice hotel, and if anyone ever wants to go there, it's on the show. It is totally, I believe it's totally safe. I felt it was. And
That is
Probably
so
shouldn't say
fucked
that.
up looking.
the favelas are, but they have the most beautiful views. It's on my, I
They
mean,
take care of their own, don't they?
Did
yeah.
you get permission from the drug dealer to film in there?
This was the one favela that there's a movie about. Jesus. Apparently, this is the favela that the dirty cops went in and cleaned out. And there's a big movie about it in Brazil that everyone's like, "You haven't seen it?" And then they're like, "He lived right there." And they're these like police, like almost like a skeleton symbols all over the place, meaning like the police run this favela. So it wasn't that dangerous. And
Aren't they corrupt though too down there?
I think so. We're going back, so I'm not going to say too much about them. But
Right.
yeah.
But you weren't scared in there?
I was scared. I think that's part of this show. It's part of travel in general is to get out of your comfort zone and be a little scared when you do shit.
Right.
How
was your hotel room?
It was kind of shitty.
In that hotel?
Yeah. It was just a bed, no air conditioning, and it was like one of those clay hut, like those clay type huts where it's like no windows, it's just a hole in the holes looks out.
And you're saying it was a nice hotel?
It was a nice hotel, but it's not like 5-star. It would not even be a star.
But your room is shitty. I'm confused.
It's
what you said.
I know, but it's not. But it's not. It's like it's a nice hotel, but it's not a 5-star hotel.
For the favelas,
it's extremely
It's a
fucking
palace.
nice.
I got
Yes,
you. Okay.
it's beautiful views. Absolutely the best views I've ever seen in my entire life of Rio.
Right.
But I mean, you wouldn't really want to, other than saying you stayed in a favela.
Well, we're wrapping up, and actually, Travis is saying you got to go.
Yeah.
I guess. I don't know. You doing a lot of promotion today?
I have a busy day. I'm doing Ron and Fez, I think, at some point.
Oh, yeah.
I'm excited to talk to Ron. I've never met him.
You never met Ron?
No, but I grew up in Tampa, so I'm a huge...
Oh, God. Ron and Ron fan, and
dude.
then Ron and Fez.
They defined our sense of humor.
Nice.
Ron's a good egg.
All right.
Yeah.
So your show is on... it's called Trip Flip, and it's tomorrow night?
Tomorrow...
9 o'clock on the Travel Channel?
No, 8 o'clock.
I'm sorry, 8 o'clock Central, 9 o'clock Eastern.
Is it 9 o'clock?
Uh-oh.
Oh, fuck.
It says 9/8 Central on Travel Channel.
9/8 Central.
I don't know, man. God damn it.
There it is. Trip Flip.
9.
It's 9 o'clock.
Oh,
it's
man.
At 9 o'clock. It's at 9 o'clock, everybody.
On the Travel Channel.
On the Travel. It is on the
Wednesdays,
Travel Channel.
9 o'clock, Travel Channel.
The very first
Trip
segment you will
Flip.
see, two beautiful girls are on my podcast this week. It's Burtcast. And they go tandem base jumping in Idaho. Fucking pretty badass. Luckily, I missed that by 40 pounds.
You couldn't go?
There was a weight limit.
Oh, shit.
They're like, how much do you weigh? I was like, 220. And they're like, the weight limit's 180. And I was like, oh, thank fucking God.
Shame.
Yeah. You almost had a base jump?
Almost, yeah.
Ow. Jesus, Bert. That's
from your site.
My ears. That's from your website.
I didn't do that. It's not like I fucking clicked on it.
You always you have to be extreme with everything.
What is that? What is this, MySpace?
Jesus, Bert. I get it. You're the machine.
Shut up. Fucking.
God, Bert, enough.
So loud.
Rogan's listening. He just texted me.
Is he?
Yeah, he's listening right now.
I hope he's laughing.
I'm sure he's.
We obviously love Rogan.
He's such a fucking great
we
guy.
love Rogan, and we love you too, Bert.
Oh, thank you guys. I love listening to the show.
Now that everyone loves everyone, I wish someone would love my tickets at Caroline's this Thursday through Sunday. 212-757-4100.
Well, could you say the plug again, and maybe we'll put in some Bert noises, and then that'll get the people to fucking
this
go.
Thursday through Sunday. You can catch me at Caroline's doing my act. The number's 212-757-4100. Yeah.
We need stingers. We need stingers.
Oh, I like a good stinger.
Yeah. All right. It was good seeing you, Burt.
It's good seeing you guys.
I think we're done for today.
Oh,
yeah. Oh, and the book, which comes out in May.
Yeah,
Right,
please pre-order it. Thank you, everybody.
Okay.
Thank you, guys. I appreciate it.
Man.
All right.
The Opie and Anthony Show has drawn to a close. Stay tuned to reflect, relive, and get the story behind the story of the finest moments of today's show. Sam Roberts' Opie and Anthony post-show begins in moments.
Ah, who's the only woman in your life that wiped your mouth and wiped your tears all at the same time? I'm sure you wanted to say, like, wipe your mouth and then wipe your butt at the same time, but it's your mom. Mom deserves a really great gift for Mother's Day, and Steven Singer Jewelers has the perfect solution. It's exclusive gifts that'll last a lifetime, just for Mom. Check out Steven Singer's famous real roses, lavishly dipped in 24-karat pure gold. Yes, the only rose guaranteed to last a lifetime. Get away from me, Edgar! For the first time, Steven introduced his exclusive Mother's Day gold-dipped rose in the hottest new color. Get away! I hate when you pinch me with your dumb nails. Radiant Orchid. It's bright, cheerful. Just for Mom. Available in limited quantities for just $59. Another great gift option to treat Mom to is Steven's exclusive I Love You Mommy necklace. Silver and diamonds combined in a design you can't find anywhere else, starting at just $149. You sure make sure you take care of Mom on Mother's Day and give a gift she's going to love. From the biggest mother of them all, Steven Singer. Wah, 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 wah. Visit him online. He's at IHateStevenSinger.com. Remember the website. You know it. IHateStevenSinger.com. Bye.
SiriusXM is your home for every NBA playoff game. Will this year's playoffs bring a third straight championship to Miami?
Behind the head, two-hand jam by LeBron James.
A first ring for Oklahoma City.
Pulls up fires, angle right, three for the lead. Shevchenko Thunder money balls. Can you say KD MVP?
Perhaps a surprise jam. Hear every NBA playoff game on SiriusXM and get closer to the NBA playoffs with SiriusXM NBA Radio, Channel 217.
Not all meetings can be planned in advance. Things come up. A last-minute opportunity, a work emergency, a great idea to discuss. But with people working from different offices or on the go, it can be impossible to get everyone in the same room when you need to meet. So be prepared. Start hosting a meeting in seconds from your computer or mobile device by signing up for a free 30-day trial of GoToMeeting. It's easy to get started. It's the powerfully simple way to meet and collaborate online. With GoToMeeting by Citrix, you can share screens to work together on projects in real time. Turn on your webcams to turn your meeting into a group HD video conference. It's just like meeting in person. You can start or attend a GoToMeeting from any computer or mobile device. It's so easy. Try GoToMeeting free for 30 days. Visit GoToMeeting.com, click the Try It Free button, and use the promo code Sirius or XM. Remember, use promo code Sirius or XM. GoToMeeting. Meeting is believing.
Hi, I'm Dan Mancini. I know you've heard me talk about my grandmother's authentic, all-natural, and delicious meatballs and slow-cooked sauce. But I bet you don't know, besides being all-natural and really delicious, my turkey meatballs are 96% fat-free and only 110 calories per 5-ounce serving. So don't walk, run to your local supermarket and tell them Dan sent you, and take home some of my Mama Mancini's all-natural meatballs.
Mama Mancini's a meatball lover's meatball.
Available at your local supermarkets.
Hi, I'm Chuck Woolery. Here's something surprising about mouthwash. The burn doesn't mean it's working, and neither does the cool sensation. The fact is, if you want real, long-lasting, fresh breath, you need an activated mouthwash. Smart Mouth mouthwash has two solutions you combine right before rinsing, activating the power to eliminate bad breath for a full 12 hours. That means fresh, clean breath all day with just one rinse of Smart Mouth. Rinse at night to prevent morning breath. It works. Get Smart Mouth today in the green and white boxes at stores everywhere.
Did you know you can run your business using your personal mobile phone and still sound like a Fortune 500 company? With Grasshopper, the virtual phone system designed for entrepreneurs. With Grasshopper, your small business can sound professional from anywhere in the world. At home, in the car, on vacation. With an 800 number, multiple extensions, call forwarding, voicemail to email, and much more. Turn the world into your office with Grasshopper. Sign up at grasshopper.com. The entrepreneur's phone system.
Get the Opie and Anthony Show when you want it. The Opie and Anthony Show is available now as part of SiriusXM On Demand at SiriusXM.com/on-demand or on the SiriusXM app.
I'm mesmerized and horrified.
Live radio at its best. Dude, do you know how stupid we've looked for years?
The Opie and Anthony channel. All Opie, all Anthony, all the time. Wherever you are.
How you feeling now?
He's one of the most recognizable names in reggae. A Grammy-winning musician and a Sirius XM host.
Hey, this is Ziggy Marley, host of Ziggy Marley's Legends of Reggae.
Ziggy Marley has a new album, Fly Rasta.
Fly Rasta.
And we are celebrating with an exclusive concert.
Tomorrow.
Ziggy Marley in concert today, 6 p.m. Eastern, on the Channel 42, and on the Sirius XM app.
It's a month-end blowout, and it's going on now at davesmith.com. Yes, you can get a great deal and enter to win a new 2014 Jeep Cherokee. Call 800-635-8000 or go online to davesmith.com and check out the great deals on over 2,100 new Dodge, Chryslers, Jeeps, Rams, Chevys, GMCs, Buicks, Cadillacs, and top-quality pre-owned vehicles. Call 800-635-8000 and get a great deal today.
Hi, I'm Briggs Sorber, one of the original stickmen and CEO of Two Men in a Truck. If you're ready to make a franchise investment that takes you from the passenger to the driver's seat of success, here's your opportunity. The Two Men in a Truck system has grown 66% in 3 years while earning a 96% referral rate. And we have the vision to double our current footprint and market share by 2018. Join an iconic brand, a proven system, a service leader. Visit thebusinessofmoving.com to learn more about opening your own Two Men in a Truck franchise or using our moving services.
This is Bob Diener, president of GetARoom.com. We've got an amazing spring sale going on all over the country, from 40% off the rates. Here's how it works. Go to GetARoom.com. Enter your travel dates and your destination. You'll see the lowest online rates coming up, and they'll be slashed out, and then you'll see the sale rate, up to 40% off. Great hotels in New York City like the Wellington from $111 a night. In Orlando, hotels like the Flamingo Water Park from $42 a night. In Vegas, a huge deluxe suite at the Luxury Suites International at the Signature MGM from $89 a night. In Miami, hotels like the Lorraine from $111 a night. In D.C., the Capitol Skyline from $125. In Chicago, the Allerton from $129. In Anaheim, the Jolly Roger from $88. GetARoom.com.
Get a room, GetARoom.com, GetARoom.com.
A public smoking announcement from new Zoom e-cigs.
Are you living with carpoolus rejectus? Do you find yourself driving alone because you smoke? Are carpools, road trips, and even the simple, "Can I give you a ride?" met with damning no thank yous? Well, no longer will the carpool lane be forbidden to you. With Zoom e-cigs, there's no smoke, no smell, just flavor so bold you won't believe it's an e-cig. Now the company carpool has a new captain.
Flavor beats fire at ZoomEcigs.com.
Unfortunately, the Opie and Anthony show is over. Fortunately, we have a hard time letting go. The stories behind the stories. The backstage drama. Everything that made today unforgettable. Call 866-WOW-1-WOW now. And look back on another legendary day of broadcasting. This is the Opie and Anthony Post Show with Sam Roberts.
You bet it is. Post show time. That means you get to participate. 866-WOW-1-WOW. 866-969-1969 to call up now and talk about anything that might have gone down on today's Opie and Anthony show. Burt Kreischer back in the house today. It's been almost 2 years since he stopped by, I think. You don't have a date on the last appearance, do you, Eric?
Not with me, I don't.
Always great. Always great to hear from Burt. And I also love how, and I wish he was still here, because this is what I wanted to talk to him about. He came in, and it was almost like he was saying that he had made changes to be what he felt was a better person. He was talking about not using certain words anymore because they affected people in his life or people close to him. He was talking about, when you're a parent, maybe using the R word, it's different because you meet parents and that affects them and blah, blah, blah. And it had seemed like he was trying to make positive life changes. And there is nothing and no place like the Opie and Anthony show that will make you think twice about making any positive life changes. Eric, I think you know that better than anybody. Is that right?
Yeah, this is not the most supportive environment.
No, it's the moment any change is made, they become
an asshole.
They become very critical of it. What do you think is do you have any examples of a positive life change that you tried to make that they instantly just started shitting all over to the point where you were like, fuck it, then I won't do it?
I don't have to think about that because there's been so many things that they just shit on.
Sal was just telling me last time Burt was here was June 2011. So
3 years.
Yeah, almost 3 years. Sal, have you been here long enough that you've tried to? I mean, anytime Sal walks in, if he's got a beard,
any kind of facial hair,
he's thrown under the bus. Anything that's instantaneously obvious. But have they curtailed any positive growth in your life whatsoever?
Yeah, probably work ethic wise, I'd say.
You think so?
Yeah,
in what way?
Ope definitely fucking straightened me out, like, for sure.
Yeah, but that's making a positive change, not you making a positive change.
No, it's them preventing you from making a positive change.
That's what we're looking for.
Oh, I don't have anything currently, no.
Well, you don't focus, that's the problem.
Probably.
Hey, have you and Eric been working on your lists? You know what, at Sal?
Yes.
Have you and Eric been working on your lists?
What?
Your lists. Do you know what I'm talking about, Eric?
I know what you're talking about.
Of course you do.
Right.
And this gets added to your list.
This is number 2.
Have you been working on your list?
Yes, but Sal's been pretty good this past week. There was a lot going on. Everybody was really kind of stepping
maybe I should
up.
give you another week?
Yeah, maybe.
And Sal has
Everybody was doing good last week.
Sal has no idea what we're talking about.
No, I have. Well, me and E-Rock agreed to not do the list.
Yeah, I don't care what you and E-Rock agreed to.
I guess we're doing
it doesn't matter. If something gets said on the air, you and Eric can say whatever you want. But guess what? You coming on the air and being like, well, me and Eric have decided we're friends, has never worked for you in the past.
All right, well,
and it's never going to work for you.
To answer that question, yes, I have the list.
And Sal, and Eric, you should not let Sal off the hook like that. Because how many times has he come on and been like, no, everything's cool with me and Eric, and then the minute you leave the room, take every opportunity he can to shit on you?
That is true.
Do not let him off the hook like that. He's trying to do what he does every time. And when the heat gets packed on, like, oh, maybe there could... Then he tries to skirt out of it.
Well, no, him and I, not last week, I guess it started the end of the week before that. We had talked about it, the list and all that. And I know he was paying attention last week, and I was paying attention to him. And like Sal said, we did kind of say, like, well, if there's nothing really there, we're not going to force the issue here. And like I said, last week there really wasn't anything, so there was no need to bring it up.
Like, I'm being overly specific.
Yeah.
Like for like little things, nothing exciting.
But for your information, when we were in there for the pre-show, all of it had a clip, even if there was something wrong with the editing, that to Sal's ear, like I wouldn't even pick up, but Sal was like, that was a bad edit, that's going on the list.
Well, when something's 3 minutes and you have to chop it down, something's got to go.
Don't make excuses. Don't say you have bad edits.
I'm not saying I had bad edits.
He said he's putting it on the list not because it's an edit, because it's a bad edit.
Good.
That's right.
Then he's more than happy to take over that assignment.
Well, maybe. But we're going to get back on this list thing, okay?
Another thing. No, I will stick to the list. And, if something major happens, of course, that'll probably come to air probably before we go down the list. But I'm going to keep the list going, and I'm sure E-Rock has his as well. And
you guys don't need to be discussing this with each other either. I don't see what good that could... Because one of you is going to turn on the other one. That's the only reason I would...
As of now, E-Rock does not know my list, and I have no idea what he has on me.
Well, E-Rock said he's only got 2 things on his list about you. E-Rock and Sal agreed to make a fuck-up list last week or the week before, listing, because they were arguing over who fucks up more.
I have 6 on my list right now.
You have 6. All right, so you're at 6-2. E-Rock said he doesn't fuck up more than anybody else. Sal, just, or everybody, not just Sal. Everybody brings up E-Rock's fuck-ups. So, like, anytime E-Rock screws anything up, it gets brought to the table. Whereas if Sal screws something up behind the scenes, it's not brought to the table. Sal, on the other hand, is saying that it's not true. E-Rock just fucks up a whole lot more. Is that right, Sal?
Yeah, I agree. Yeah.
Okay. Well, we're going to find out because we're going to get back on the list train, and we're going to find out because either enough of Sal's lip, or we have to admit that we were wrong, right?
No.
I'm Team Sex Bagel here. I'm in the E-Rock Army, N-word. You know what I mean?
Thank you for saying that.
You're welcome. And I'm not trying to offend anybody. I'm not trying to offend Burt Kreischer. I'll say E-Rock Army, N-word, and let it set at that.
Right.
Now, Sal, do we have line of the day, or is E-Rock going to have something for his list?
I got it right.
Okay.
Here comes line of the day. Line of the day.
There's an Archie's comic book.
Man.
The character is gay. He's an out of the closet gay guy. My kids are into comics, and there's a
Wait, which
show.
one is it? Which character is it?
Give head.
I don't.
That was a funny line. That was a funny joke. Very good, Sal. Good pull. E-Rock, I was looking at other things that we talked about today on the show. Of course, Burt Kreischer in studio, and that was the voice you heard on that clip. But we were talking about a whole bunch of other stuff. We were talking about the Lindsay Lohan show. We were talking about the marathon, and having a debate about genetics that was getting very close to eugenics. It didn't get there, but it was getting close at times. But you sent a gift in the show's honor to Scott Shannon. Is that right? You and this is what I said. You have that narrow, single focus. It's all building the Scott Shannon, Opie and Anthony relationship for you, isn't it?
Oh, of course. Yeah.
Why is that?
It's just it's time. It's time to do right and make some connections in this industry instead of hating everybody.
Is this your way of bringing Batman and Superman together? Are you right now living out your childhood fantasies? And by the way, there's nothing wrong with that. That's what we're supposed to be doing. Are you living out your childhood fantasies of bringing the two shows that influenced you most of all? Mm-hmm. You've said many times you grew up on Scott Shannon's show and then evolved into an Opie and Anthony fan. Is that right?
That is right.
Are you, E-Rock Radio, are you using your power in radio now to try to bring your two shows together just because it's something that when you were a kid you thought was awesome?
I think I already have.
You have. You've orchestrated this just because this is cool to you.
There was an opportunity when things went bad with his old partner. And got him on.
I love that E-Rock's doing the radio thing, too, where he's so Team Scott.
We don't talk about
He won't mention Todd's name. His other partner, that's a very Dennis Falcone thing for you to do.
Right.
His former partner.
And we got him on, and they've been talking about each other for over 2 months now.
But it's just funny that you went so far as to send him a gift in our name.
Yeah.
Without telling anyone.
He was talking about us,
Without
and then he had
telling
Jimmy
anyone.
on, so I sent him something that I thought was appropriate.
It's weird, but it's good. It's a good thing.
Right.
You did a good thing, E-Rock. A good thing. George in Missouri has a question. Call up the post show, 866-WOW1-WOW. What's up, George?
Sam, you're the executive producer now, right?
Yeah.
Does Sal and E-Rock work for you?
I mean, look, we all have...
Are you the boss?
I mean, I've been the boss since day one, but we all are reporting to the people who run the channel, really. I mean, everybody's aware of that. That's the thing about being executive.
Rat each other out.
What'd you say, George?
Good. You have the best. You have a great way of bringing out the best in people by ratting each other out. It's good stuff.
Yes, I think so too. It's radio, George. It's radio. We're bringing entertainment to the people. I mean, the people who run the channel are everybody's boss. I think everybody's kind of aware of that at this point.
Sam, isn't the corporate term the point guy?
I'm the point guy. I'm the go-to point guy. Yeah. No, I don't know what the job entails yet, but I'm sure at some point I'll find out. Sal, do you have a clip of the day today?
I do.
And that was my opinion, very honestly, because brothers are always in trains.
Uh-huh.
I've never been in a train. It's not a white guy thing. Have you ever been in a train, Jimmy? Well, that's a bad guy to ask.
I have,
maybe.
yes. Many. On the train and the cleanup committee.
The cleanup committee. Jesus.
It's cream pie removal.
Yes.
Right.
I don't know why he had to add in the cream pie removal part. Like, oh, that was already, like, when he said, yes, I've been on the train and in the cleanup committee, you go, oh. And then Jim just has to go a step further and add in that he cleaned out cream pies. You ever clean out a cream pie?
No.
Okay,
but
good.
I think he's implying he's cleaning out the other guy's cream pie.
Oh. Either way, I mean, it's even worse. You ever clean out a cream pie, Sal?
I'm not even sure what a cream pie is, Sam.
Do you want me to tell you?
No, I don't want to know.
It's when there's ejaculate inside of a vagina.
Oh.
Yeah, that's right. And then Jim cleans it up.
I talked to Denny about that a lot, actually.
You do?
Yeah.
No. I'm sure Denny's all for it, being that he works blue. What was E-Rock's clip of the day? And we had to deal with Jim's excited post-successful photo op energy.
Oh, yeah. I got it.
Well, but it was more than that. Like, he starts, like, he just gets overly touchy and does this, like, friendly guy character. Like, he kept for, like, 30, 40 minutes putting his arms around me and Opie.
He wouldn't stop.
Boys, you know, sometimes you want to take a photo, and all you got to do is ask. Boys, you know, let me tell you something.
Yeah,
Sam,
I was in my happy. I kept grabbing Sam by the shoulders and shaking him and walking through the experience again.
Oh,
we had quite a good time.
Did you see the part when I went up to him and God.
You know, sometimes the boys, it was really fun.
That would have been fun for a minute. He did that for 30 to 40
At least 30 to 40 minutes.
Probably 40 minutes.
A lot of laughs, a lot of touching, a lot of shaking the boys' shoulders.
Oh, God.
And nothing.
Annoying.
Yeah.
I get why you pulled that clip, because you've been part of that positive. You've been on both ends. You know what it's like. So we were talking about the fact that Opie, Jim, and myself went to see the Evander Holyfield, Mike Tyson movie, Champs, that premiered at Tribeca over the weekend. And Evander Holyfield was there. Jim hadn't met him, so Jim went to get a photo with Holyfield. And we were talking about the positive Jim that comes out of a successful attempt. You've been there both for the positive energy and the negative energy.
Right. And I don't know if he was doing this when he got his Holyfield photo. Jim has this weird switch in his head where when he's trying to get the photo, he's at fan level, and this person is like superstar celebrity level. Jim gets the photo, he's looking at it, he checks everything, makes sure it's good. Then he morphs into this, they're on equal paring. Like, he's an old friend kind of thing, like that. Like, they've been friends for years in this business, have seen everything.
Except
now he's at this level with the celebrity, and he just walks around like it was no big deal.
But when he asked the celebrity for the photo, it's as if he's never been a part of show business whatsoever.
No, he's constantly staring at the person he wants to get the photo with and ignores everything around him.
We talked about it on the show today. He literally asked Evander Holyfield for a photo by saying, "Could I have a photo?" He said, could, not can. Could I have a photo?
Like a little kid going up to an athlete?
Yeah. Like I said, you might as well have just tugged on his shirt sleeve. Excuse me, Mr. Boxer.
Champ?
Yeah. Mr. Boxer Man? Snowy in Michigan.
Greetings, Samuel.
What's up, buddy?
Before I get to that point, I thought what E-Rock did was a very thoughtful gift to Scott, myself. I think that was very thoughtful.
You mean the boat movie?
Yeah, the boat movie.
Right.
Sam, I have to ask, this dinner after that movie, did you have adult people food? Did they have chicken fingers and french fries for you? Or did you actually eat real food or something?
Snowy, I had the fish.
Oh, fish? Good man.
That's right. We all grow and evolve. I had a nice fluke.
Really?
That's right. Fluke. That's right. Ben in Boston.
Fried and breaded?
No.
Wow.
Seared.
Hello.
What's up, Ben?
We both need to agree on one thing. E-Rock is as boring as a rake. Please put a fudgy wudgy bar in his mouth and kick him in the pants.
I'm not going to do it. Eric, I refuse to kick you in the pants, and I don't have any ice cream bars to give you to begin with. So I won't do that. Sal, do you think E-Rock deserves a kick in the pants?
No.
Congratulate him.
No more physical harm to E-Rock.
Congratulate him on a good show today, because that caller made him feel bad.
E-Rock killed it today with the Scott Shannon thing.
And congratulate him on a good post show.
Congratulations on a good post show.
E-Rock, congratulations on a good post show.
Thank you, Sam.
Don't listen to that to Ben.
That guy's out of fucking line.
He doesn't know what he's talking about. Stupid. That's why he's on that end. He's on the back end of the microphone, and you're on the front end. Is that right?
And he's probably the same guy that calls or texts and says that you speak too much during the regular show.
He is. He's the same asshole.
Same guy, right?
Same guy. That's the new thing. All the fans are so nice when you meet them in person, but they all come up to me now and they go, Sam, don't worry about what everybody else says. I think you're great. But they all say that. And it makes me so paranoid because I go, who is saying such negative things about me?
Right. They are.
Yeah,
of course they are, because their Twitter account doesn't have a photo of them on there, and then they come up there, and then you do some kind of search, and you say, "Oh, they were at the event."
They were so that's them speaking for their guilty conscience.
They're not guilty. They don't feel guilty at all.
But they like you.
It's sociopathic.
It's crazy. It's crazy. You know what's not sociopathic? Buying your Mother's Day gift from the biggest mother of them all. You know what I'm talking about, Steven Singer. Steven Singer Jewelers has exclusive gifts and jewelry that last a lifetime. Like the I Love You Mommy diamond necklace, starting at just, how much? $149, or his famous gold-dipped roses, featuring his newest color, Radiant Orchid, a brilliant color never before seen on the planet Earth. That's right. You can get Mom this and other beautiful real American beauty roses for just $59. Yep, the only rose guaranteed to last a lifetime, only from Steven Singer. You gotta hate this guy. You can have him if you want biblically, but you gotta hate him. Steven Singer has already taken your women, and now he wants your mothers. Unbelievable. Steven will entice them and seduce them with the best prices and gifts that last a lifetime, which will create the desire to buy more. He knows this game. What a mother! So go online to IHateStevenSinger.com or get to the other corner of 8th and Walnut and take a look at the roses for yourself, the necklaces, and more. Mom's going to be really happy, even if Steven is still miserable. After all, when half the population hates you, it's tough to be overjoyed. Visit Steven online at IHateStevenSinger.com. E-Rock, I don't know if we mentioned it, but you had a great post show today.
Thank you.
It was terrific. We'll see you tomorrow. Goodbye, everybody.
Thanks for listening to Opie and Anthony and the Opie and Anthony Post Show. If you missed a minute, get it later today at SiriusXM.com/on-demand. Or stay tuned. Today's replay starts in minutes. Here on the Opie and Anthony channel. It's real.
Coming up today on the O&A West Coast Encore.
What else is affected by genetics as far as differences between races go? Huh?
That's where you're going with this? I thought you were, being nice.
You know me.
You thought he was being nice? I knew he was just gearing up. Anytime he sounds nice, he's gearing up to hit you with a frying pan.
The West Coast Encore is up next on the Opie and Anthony channel.
All Opie, all Anthony, all the time. It's real.
Your truck takes care of you. And a duty know-how to back each and every one up, we'll get you back on the open road fast. With over 6,000 locations, load up with our quality parts over and over. If that's not heavy duty, I don't know what is. Pull in for a truckload of truck parts.
There's an oil boom going on right now, and you're missing out. Own your own oil well at oilboomusa.com and take advantage of one of the remaining successful tax shelters with up to an 85% write-off in 2014. That's right, 85% this year. Get the facts at oilboomusa.com. Invest in America and boom. Oilboomusa.com. Oilboomusa.com. Own your own oil well at oilboomusa.com. Accredited investors only.
Individual results may vary. There's no guarantee that past performance will be indicative of future results. Invest wisely.
We have a doctor in Baltimore. He's getting information. That's the greatest. He's a very bright man, and we are very satisfied.
Now in our 30th year, Florida Cancer Specialist celebrates the millions of patients whose lives have inspired us. Nearly 200 physicians, over 80 locations, including Brooksville, Tallahassee, Fort Myers, and Gainesville. For an office in Florida near you, go to flcancer.com. Florida Cancer Specialist, online at flcancer.com.
I love coming to Mathnasium.
At Mathnasium Learning Centers, we make math make sense to kids. Your child will leap ahead, whether starting out way behind or already ahead. It's how we've grown to more than 500 franchise locations. Now enrolling for summer and year-round. Call now for a free parent pack. 844-234-1900. 844-234-1900. Learn what Mathnasium can do for your child. 844-234-1900.
Hi, I'm Chuck Woolery.
Here's something surprising about mouthwash. The burn doesn't mean it's working, and neither does the cool sensation. The fact is, if you want real, long-lasting, fresh breath, you need an activated mouthwash. Smart Mouth mouthwash has two solutions you combine right before rinsing, activating the power to eliminate bad breath for a full 12 hours. That means fresh, clean breath all day with just one rinse of Smart Mouth. Rinse at night to prevent morning breath. It works. Get Smart Mouth today in the green and white boxes at stores everywhere.
Buying a car can be a stressful experience. TrueCar.com is changing car buying forever. It's a simple, fair, and fun way to buy a car. TrueCar.com helps car buyers get rid of their fear that they might overpay. Last month, nearly 45,000 cars were sold by the TrueCar Certified Dealer Network. TrueCar.com users save an average of $3,046 off MSRP. When you're ready to buy a car, just follow these 3 easy steps. First, go to TrueCar.com and find out what other people paid for the car you're looking for. Second, register at TrueCar.com to see upfront pricing information and lock in your savings. The third step is simple. Just print out your TrueCar savings certificate and take it to the TrueCar Certified Dealer for a better, hassle-free car buying experience. Some features not available in all states. Every day, TrueCar.com users receive negotiation-free guaranteed savings. Save time, save money, and never overpay. Visit TrueCar.com today. That's TrueCar.com.
The word mother, it's not always used in an endearing way. I'll tell you who is a mother. Steven Singer. I hate Steven Singer. Why? Because moms love him. Whether she married you or gave birth to you, you better honor her on Mother's Day. And that mother, Steven Singer, has the perfect exclusive gifts that'll do just that. Steven's exclusive I Love You Mommy diamond necklace can't be found anywhere else. Only at Steven Singer Jewelers. It's exclusive, beautiful, and starts at just $149. So go online to IHateStevenSinger.com and check out the perfect gift for whatever mother in your life you choose. And that mother, Steven Singer, will give you free shipping and a 90-day full money-back guarantee. It's risk-free shopping. This beautiful diamond and silver I Love You Mommy necklace